Ollie Stone to get us going. And Rory Burns immediately into his work. That will run away for 4. A thickish outside edge. Runs for Burns, swinging into the pads, waiting for that delivery, and that will run away for 4. He's got just enough of it, and he is lethal, of course. The next generation of players coming through.
Ooh.
He's given that. Fair enough, you fancy. It started probably on middle and leg stump, held its line, which is Hutton's speciality. And he's away, straight away. It's a juicy delivery to get first up. But there are ways to get rid of it, and that is one of them. Punched stylishly, coverage fielders. That's a bit too straight and beautifully played. Arcing simply onto the middle of the bat. That'll be more. That'll run away again for 4. So Hutton erring in line here. He'll be frustrated with himself. Another boundary 4. So
40s, isn't he? Oh, yeah.
That's a lovely shot from Thomas. Bit of width from Pennington, but powered to a lengthy offside boundary. Oh, nicely played by Thomas. Runs away for 4.
Just gone for knots. Full this time, punch down the ground. That will run away for 2 or 3. Farhan Ahmed, subfielder, can't haul it in. 4 more. Burns on the march here into the 40s now. And that has just released the pressure valve. They need a win. Every more shots like that, they're going the right way for it. He's been very strong through mid-wicket. He got going from the first delivery he faced. A quick airborne, deep third. Got him. Got him. It's a good catch by Dylan Pennington. You're not expecting that to fly airborne towards you. He had to make a bit of ground. Got him. How about that? Pope's got to go for a blob.
Pulled into the gap for 4. 6 runs in 2 deliveries. That's a gorgeous shot from Thomas. Slightly fuller from Stone, but still beautiful stroke down the ground. He moves on to 39. Martindale, final over before the interval. It's a lovely shot from Thomas. Bit of width, slightly over pitched and dispatched to the cover boundary. Thomas. And that completes the morning session on day 2 of this fascinating
from our Vauxhall end. Good afternoon to Cam Steele, who was on the tools before lunch as well. Most eventful half an hour or so of play as we built towards the interval, and you played so many different combinations of teams. Oh, brilliant. It's been coming. Stone has been untouchable. Gets through Thomas's defences with the one that goes back the other way. 113 for 5, game on here at the Oval. Gone first ball. Stone's on a hat-trick. Doesn't get much better than that. Blake edging through the cordon for 4. Wasn't far away, but did play with soft enough hands.
Cricket poets and another one down. How about that? Well, first delivery of the new spell. Dylan Pennington bowled well today for very little fortune. Wow, he's just picked Ben Folks up easy as you like. Another catch in the grabbers. They were lovely shot. That'll be 4. Climbed into that. That's not Brett Hutton at all. Doesn't need to fiddle around with the middle of the pitch.
Phil's giving us a clue.
His greatest creation.
Oh, that's closer again. Yep. Didn't get up quite as much as Clark thought based on the shot, I reckon. And Pennington, who's threatened to hit the stumps throughout the spell. Pavilion end. Immediately steered. So this might be an opportunity for Blake to put some pressure back the other way. It's been dragged over the rope too, so moves to 17. Short boundary is the offside,
Yep.
as foretold. Good work, Daniel Norcross, over the mid-on fielder, straight of him as well, to be fair.
Month in the season.
Oh, has he found an edge? Yep, he has. Patterson White's turn. He gets to left-handed Blake, the last recognised batsman.
Here he goes. Up and at him, into space. And that will run away for 4. Nasib Hamid won't be able to haul that in. He's tried it. Got a lot of it. Got enough of it. In fact, that's a monster.
Yes, got miles.
Wide of the crease, bowled him. What a jaffer that is. Well, what a finish by the bowler of the day.
Hello and welcome to the Kia Oval for day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship fixture between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire will resume on day 3, 147 for 3, leading Surrey by 169 runs. Daniel Norcross alongside me. When I did this with Adam Collins yesterday morning, Surrey were very much on top. We start day 3 with Nottinghamshire very much on top. Day 2 couldn't have gone much better for them.
It couldn't really, could it? And especially when Surrey were 84 for 2. I think we were all dreaming of a sizable Surrey lead. But the pitch continued to provide assistance to the bowlers, and Surrey will be hoping that they'll still be a little bit there first thing this morning. It kind of eased off a touch towards the back end of the day. And for Nottinghamshire, their advantage is that this ball is getting a little bit older, presumably softer. But on the plus side, Yas, we have seen the older ball still continue to move around. And on a further plus side for Surrey fans, we also know that the pitch here has a tendency and a history of getting better and better as the match progresses. So they will be confident that they can chase anything well up to 350, maybe even beyond. But the big question is going to be, when is it going to be that Surrey will be batting?
Yeah, there is time in the game for an epic fourth innings chase, and as you said, conditions at the Kia Oval tend to get better and better for batting as the game progresses. So even though it's a one-innings shootout, the second one-innings shootout of the game could be very different to the first one. Ollie Stone 6 for 44 from the best part of 20 overs yesterday. Speaking to Cameron Steele yesterday, he said that's right up there with the best spells he's seen at this ground from a visiting seamer. How good was he?
Well, it was a bit of deja vu for Surrey against Nottinghamshire, wasn't it? Because last year, Josh Tongue came and performed that role. I'm really delighted for Ollie Stone because he's a sort of forgotten man of the English fast bowling stable. But the way he bowled yesterday with such control, such hostility, I mean, he has been the difference between the two sides, the one standout bowler. But for Surrey, they have Dan Worrell, and they will hope that he can do a similar kind of job for them today.
Well, Dan Worrell's just handed his cap to the umpire. Surrey will be desperate to start the day with a couple of quick wickets. Jack Haynes and Joe Clark, the 2 men in for Notts.
Thank you, chaps. Excellent stuff. What a day we have ahead of us. Weather set fair. We're going to get 2 full days of cricket should we need it. Absolutely no danger of rain later in the piece. The clouds are high. There's plentiful blue sky. And all eyes on Frankie Worrell. Can he deliver one of those special spells? Surrey will be desperate for him to do so because they are, at this juncture, slightly behind the 8 ball. 169 is the lead. Jack Haynes and Joe Clark, as watchable a pair as there is in county cricket. And they were superb last night, weathered the storm. It's one of those sessions that could have gone either way. But they got through to the close to ensure that Notts, there's a bit of pep in their step. They were buzzing through their practice warm-ups this morning, just down below here, where we are at the Vauxhall end. And they will know that if they can edge the first half of this day, then it puts them in a very, very commanding position. But this game has shown us that it's very hard to predict. This is a pitch that is playing relatively comfortably the second half of yesterday. And as Daniel Norcross alluded to, it does tend to settle down in the second half of these games. But it's also been a game of cricket here that has thrown orthodoxy and convention out of the window. So we shall see. It's all set fair. Daniel Norcross is just making his way back up the steps to join us. The maestro, Andrew Samson, is with us. Good morning, maestro. How are you doing?
Good morning. Yeah, doing well. Thanks. Yourself?
Yeah, very well. It's a good day ahead of us here. Intriguingly poised cricket match, and as we've said all along, it really does have the feel of a hinge point cricket game, really, in the context of this year's championship. Notts edging ahead at the top, Surrey lurking in that middle section, but they need a win, really. They have to take full points, you fancy, or certainly winning points from this game, Surrey, just to keep on the coattails of Notts and the others up top. So a quiet start here, first 3 or 4 deliveries. Jack Haynes technically very sound. Joe Clark the more expansive and flamboyant. Shared mannerisms as well, these two. Both set up quite similarly. Just 2 slips. That's the way Rory Burns tends to go. So a relatively conventional field, just the 2 boundary riders. 6-3 offside field. Haynes very strong square of the wicket, and Burns is mindful of that. He has a squarish cover and a backward point, relatively deep, no gully either. Deep third as coverage for the edge. Gonna go up for that, and he's given first up. That's exactly what Surrey needed, and they've got it. Haynes trapped on the back leg, and he has to go for 34. No hesitation whatsoever from umpire Paul Pollard. Finger raised. Worrell 3 for. He's doing it on his own just now. Notts 147 now for 4, and this game tilts back to parity.
Yep. Worrell doing the job again. I think obviously Surrey have missed him for quite a lot of the season, and it's shown. But he's back now, and in the wickets as you'd expect.
Yeah, he's been irresistible all game, really. He got things going on that first morning. Only picked up 2 for 41 in the final analysis, but he was basically unplayable that first morning, and got rid of Ben Slater initially. A couple of catches as well, just on the half volley in that first innings. And this innings already into his work. 3 for 18. A fresh day ahead of him. So Rory Burns going to change a bowler overnight. Adam Thomas just got through a couple towards the end in the gloaming last night, and it's going to be Jordan Clark. Change of bowler, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, providing the energy needed today while building a better world of energy for tomorrow. Dan's with us. Tidy start, sir.
Yes.
Did you manage to see it?
No.
Yeah. Those steps don't get any easier, do they?
No.
No, just take a breather. Take a blow. Yeah, trapped on the back leg. Can we have the replay as soon as possible? So it's going to be Jordan Clark. Clark to Clark. Only an E separating them, right. So here we go. Good start. Clark was excellent last night. Clark, the batter, was excellent. Missed out in the first innings, but he's, well, I would say in the form of his life. Already north of 800 runs in the championship this year, with still this game plus 5 more to go. So he's well on course to smash through the 1,000 runs mark. No one has made more runs in the top tier than him this year. I feel like he is the linchpin today. Is it on its way? Sorry, we just don't have one. Okay. So again, similar field, in fact, identical field for Jordan Clark. Just 2 slips, no gully, a backward point, relatively deep. Beats him this time on the inside edge, in fact, just come back and surprised Joe Clark. And to force through the offside, wasn't really there for the shot. Lost his shape. Got yourself together, Daniel?
Yeah.
Good. I felt this yesterday morning. It's a fool's errand. Getting up those steps. That's a tight leave. Clark the bowler, has been on it straight away here. In fact, 10 deliveries, one of them already successful. And not even the murmur of a hit me ball yet. This is how they started, in fact, on the first morning. All over Notts they were. Notts have done mighty well to get to this point, leading by 169, considering they were 41 for 5 on the first morning. First runs of the morning, and that will run down, but coverage is in place at deep third. All on the floor. Third slip would have stopped it, but not a catchable chance. So Kyle Verena is in earlier than he would have liked. Scrapped pretty well in the first innings before an injudicious shot slapped it to square cover, backward point, where Adam Thomas took a good catch. He's away. Strangulated cry from the bowler. So 2 down, two gone already this morning. 149 for 4. That lead 171 is perfectly within reach for Surrey at the moment. They won't want it to get too far north of 280, 300 though. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, 300.
So they were chasing last year. I know we keep referring back to it. It's a different game, different situation, different attack, different pitch, all the rest of it. But I think it was about 320 that they were chasing for Surrey in that final innings. Maestro?
Yep, 315 to be precise.
315.
Yeah,
315, yeah. And they finished about
294, they lost by 20.
Lost by 20, yeah. So that's not a bad barometer, really, of this one. Worrell looked hungry all game. Oh, it's not the shot. Not against him. Not early on.
Ooh. Shape.
Yep. And again, old ball or young, Dan Worrell gets it moving regardless. 48 overs old, this one. But he just has the magics. I'd say that's more in line with what's required. So Notts will be mindful that they have fielded teams with sturdier lower orders in the past this year than the one that takes the field here. They have a debutant in at 7. Huge moments for Ben Martindale. Missed out in the first innings. Lyndon James would be the first choice at number 7. Very fine county all-rounder, but he unavailable for this game through injury. And so Martindale, big day for him at 7. And then you're into the lower order. Liam Patterson-White played like Sobers on the first day. Sensational knock. And he really did keep Notts in this cricket match. 76 he made. Brett Hutton was useful as well. tentative, indeterminate prod outside off stump. Has an air of expectation, Daniel, doesn't it, this morning?
Yes.
Quite a gentle hum around the place. Crowd very much engaged with this game. It's been one of these cricket matches where every ball has felt like an event. Can't quite take your eyes off it, can't relax at any point. So yeah, just to reiterate, weather set fair all day. So do come along if you're in the area and you fancy it. If you can't make it until mid to late afternoon, always free after tea. You can get in gratis. Free after 4 o'clock, specifically after 4. So don't get here at 10 to. And again, just looking for it really, very out. Verena rather. So Daniel, first view of this wicket. You were otherwise engaged on the third flight of stairs. Here it is.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. No hesitation from Paul Pollard. And no complaints from Jack Haynes. Though he'll be cranky with himself. He's done nothing wrong, but he would have thought, having gutsed it out last night, there could have been a big one available for him today. When you make runs here, cuffed away beautifully, and that will be 4. Can't bowl there to Joe Clark in this form. First real hit me ball of the morning, and he's chopped it away backward a square for 4.
yeah, width, wasn't it? Width. Okay, I can't do this anymore.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Hold on a moment. What do you want to talk about?
I've established that 9 minutes is the longest I can go playing this trick on you.
Of just not saying anything?
Yes.
No, I'm really enjoying it. It's refreshing. There's a serenity to the morning that is entirely in keeping with how I feel and how I fancy our viewers feel as well.
Love a bit of serenity.
Yeah, hasn't it been nice?
Serenity now!
Right, now you can go. You've had your 9 minutes. Was this reserved for me in particular?
Yes.
Nice. Right, well, I'm going to now sit back for 9 minutes to see where we get to. I'm used to that role anyway.
No, your lead, you see.
No. That's only merely a basis for negotiation.
Okay, so basically I cracked because I needed to understand the setup before the LBW. And so that meant I was going to have to ask you a question.
I see.
So did he go away, and then nip back?
What do you think?
I'm imagining he did.
Of course he did. Yeah. He left the first 4, I think it was, and was nailed by the 5th.
Beautiful.
Note from our producer, you can knock a tenner off the invoice for that. I think you should add a tenner. Maybe even make it 20. Again, appreciable movement off the seam. And bounce.
There is still a bit of movement and carry, isn't there, out there at the moment? It's what I think we're a bit surprised about in both innings, actually, was that even when the pitch has offered a bit more for a little bit longer at the Oval, there's always been the sense that the last 20 overs of a ball, it really has started to become docile. But, well, I mean, we're 50 overs old now, but in the first 2 innings, and even now, that ball should be pretty much soft. It's still getting good carry and
Yep.
still getting decent movement.
Yeah, indeed. And we saw that with Surrey's innings yesterday. They got to, what was it, 84 for 2 in 32 and a bit overs in. And then the collapse kicked in from 84 for 2 to 162 all out. And so just as we were expecting things to settle down, it went the other way.
It's also a slightly curious illusion on the pitch and what it looks like. When the sun is shining on it, it looks a lot more straw-coloured than it kind of does in real life on your screen. But then it flips round the other way. So we'll try and fill in the blanks for you. It still looks like there's some grass on there, doesn't it?
It does, but it's certainly more straw-coloured now than it was on Thursday morning. And the carry is still there. It's been a cracker, this pitch.
Why do you think Fisher didn't open?
It's a good question, actually. I was wondering that. I would say a hunch. Fisher tends to bowl from that end. It's possible that he's looking to bring him in after Worrell has a shortish burst and to give Clark the workhorse overs, perhaps. Clark's very useful with the older ball as well. Fisher is perhaps more of a new ball specialist. And I guess they'll have an eye on that. Or bowled again. That second new ball due in 30 overs, and so perhaps there's a thinking that Fisher may be needed against the mid to lower order if things don't go entirely according to plan.
That would be after lunch, wouldn't it? I mean, it'd be if they bowl their overs at a reasonable rate, because lunch is at 10 past, then that second new ball would be available almost on the stroke of lunch. They go at 15 an hour. So.
Talking of lunch, how about your guest this lunch?
Oh, biggies. Biggie at lunch, biggie at tea.
Shot. That will beat cover and run away for 4. Much needed runs, and Verena is away. He's looked watchful and perhaps slightly indeterminate to Worrell, but when it's there, he's going to lean on it, push his hands through the line.
It's a very rare ball that Worrell has put that far up. You can tell from his figures, he's only conceded 22 runs and he's nearly finished his 15th over. Well, what are his match figures, Andrew? Yes, at lunch, we've got Zahir Abbas we'll be talking to.
Yeah, how about that? What a player. I'd argue, Daniel, that he's the greatest of all players who's not considered to be a great.
Oh, nice.
Do you know what that means? Does that make any sense?
I know what I think you think it means.
That's enough. Whenever those conversations go round and the odd hipsterish name drops in, a Martin Crowe-like name, you know.
Yeah, he's in that bracket. For
yeah,
you.
but
Greg Chappell.
Yeah, exactly. It's that level. It's that level. I think he should slip right in there.
Javed Miandad.
Yep.
Get in touch with us. Let us know who you think are the great players that aren't great players according to the Great Player Index.
That's it. That's it. Put another 20 quid on his invoice. Maestro.
Worrell's match figures are now 5 for 63 in 32 overs. It's not bad.
Yeah, and he's looked really fit and firing, hasn't he, all game. He's not let up at all. It's good signs for the latter part of this summer.
Quite an achievement, really, given that
come into it pretty raw.
He has,
yeah, totally.
I mean, as we mentioned yesterday, he's had a bit of Metro Bank fever, hasn't he?
A little bit.
But not so much as to make you think that 32 overs spread over basically 2 days and still looking fit and limber. But he's going to need some support at the other end. And wonder how long it'll be before Fisher comes into the attack.
It's the 2 games he played in the Metro Bank, bowling 17 overs, 1 for 68.
Right.
Miandad's regarded as a great though, isn't he? Javed.
Are we putting him in the same category as Sangakkara?
See, I think in the tiered system, I think Sangakkara is in the slightly higher tier than Miandad. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know.
I would agree with that. But I think that's possibly because of longevity.
Yeah.
12 and a bit thousand as opposed
recency
to...
bias, for sure.
What did Miandad get? 8 and a bit thousand?
Yeah, 8,000. He's averaged over 50, Miandad.
Yes. Averaging over 50 does give you quite a claim to greatness.
Yeah, yeah.
But is Alistair Cooker great? I'd say he probably is. But the weakest
is there
claim
not a
to greatness?
sub-great category with opening bats, do you think?
Yeah.
Sharp, straight to mid-wicket.
You could be onto something there. He has scored more runs opening the batting than, is it both anybody else?
Yep, I think so.
And, well, he scored more runs than any, has he scored more runs than any other left-hander, or is Sangakkara ahead of him?
I'll check that. Miandad, by the way, 8,832 test runs at 52.57.
Yeah,
It's pretty great.
Well batted.
It's pretty great.
Yeah.
Got 260 odd here, didn't he, in 1987?
He did. He did.
Yep.
As did Abbas get a big double hundred as well here.
240. Yes,
Anyway.
I've been reading his autobiography. And what comes through loud and clear about the great man,
This is a hero Abbas, yeah.
is he really loved batting.
That is the central takeaway from the book, yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah,
There's not a great deal of suggestion that he was necessarily in love with fielding,
yeah, yeah.
but batting. Oh, I say.
So I was told last night that I think he holds the record for the most twin hundreds in a game. Done it 8 times. Is that correct, Maestro?
He used to hold the record for most runs in a game.
Okay.
Because Ricky Ponting caught him up.
Oh, okay.
I think ran past him. But he still holds the record for the most double hundreds and 100 in the same game. Which he
Doubles
did
in
4 times.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's just greedy, isn't it?
And all of those innings were not out, just by the by. All 8 of those innings.
Oh, that's got to help your average. Well, hang on. So he's got 1,200 runs minimum in not outs in 4 games.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, that's obscene. 157 for 4. Early breakthrough for Surrey, getting rid of Jack Haynes, the overnight batter. Joe Clark still there.
So if you did a bit of root maths.
And explain what root maths is for...
So root maths, for those of you who don't know, is a completely specious reimagining of someone's career by removing certain of their bigger knocks. And it started because people were determined, mostly people who aren't English, to denigrate Joe Root. And so it became a bit of a trope, especially in Australia, to say, well, if you get rid of the 190 odd he got at Lords, and you get rid of that 100 and that 100, he only averages 37. But similarly, if you took those 4 games out, I mean, presumably Zahir Abbas, if he averaged 50 odd and he scored 34,000 runs, he must have had about 650 innings or something. Did he want 600?
Yeah, he had 768 innings, 92 not outs, 843 runs at 51.54. I shall now remove those innings, even though you shouldn't, because he actually did score the
Did
runs.
you say 51? His average.
51 and
I
a
think
half,
this
yeah.
might take his average down below 50.
Tom Law's change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. An early change, in fact. Just keeping Dan Worrell fresh for his work later in the piece. And that will be a balancing act for Rory Burns. He'll have an eye on that second new ball.
Did you see any of Adam Thomas bowling yesterday at the back end of the day?
I didn't, because I was playing football in the last half an hour.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I did see a lot of him in the One Day Cup. I thought it was quite useful, actually.
He was very useful.
Yeah, yeah. Again, not much pace, but
He's inexperienced.
very accurate and gets a bit of nibble.
He's inexperienced, so the occasional ball towards the back end of his spell, I think he bowled, was it 4 or 5 overs? At the back end, he had a couple that went too full and just got put away, but he had a very, very convincing shout for LBW turned down.
5 overs.
5 overs, yeah.
Yeah, as I say, I hadn't seen him bowl at all before the ODC Cup, or the OD Cup.
That's right, like pin number, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Next side, misses out. Does Joe Clark. Be frustration. Practices the flick off the pads. Only picked up one boundary so far this morning. That won't bother him too much, but that was there to hit. Yeah, and he was really impressive anyway. Picked up those kind of quiet middle overs, went at fours. Keeper stood up. Yeah, very much a modern, multifaceted cricketer. Brilliant fielder as well.
He's been quite the find, hasn't he, this season?
Yeah.
100 on debut.
Yep. Made a lot of runs as well in the One Day Cup.
Well, Surrey know that they need depth, don't they? I mean, think of the players who are not playing. Injuries are going to happen, but you're also getting all the call-ups.
Now, that one has scuttled. We've seen this throughout the game. The odd one does keep low. No danger to Joe Clark. But he'll be just keeping an eye on this.
Oh, that has, hasn't it? It's been this end, I think, more than the other end, I would say. Where we've seen a couple keep a bit low, not yet dangerously on the stumps.
Although that's well played, actually. Deliberately guided with the swing. Just a couple, but all useful runs.
Although I did feel that I couldn't really be sure whether it was because Dylan Pennington was bowling it just about another foot fuller. But in Nott's first innings, balls were going over the top of the stumps, I felt, from quite a full length. And in Surrey's innings, they were LBW and bowled more. Or there were more of them. They were threatening those stumps. So I don't know whether that's going to be a pattern we're going to see as the game progresses. It does tend to a little bit, doesn't it, here?
Yep.
It does tend to just go a bit lower.
Haven't seen an over of spin from Surrey yet in this game. They've taken 16 wickets without it.
14, I think.
14.
They may have deserved 16.
14. Their debutant, Maipal Lomraw, bowls a little bit of tweak, but we haven't seen him yet. Bit of slow left arm.
I think we might if wickets don't
Well, indeed.
go in a rush, because up to the a couple of considerations really, but to get to the new ball, because they'll want it as soon after lunch as possible, ideally the moment they walk out. Oh,
Got a hit.
oh.
Does hit. Just made his ground. Brilliant work, Ollie Pope. How good has he been in the field in this game? 4 catches in that first innings.
Well, that's a warning shot. You want to be careful with Ollie Pope and run-outs from behind the wicket. He pulled off a great one against Colin de Grandhomme at Lord's some years ago. We just see this one again.
Oh,
it's very tight,
It's
isn't it?
very tight. He was.
I think he's home, but just
Yeah, he
only
was.
just.
He was ambling initially. I think he thought it may have beaten Ollie Pope, and had to get the skates on the last 10 yards or so. He just made his ground. Stunning work, though, Ollie Pope. Now, what have we got here? A slight delay.
Because, it's not actually just the throw, is it? The agility to get to the ball and the pick up and the throw in. Virtually one movement. I'm not sure he could have done that any better.
I think it's just maybe a window or a door with the sun reflecting off it, but everything now settled down. And Clark. To Clark. Batter watchfully in behind it.
Yeah, I'd love to see that again, just to see Ollie Pope's technique as much as anything else. It was fantastic. It's always nicely spectacular when a stump goes flying out the ground as well. bow.
Clark again throws his head back in frustration as he picks out mid-wicket. Another scoring shot, blunted.
Yeah, so just looking at the way Rory Burns has got to manage his resources here. There's been no panic yet. We talked earlier about how fourth innings scores, relatively high ones, feel chaseable. But obviously if it gets beyond 400, 450, then it becomes almost impossible because of time apart from anything else.
Nicely played.
And let's be frank, it has not been a pitch on which runs have come quickly. Even in other games when the pitch has eased, it hasn't necessarily meant that it's one where the ball comes on nicely and, you know, the races away to the boundary and whatnot. So he's got to try to... They need to bowl Nottinghamshire out between lunch and tea, basically.
Yeah, indeed.
To do that, they've got to keep their resources pretty fresh, and the second new ball would almost certainly be necessary. So these next 26.2 overs, you'll be trying to work out what the workloads for each bowler will be.
Ooh, that's a nasty one. That does hit Rain and hurt him. That is, his lower forearm. So, while he gets a bit of treatment, let's just have another look at that Ollie Pope. Athleticism earlier in the over.
So look at the swiftness which he gets there. One hand slide. He's off balance.
Yeah, that's
He's
sensational.
way off balance. But he had to release it then. He couldn't have waited any longer to give himself any chance.
It's the way that they spring up in the same motion. Yeah.
And he's thrown it. I think both feet are in the air, aren't they, when he releases the ball? Which is pretty impressive. Now, we've got a setup package.
And just you're not missing anything here. Carverena just getting a bit of treatment on that lower arm. So this was the opening over.
Yes, I see.
Yeah. The classic.
Oh, lovely. Yes. That's a straight 2 away, 3, another 1 away. No
and
chance.
Then you go. Then you go. Thanks very much. Master at work.
Yep.
Talking of which,
Feels like everything about that was deliberate. Yep.
Maestro.
As usual, yeah. Zahir Abbas scored 1,384 runs in those 8 innings where he made the 200 and the 100 in the same game.
Not out. Yes.
So all not out. So if you take those runs off his career and pretend he didn't score them, even though he did score them,
Yes, of course. Yes.
his average drops from 51.54 to 49 to a mere 49.49.
Impressive work. There you go, Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
I'm going to vacate. Thanks again for that opening 9 minutes. That was lovely. It really did set me up beautifully for the day. I'll see you later today.
I was going to say it was a pleasure, but it was incredibly hard. I got 2 yeses and a no and a out. Yas is coming in. And just a reminder, by the way, as the injury is tended to at lunch, we've got Zahir Abbas. That's why we're mentioning Zahir Abbas and chatting about him, the great Pakistani Gloucestershire player as well, who scored a mountain of runs at the Oval. You'll be sitting in with us, won't you, Andrew?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be going through a few stats, I think, on the Oval, at the Oval. Well, not just at the Oval, but at any ground.
Well, having read his book, you see, I think he has some recollections, but he's not Jeffrey.
Yes. Well,
You know Jeffrey and his
I know
absurd
Jeffrey.
recollection.
Ask him how he got out at Bradford against Gloucestershire in 1973, and he'll tell you
And
exactly.
he'll be
for
furious.
for 38 or whatever,
Yeah.
he'll be furious. But
He's furious about it as well. There's like that Kent player, is he called Graham? He got him out twice in one
Norman
game.
Graham got him out for a pair in one game. Yeah,
Very angry about that.
he is. Yeah, Jeffrey, by the way,
Yeah.
holds the world record for scoring 13,849 runs in not-out innings in first-class cricket.
Why doesn't that surprise me? Yes.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
Hello, yes.
Morning. I've just been monitoring the emails that we get in broadcast at... What is the email?
Surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
But I have been monitoring it. Full of praise for the first 10 minutes of today's broadcast. Full of praise. I've never seen so much praise. That opening 10 minutes where it was 100% Phil Walker and 0% Daniel Norcross. It was beautiful.
Well,
Peaceful.
okay, yes.
The right
You've-
tempo
you've made
for the
it clear.
first 10 minutes of a county championship day.
And I'm going to enjoy the next 4 minutes as well, I think. Well, after the delay, it looks like we're ready to go again.
I think he's okay. Just a reminder that we don't have injury subs now, do we? Because we've hit day 3. So should anybody be injured from this point on?
Yep, Surrey have used an injury substitute themselves this game. Ryan Patel injured very early on day 1, attempting a catch at leg gully. Josh Blake, his replacement. Oh, appeal for LBW. Oh, Jordan Clark really liked it. So did the Cordon. Possibly a bit of bat. I think there were 2 sounds there. 2 runs from the over. Clark looking threatening. Not 1-6-2 for 4. Let's have a look at this again. Super slow-mo replay. Possibly a bit
Going
leg
down.
side.
Going down.
Serious shape from Clark, though.
Is that reverse?
I'm not sure. That is his main mode of operation with the older ball.
It seemed to move quite late, didn't it?
Laws to continue from the Vauxhall end. They've been really good this morning, sorry. Just 15 runs in the first 38 minutes of day 3. The wicket of Jack Haynes first up. LBW bowled Worrell. Feels like if Nottinghamshire can get through the first hour and 20, get the Surrey Seamers into their second spells of the day, this game looks very different.
Well, I think it's worth remembering that although it feels like an advantage to win the toss and bowl, it does mean that you find yourself at 11:38 on the 3rd day with your 4 seamers having bowled really rather a lot of overs in 2 days and 40 minutes. Whereas Notts' seamers, of course, have just had... How many overs did Surrey last? 55, 60 odd? No, a bit more than that. 60.
A little bit more than that, 66.3.
Yep.
But slightly different balanced attacks. Nottinghamshire with 3 frontline seamers, so Brett Hutton and Ollie Stone each bowled 21 overs, which is more work than any of the Surrey bowlers had in the first innings. Even more incentive for Surrey to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible, because Nottinghamshire bowlers have had a lot of work to do themselves.
Oh, the incentive is there, I'm sure. There are many of them. By the way, today it's not just Zahir Abbas. We got an interview with John Major that we did way back in June.
That you did?
I did.
I don't know how you measure fame, but those must be the most famous combination of guests in county cricket streaming history for one day.
I think Derbyshire had Taylor Swift and Lionel Messi, didn't they?
I must have missed that. Was that the Northants game?
I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Sure, Dave Fletcher enjoyed that.
Well, he is a Swiftie, isn't he? As we know.
Samo, how do you think we should measure fame?
It's a good question.
Because I don't think Abbas and Major were prolific on Instagram, so I don't think we can do Instagram followers.
No, certainly not Instagram followers. I mean, Zahir would have been very famous in Pakistan, which has got quite a large population, obviously, so there would have been a lot of people who were aware of his work. But then I suppose Taylor Swift and Lionel Messi have slightly larger overall global audiences and fan bases. In comes a man with another massive fan base.
It's not that big, Samo.
Good morning, Ali Brown.
Good morning, Yas. Even start this morning, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, sorry,
Early-
been very
early
good.
wicket.
Sorry, been very, very good. But Notts are in such a good position that I think you just feel that if they can get through the next hour or so, only losing one more wicket, they're in such a strong position from there. As Daniel said, the Surrey Seamers have got a lot of overs in their legs already for the morning of day 3. No frontline spinner in the attack this week. We're yet to see the Indian overseas Mahapal Lomror with the ball, more of a batter than a bowler.
I just think also there's a little bit of inconsistent bounce, not badly, but the odd ball is bouncing, and just the occasional one just keeps a fraction low. So nothing untoward, but as the game goes on.
Lovely delivery from Clark. But even with this older ball, he's getting the ball to move both ways. Had a really good LBW shout in the previous over that was probably just sliding down the leg side.
But folks, he was at third slip when he'd finished his appeal. I think Surrey have been very unlucky this morning. There's been a lot of fishing outside off stump. It would have been very easy to sort of pick up another 1 or 2 perhaps, but they bowl really nicely on what is probably the best cricket wicket Surrey have played on this year.
That's a lovely shot from Clark. Through the offside. And it brings up his 50. He's been the star batter in Division 1 this season. Leading run scorer in the country. Mightily important knock for the visitors. They're in a bit of trouble early on. 55 for 2, 77 for 3, but now at 165 for 4, leading by 187. His side are in such a strong position here. And a reminder of what's at stake for the two sides. Nottinghamshire started this round top of the table. It's a really congested Division 1. The top 6 separated by just over 10 points. Surrey starting the round in 7th, but still only 25 points off top. End of the over, 5 runs from it. Nottinghamshire 170 for 4.
And how nice was it to see Rory Burns? I know they went for 4, and it was a very good off drive from Joe Clark. But how nice was it to see Rory Burns actually giving it a full effort to the boundary, which we haven't seen at Headingley very much this week. At what stage would a Pakistan Test fielder have given that ball up?
Well, I did see a comment that I have time for, which said commentators often say when they see a fielder dive, specifically a seam bowler dive, oh, I don't want to see my star fast bowler risking a shoulder injury. But then the same commentator will then criticise that fielder for not diving.
Well, I actually dived in the game at Worcester when Ian Gregg was our captain. Ian Gregg would just be livid if anyone didn't get a full blade dive in. I shouldn't really have got a dive in, but it was at Worcester and it rained a lot. And it was off his bowling, so I thought I'd better do it. And I actually slid, because of the rain, I slid into the advertising hoardings. And I had 5 stitches in my elbow, so I was out for a week. So it's not always a good idea, but I wouldn't take it to Pakistan's level. And the level of footwork with the football was, I mean, I'm a West Ham fan, but I mean, that was lower than West Ham's form up until January last year. I thought that was some very poor football. Who is the Pakistan fielding coach?
I don't think they have one.
Well, that would...
I think I saw yesterday that they had one until 6 weeks ago, and they did not replace them.
Okay.
It's potentially a pretty good gig, that.
Well, it is now. It's a very low bar, isn't it?
Get a lot worse.
Yeah.
No, it's, on a serious note, I thought it was such a shame seeing Pakistan so weak. It was interesting to hear what Zahir Abbar says at lunch. We're so used to even when Pakistan haven't been particularly competitive, there's almost always a seam bowler who gets you at the edge of your seat. That'll be 4 more. A little bit leg side from Tom Laws. And Clark just clips it off his hip towards the Bedser stand boundary for 4.
I mean, there have been some phenomenal Pakistan bowlers over the years, haven't there? Some real mercurial talents, and we've been lucky enough to have a few of them here at the Oval. But I don't know, I just felt they didn't really have a plan. It was like, I'm going to bowl my thing, and rather than actually horses for courses. I mean, Jordan Cox at number 3, I don't think he really wanted to be 3. I think he sort of, if you listen to his, if you listen to some of the questions he was asked beforehand, it was like, well, I'm delighted to be playing for England, but his perfect role is probably a bit like it would be for Ollie Pope, maybe at 5 or something like that. But yeah, they served up a lot, sort of foolish and a bit back of a length. And I think last time he was tested, it was the short ball that sort of caused him a few problems. Of course, he came back last year in the 100 and played really well to the short ball because everyone just bowled it at him, and he just set up for it. But
a lovely shot again from Clark. 2 gorgeous cover drives in as many overs from the Nottinghamshire number 4.
they have driven really well this game, haven't they? I mean, Patterson White in the first innings, right from the get-go, was driving, really well, and we see the same with Clark. Has been very impressive.
On the Pakistan attack, I guess it's just a shame seeing an attack with 3 medium fast seamers, and none of them were really particularly accurate. Past the bowler, should come back for 2. Runs starting to flow nicely for the visitors. Had to work hard in the first half an hour. But that lead now worth 202, 10 runs from that over. They're 180 for 4.
So if you had to grade Pakistan's best subject, it would be batting or bowling. It would be fielding, obviously, but batting or bowling, if you had to mark them on the first test.
I thought Abdullah Shafiq batted really nicely on day 1. But aside from that, the spinner, obviously, he had a bit of success on day 2. And speaking of spin, change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Set the pace towards net zero. Drive your business forward with renewable energy. For the first time, we're going to see the left arm spin of Mahapal Lomraw, who's on debut. Indian overseas, hasn't played international cricket yet, but really established figure in the Ranji Trophy. He's played a lot of IPL cricket, including for RCB. Captain Rajasthan as a teenager, part of the same Indian under-19 cohort as Rishabh Pant 10 years ago. Game just drifting away from Surrey a tad. So Surrey really desperate need of a wicket. But back to your question. Not grading highly. Shield Berry in the Telegraph described Pakistan as the worst Pakistan side that he's seen in 50 years. He received some pushback from Pakistani pundits, but as we discussed yesterday, I don't think that's a hugely unfair statement. I think Pakistan have got themselves into a bit of a mess at home, where they had particularly flat pitches for a bit that neutered their seam attack. But then they went the other way, where they had these incredibly spin-friendly pitches. So their seam bowlers haven't really been given a lot of opportunities to get into their test careers.
And even at home, Harry Brook, of course, 300, and Will Jack 6 for in the test over there. So yeah, it's a series that England should win with a fair degree of comfort, and hopefully we'll learn a little bit more on the juggling of the players.
And also, just as someone who likes to see the biggest figures and the quickest bowlers, and I know they might not be at their absolute peaks, but we discussed yesterday that Shaheen Afridi and Naseem Shah were playing a 50-over cup final. Nice shot from Verena. Uses his feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, and with mid-on up, it's a relatively risk-free shot. Picks up 6 runs from the over. Another good one for Notts. They're 186 for 4. Yeah, Shaheen Afridi and Naseem Shah were playing a one-day cup final the day before the first test match, and Shaheen Afridi took 7 for 36. They might not be their very best, but you'd think that they'd add something. Another change in the bowling attack, and one that I think gives you a glimpse of the game state. Dan Worrell is back. It's a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm. He's done a lot of work through this game already. 15 overs into the second innings. 3 for 22. Brilliant figures.
This is really a huge 6-over spell, isn't it? I think if you're in the Notts dressing room, you're thinking if we get through this spell, he won't be coming back for another couple of hours. I think he's been outstanding throughout the game. He's probed that 4th, 5th stump line. Of course, you've got to play it in because he's got the ability to carry it straight through. I think he's looked outstanding. But yeah, if you're in the Notts dressing room right now, I think I'd be saying if we can just get through these next 12 overs without too much damage, I think that they can really push forward.
Yeah, Clark has been really watchful against Worrell and pounced at the odd loose delivery from the other Surrey bowlers. Yeah, that's the danger ball, really, the one that doesn't swing away.
But having said that, he's got the ability to take those 3 quick wickets that Surrey need, and that really would open the game up. You've just got to break one of these, and if you get Clark, it would be a huge wicket for Surrey, and then you've got a new batsman to come in against a fired-up Dan Worrell, and yeah, that's exactly what Surrey need. It's a huge spell for him and the team.
Oh, huge appeal for LBW. Oh, not given. That's the ball.
High would be my initial thought.
His stock delivery is the one that swings away from the right-hander, but it's the one that holds its line or even comes into the right-hander that could be the wicket-taking delivery. Yeah, it's Verena pretty high on the right thigh, well above the pad. But Worrell instantly threatening on his return to the attack. I've received a cryptic message from our producer. We've got a game that we'll be playing throughout the rest of this session, which Phil Walker will introduce in a few minutes. So make sure to stick around and get involved. If you think you know any of the answers, you can get involved by emailing surreybroadcast@gmail.com. I have no idea what this game is.
But just in case Surrey didn't take any wickets, it'd be very exciting.
Really good carry.
But just saying, it's good to see that, though, isn't it? I mean, we haven't seen that in some wickets this year. We've seen, if you go back to something like the Leicester game, you know, it quite low. So the odd ball has kept low, but a lot of carry. Why we've taken so many slip catches, I think, which has been really impressive. So they've bowled really well. There's a lot of heart for the bowlers, you know. Then if you get a nick, there's a very good chance it'll carry. And yeah, it's good to see. It's been a good cricket wicket. I think there's it's a sort of wicket that you need to be playing on if you're going to win your home games. I think you need a little bit of zip carry and they've got it as well. They've got it for this game.
Left alone by Verena. 1 run from that over. Nottinghamshire 187 for 4. I mean, with that carry, and given that, as you said, Worrell will probably have a burst here, after which he's probably not going to bowl for quite a long time. Would you like to see that cordon a bit more packed? Just one conventional slip in for Worrell?
Yeah, I guess last year it was a little bit disappointing. I think where Surrey went a little flat was that Patterson White's innings last year, and that was the partnership that really won the game, wasn't it? And a lot of that, you felt there was perhaps a little bit too much safety on the men outside. Of course, you don't want to go for too many or chase too many. But yeah, I thought early on when Surrey took their 5 wickets for 41 at the start, I loved that. And of course, that's what you can do at the start of a game. You win the toss. But there's still times where, especially Dan Worrell, I think you want to, the next 5 overs, 4 or 5 overs that he has, you want to be targeting. We need 2 or 3 wickets here, otherwise Notts could be pushing themselves out of sight. And I get that the stats say, well, the wicket gets better and what have you, but this has, I think, with someone like Ollie Stone as an example, as someone who's a bit marginally quicker, taller, and if he hits the wicket and you get the odd ball that stays low, that indecision is going to create pressure. And you've also got 3 of the Surrey batsmen who are coming in on a pair. So, and they're all very good players too. So, but that comes, no matter how good you are, that comes with pressure. So yeah, I wouldn't want to be chasing too much more than a 3 on it, if possible. And of course, they're 210. They're only 90 away from making that now. It doesn't mean that 300 isn't chaseable, but as soon as you start pushing past 350, then then I think Surrey really are up against us.
Not to bid off for a single. 2 runs from Lomraw's second over. Notts 189 for 4. Yeah, he felt that when Worrell pinned Haynes in front first thing this morning, the door was slightly ajar. Could Surrey pick up 2 or 3 quick wickets and actually end up restricting Notts to a lead of around 240, 250?
Well, 250, you'd fancy Surrey would be favourites, and 300, it's getting close. 350, Notts are up there, and if they then get to that point where they're pushing 300 and then can be aggressive if they've got wickets in hand, if they went further than that, that really would be hard work.
This Worrell spell feels so important. Into his 17th over, his 5th of the morning, 2nd in this spell.
But from a Surrey point of view, they'll be just saying, can we get put 2 wickets on this score, and that's the thing. And you feel that he just doesn't really bowl a bad ball. If he's a bit like Ben Folkes when he's keeping. If he makes a mistake, you go, did that really happen? He's that sort of metronomic that. He's constantly putting pressure on the batsman. Of course, the new batsman who's trying to find his feet doesn't want to be playing at balls. Wants a few balls to leave, and with Dan Worrell bowling at this end, he's unlikely to get that.
Amazing figures. 16.2 overs, 3 for 23.
And there's quite a few balls that he's bowled that players have fished at and haven't picked up the nicks. And sometimes that's because they're not overly forward, if that makes sense. Sometimes the more you push forward, the more chance you've got to A, cover it, but also nick it to a wider slip.
Oh, it's genuine play and miss. Slightly fuller from Worrell. Draws Verena into the drive.
full-blooded one that he doesn't get anything on. You're right, there's been quite a few plays and misses to Worrell. Clark early on was quite proddy to Worrell. Have a look at this again. It's also where Lomror's spell at the other end is so important. If runs are flowing from the other end, kind of alleviates the pressure somewhat.
Well, that's why Varian would like to be is positive, and that's why he took that option to go over the top. You're really trying to push back that mid-on, mid-off if you can, and then that gives you the chance just to come down and knock it for one. You've got to take that little bit of risk at the start, but if you're quick on your feet, it's less risk, isn't it? If you play it well.
Left alone, that wasn't miles away from Varena's off stump.
Fourth stump, I'd say that was.
But in this game, that has been the most threatening ball from Worrell. One just kind of holds its line. You saw Hasiba Mead leave a ball that cannon into his off stump yesterday evening. It wasn't that dissimilar to the one the Worrell bowled there. So close to his off stump. Defended by Varane. It's another Dan Worrell maiden. Not 189 for 4.
Notts have left well though, haven't they, this game? I know there've been those pushes, and that's because of the outstanding bowling and movement that we've seen throughout the game. But I think they have also left well, and I know that was a sort of fourth, fifth stump leave, which is actually a very good leave. But there've been others that have been probably even closer than that. But they have left really well.
Looks like we've got a club side in. Pretty much a full 11 in their whites at midday on a Saturday, just as clubs around the county will be starting. Six runs off Lomror's first over, 2 off his second. Samo, how regular a bowler is Mahapal Lomror in the Ranji Trophy?
Not very, is the short answer. He's played 63 first-class games and taken 62 wickets, a wicket a game, and averaged about 10 overs a game over his full career, and I think it's actually decreased lately.
And part of this would be to find out how much turn there is in the wicket, also to get the run rate back into the positives. I think he bowls very quickly as well, which is good for the Surrey run rate. I said as a green wicket, there hasn't been a major amount of turn in it.
Yeah, Patterson White bowled 5 overs in the Surrey first innings. Picked up the wicket with Josh Blake. Caught behind.
He bowled a bit more earlier on in his career, but just looking at the last 3 seasons, 21 Ranji Trophy games, he's only bowled 121 overs, so just averaging about less than 6 overs a game.
Oh, wow. And you imagine in more spin-friendly conditions and what we see here as well.
I think the thing here for pressure, I think Notts have just scored at quite a easy sort of casual 3 and over there, and they'd be more than happy with that. If they pick up 3 of those and on the spin, if they can, it's damn well. And if you get that pressure coming from both ends, I think if we see a wicket, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone like Fisher come back at the other end and go hard at the new batsman. But Surrey need a wicket, and They need it fairly quickly.
Worrell to bowl his 18th over of the innings.
They look a good squad, don't they, Notts? I think if you imagine the players out, which is Duckett and Tongue, just the way they go about their work, uncomplicated. They work hard as a group.
Oof. Very nearly sneaks through the defence of Joe Clark. Yeah, I feel like they're at a stage where they almost have the perfect balance for a championship squad, in that they have a couple of England regulars in Duckett and Tongue, but not loads. They don't lose players to the IPL. So they're able to have a pretty settled 11 throughout the season. Certainly the top 7 basically never changes, other than when Duckett comes in, Freddie McCann comes out. And they've got 6 or 7 seam bowlers who are able to rotate almost. And they pretty much always use their second overseas slot on a seamer. So they actually signed Muhammad Ali, who we saw in the test match early in the season, partly because they thought that Muhammad Abbas was definitely going to play for Pakistan. I think they're sort of hedging their bets that Muhammad Ali wouldn't be playing in the test series, but he's played 1 game for Notts this season. Fergus O'Neill played 5, 26 wickets at 16. Where the challenge that Surrey have had, particularly in the last 2 years, is their 11 changes so much game to game. 5 changes this week, 5 changes going into their previous game against Glamorgan. Managing players who get IPL call-ups, England white ball, England red ball call-ups.
I mean, for many years, there's been the international call-ups. I mean, Surrey had that with Stewie Thorpe and various others, and you knew they're going to be out for quite a large part of the summer. But I think now you've got the one-day leagues around the world, players becoming sort of one-day franchise players, and it does. And I think this year there's been quite a lot of injury, and I think that's the thing that's really snookered Surrey. I mean, this is Dan Worrell's second championship game of the season, and he's a huge cog for them. Ben Folkes as well is a massive player. And we've seen how much difference a keeper sort of standing up or not that he's standing up here, but I mean, can make such a difference in the New Zealand and in the Ashes series. But also adds a tremendous amount with the bat. And of course, he's been out for a few months with his bowling injury. So there's just lots of little niggles and things. So you got Will Jacks and Sam Curran out as well, who you'd love to stick in and help out. But yeah, there have been massive changes, and you're quite right. That does upset the form.
A few more thoughts from Ali on the game state before Phil Walker will take you through the next half an hour.
Yeah, I think Notts will be fairly happy with the first hour after that early dismissal for Surrey, but really going along at a fairly good rate. I think the lead now, 214, is in a good place. If they can push that past 230, 240 without too much trouble, it could be uphill for Surrey.
Yeah, absolutely. Notts edging this one at the moment. 214 the lead. So the first sustained slow bowling that we've seen from Surrey in this match so far. Longmore into his 4th. Looks tidy enough. First sightings. The question will be really, can he sufficiently contain first of all and then potentially pick 1 or 2 up?
There's not a great deal of turn, is there?
That's to be expected, I suppose.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Cuffed away hard and brilliantly done by the superb substitute fieldsman Nathan Barnwell. He's a fabulous outfielder and boundary rider in particular.
You just feel knots don't look troubled by this spin, do they?
Yeah.
At the moment, I think that's the worry. They have a bit of time. I think with the wicket itself, they have a bit of time to get back. So.
So a couple of dots to finish, keeping it relatively tight. 14 from his 4 so far. And these two, just a couple shy now of a 50 partnership, and it's a really good repair job. To lose Jack Haynes from the first over of the day, alarm bells would have been going, especially bearing in mind what happened on the first morning of this match. But Notts have regrouped really effectively. So Matt Fisher it will be.
I think Rory Burns really rotating his bowlers here as well, because he will want, if there is a wicket, he doesn't want to use all of Dan Worrell.
Yeah, and that is the balancing act. Change of bowler, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, your business energy partner, meeting you where you are on your sustainability journey. Thanks to SSE Energy Solutions for their support throughout this Red Bull summer. Yeah, and that new ball is now what? 15 and a bit overs away, so that'll be a crucial moment, you fancy, and he will want his 2 main new ball bowlers, one in vision right now, and Dan Worrell to be fresh enough.
That's the worry for me, the odd ball that keeps a bit low. Now I know that they've all been a bit wider, but if you've got, someone like Ollie Stone attacking the stumps, and something you do get that indecision, it creates, it makes the batsman think basically. But they haven't been on the stumps yet, but some of them do keep a little bit low,
Especially from this end.
Yeah.
That is a beauty. Doesn't matter whether the ball is 64 and a half overs old or not. Matt Fisher in this form gets it talking. Oh, that is a stunner. You have to be playing well to nick that. So staggered cordon now, just Ollie Pope in at a slightly wide first slip, and then space between him and Gully, and then a kind of a backward point, finish backward point on the catch. So they are taking a bob each way here.
To be fair to Notts, they haven't really flashed outside off stump, have they?
Been very disciplined today.
Balls that they've played and missed that have been really decent balls that have actually moved away, and it's the sort of the class of the bowling rather than the laziness of the batsman. I think they've been very disciplined in how they've played, trying to take those slip catches out of the game, and they've done a good job to this point.
And again, solidly in behind. It's been a very watchful knock so far by Verena. It's not looked especially comfortable and could be a bit crabby at times, but he's a street fighter. Didn't get many in the first innings, but at least he stopped the rot before toe ending one to square cover from a hit me ball. Yeah, it's a very useful foil he's offered so far to Joe Clark, who's been class this morning. And again, what an over. So the energy is still up here for Surrey. They're still believing.
They're still putting the ball in some very, very good areas without much luck.
Yeah, that is utterly unplayable.
On another day, you could be picking up an extra 2 or 3 wickets here, couldn't you? But Notts, to their credit, have been very disciplined.
Ringing the changes then. So 4 overs from the left arm spinner on debut. And Rory Burns has said, OK, enough of that for now. I'm going to go back to the seam option. Tom Laws from the pavilion end. SSE Energy Solutions bringing you every change of bowler, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm. Punched, but a man on the boundary at deep square, so just a single. Necessary coverage now with Joe Clark moving through the gears. He's now up to 70. Just the second half century of this game as well. Liam Patterson-White, a lone hand on that first afternoon, really did keep Notts in the game. If he'd missed a straight one, they'd have been blown away for double figures score.
To be fair, he didn't look like missing a straight one,
He
did he?
didn't, did he? He didn't. What a knock it was, truly.
It's a good
That's
shot.
beautifully timed. That will be 4.
Beautiful shot off the hips there, and yeah, look for me, Patterson-White. He didn't look like missing anything, did he, at the start? Crisp drives and cuts in his first 15 runs. He hit 3 4s and really set the game up for Notts to put them in this position, because it would have been very easy to take in 50 or 60 runs off that. But it's allowed Notts to get not just back in the game, but in front, and they're making an excellent fist of it.
They are. This partnership now up to 53 from 114. So a really good riposte to that wicket in the first over. Cuffed away 4 more. Beats backward point. And so not an ideal start to this third spell for Tom Laws. 9 from the first 3 and some momentum now. Verena up to 24.
I think that's a bit harsh on those cuffing it, Phil, because I think that's been hit pretty well. It's a well hit cuff.
All right.
A bit of width.
What would you prefer? Which adjective would you like?
I don't know.
It's
but
up to
a
you,
cuff
entirely.
sounds like it's just sort of muscled down there with not much timing.
To
but
me, a cuff is kind of slightly contemptuous, just cuffed away. I don't mind a cuff. Where do you stand, Maestro?
I quite enjoyed it when he cuffed the one at the Lords last year. Similar sort of shot.
I bet you
didn't
did.
I? But yeah,
I bet you did, to go
That's
to the
good.
World Test Championship.
it's a good question though, cuffing. Is it a positive or a negative? I'm not entirely sure.
Should we just stick to a cut?
A cut.
Good old conventional
Good old
cut.
conventional
All
cut.
right, fine by me. That's a bludgeon. And not even Barnwell can haul that in. So 3 4s to greet Tom Laws' third spell here. Not at all what Rory Burns asked for, and Laws is going at 5s now. Short and wide and asking for it.
I would say it's a fantastic effort
Yeah.
in the field. I know it's too much width from Tom Laws, but Nathan Barnwell, very, very athletic in the outfield and unlucky not to cut that off, but it's a great effort.
And more runs. Another single. So 14 from that over. Significant little shift in momentum as well. That lead now is creeping up to a point where Surrey will be rather concerned. 2-3-1 now. They just have to keep telling themselves, Surrey, that 1 brings 2, 3, 4, and a longish tail comparatively. debutant in at 7. Big moments for Ben Martindale, due in next. You never know, Patterson White might deliver another classic. We shall see. But they certainly need to get cracking here, the Surrey, lest this game drifts away from them in the afternoon session. Ali Brown steps away. And Nathan Johns making his first appearance of this game. Fleeting visit. He's off to Brentford this afternoon.
Yeah.
For some other sport or other. So runs starting to flow. How you doing?
I'm very well, Phil.
Lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you. You're looking very smart in your denim jacket and your sunglasses. You're clinging to the last of the summer weather.
Yeah, last to my middle age, maybe. I think.
I've gotten in trouble before for talking about football on cricket streams. Allegedly, some streams do a swear jar. So if you mention football during the cricket season, that you know 50p goes in or something. Well, I say 50p. I don't carry coins really much anymore. So
sure.
But
we're not nearly so reactionary as that.
I'm watching your boys. Spurs are in Brentford tonight.
Yeah, nervous. Got to be honest, yeah, nervous. But anyway, we'll see.
How can you be nervous? You've spent the crown jewels this summer.
We have, but I'm not sure many of them are going to be playing today. A few of them are still. Well, as soon as you turn up at Tottenham, you get sick, don't you? You get injured. That's how it works. But anyway, let's leave that alone for now. So Matt Fisher into his second over of this spell, and it's been excellent so far. But made a beautiful half dozen previously, and he's just trying to find that magic ball, isn't he? Really, the middle and leg late swinger.
Yeah, but you could see that one. That one just came almost straight out of the hand.
Yeah,
didn't it? Joe Clark watched it all the way. But you're right. Once every 2 overs or so, he does just get it to move that little bit later rather than straight out of the hand, and he can't beat them all. Ends up even 66 and a half overs in.
So an easy single. Joe Clark is batting serenely now.
Yeah, I know he's on 71, and obviously Conor Verena has been in for the bones of 60 deliveries, so they're seeing it well. But with that deep point out, when you're trying to bowl that late swinger outside off, it does just give these batters the option of just going slightly softer at it and just playing for that shot that Clark did, which in my head does suggest that they're less likely to nick it. They're just going at it slightly softer rather than going for those booming drives through vacant extra cover regions. But the catch-22 is these two have put on quite a bit, and you do need a man out.
Yeah, that's the dilemma for any skipper. It's Burns' instinct to contain, and he's done it mightily well, of course.
I suppose that's the shot that you want him playing, isn't it? It's quite a full-blooded drive towards extra cover. And
so, with 1 ball to go of the 67th over, prepare yourselves, folks, because we've got a quiz coming. So remember, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. That's our email. Our producer will be on it, and we want you to play along. You can play along without emailing in, of course, but if you do fancy getting involved, that'll be great. So look at this. Best first-class averages at the Oval. Now, as you see, we've omitted the names of the players. I'm gonna tell you the top one. Now, the top one, because we've been talking about it all day, and he is our guest at lunch. So that top one, averaging 162, with 400s here from 7 matches across 7 first-class games, is Zahir Abbas, our lunchtime guest. His autobiography is out now. Daniel Norcross will be chatting to Zahir this lunchtime. Now, we'll be bringing that graphic back up on screen a few times over the next over or two. And your job is to find out who the identities of the other 9 are below Zahir Abbas. And for a clue, we've left you their career span in years, and obviously all the other details. So So we want your answers. I do stress, I don't know the answers myself.
Well, I was
nor do you, I venture.
I was going to say,
maybe.
is this I get the two that I know at the bottom, the two most recent ones.
Yeah, indeed. Again, beautifully played. He's waited for that, opened the face, and beat Sibley at backward point and deep third. And Verena now is motoring, really. This has been a pretty ordinary spell so far, in truth, from Tom Laws. He's just not found his rhythm yet. A bit too much width on offer. And it's a tough boundary to defend out there. No more than 60 yards, square of the wicket, out towards the Tennyson School. That's better.
Yeah, they've had to put that deep third a little bit finer than perhaps they would at the other end, because they've only got one slip in. So he's got to come a little bit finer, doesn't he? Whereas I think if down the other end, they almost had, a first, a third, and a gully, so then you can move them a bit squarer. Do you think they deliberately not put that quiz up while Daniel Norcross is here? Because he just couldn't help himself and he'd just name everybody
He'd
instantly.
ruin it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
More runs. Just can't block it up now, can they? Through the offside. 6-3 offside field. So coverage for the straight one. But at the moment, free flowing through the offside, especially backward of square.
Yeah, not 100% sure what he's trying to do here. I mean, this field, as you said, the field is set to bowl a little bit straighter, isn't it? And slightly heavier length, but he's just bowling with a bit too much width at the minute.
And there is inevitably, for Surrey, the sucker punch flies through the now vacant slip cord and ems the brakes at this stage. Everything running for Nottinghamshire now. And Clark on to 76. One of the few false shots we've seen, driving on the move. And not even Ollie Pope, who's been so electric in the grabbers, could make the ground to snaffle that one. So 4 more, 2-2-1 for 4 now. And that lead motoring along, 2-4-3.
That's almost a byproduct of what we were just talking about, though, wasn't it? I mean, he's got the 2 men out on the leg side.
Yeah.
No slips, but he's still bowling outside off. So I know he's got a nick, but he's gotten the nick, and he's been punished for not bowling to his field because he didn't have the grabbers in. Anyway.
Now, indeed. Now, more pertinently, I mean, even I can get the second one in the list. That's a gimme, I would say. Then it gets more interesting, doesn't it?
Well, I think we definitely know who 2017 to current is, and dare I say 2008 2022 is quite an identifiable name as well. Even I know that.
Yeah, they're beginning to reveal themselves. This is good stuff. So,
but the problem is, if no one guesses, do we have to start guessing?
Well,
is that how it works?
I think we'll give people up until lunch. So lunch is at 1:10 because we lost a bit of time to a bit of rain on day one. So an extra 10 minutes. Another tidy single into the offside. Runs everywhere now. This partnership is rattling on. 75 already these two have put on. So yeah, we'll give you up until lunch, and then we will reveal the answers on the stroke of lunch. So you've got 40 minutes. Oh my word. Again, 68 and a bit overs old, this ball. But Matt Fisher can swing anything in this kind of form. I said it before, Nathan Johns, he's a test match bowler for me.
For him to move off that length, because I was not quite short, but it was nowhere near full.
It's his action as well. He's tall, stays tall in the crease, very repeatable, everything straight lines. It's a modern day action. And it looks like he's just do it effortlessly, hour after hour.
Yeah, well, you can see why they've got the 3 catchers behind for Fisher with, well, Ollie Pope at first and the second slip and a, wow, backward point / gully. Because even when he's bowling it, because the line of that delivery, that move was quite straight. It started middle and off, and ended up nearly beating the keeper. Such was the swing.
On the bounce, is it? Claimed it? Not sure. Fisher is convinced. Umpires are going to consult here. Joe Clark's not going anywhere. All eyes on the umpires. Surrey's fieldsmen are pretty convinced.
Not out, I think.
Not out. Not out. So, controversy here. Flew to gully. Right down by the bootlaces.
Yeah, well, the finger went up. I think it's Thomas in there.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's Adam Thomas in there. He was convinced.
Well, to be honest with you, I think the fielders around him were more convinced. You could see. Well, Ollie Pope doesn't look sure actually at all.
Yeah.
Folks and Pope don't look sure.
That might be the tell. There's always an element of guesswork here in reality, and even slowing it down with the technology. It's never a open and shut case. But sometimes you have to just go on your instinct as an umpire, your intuition, and also let's be realistic on the reaction of the fieldsman as well.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because Thomas did put the finger up. He was semi-convinced. Fisher was already celebrating. Well, bowlers do that anyway. The bowlers are always going to think it's out. But yeah, you're right. I think just based on the reaction of first slip and wicketkeeper, you do wonder if that just put the doubt. So the seed of doubt.
Story of Surrey's morning so far. Nothing working for them. Those half chances not quite falling. The marginals in Nott's favour.
I have to say my instinct was that it bounced, and I think that was because the first person I saw was Ollie Pope with his hands behind his head in frustration.
It's one of the things I really do like about county cricket, though, how rarely, and I say this as a Saturday afternoon cricketer, how rarely the players whinge and moan or show frustration or a bit of kind of sulky behaviour. You just don't really see it. So changing of the bowler again. SSE Energy Solutions, of course, powering all bowling changes. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together, and it's going to be the left arm spinner back in the attack. Ooh, poked up to Ollie Pope, but on the bounce.
Bit of bounce there.
Yep. So Tom Laws didn't work. He went the distance in truth in those 2 overs, and so turning back to the left arm spinner, trying to, if you like, eke their way up to the 80 over mark and then throw the new ball to their gun seamers and hope that they can then prize this innings open, because at the moment 2-4-5 the lead. It's a procession. Quicker one. Clark, mindful, picks up another single. Space everywhere now.
That first ball from Lumroar, is that the first one you reckon you've seen from a spinner that's just done something a little bit with that bit of extra bounce?
Yeah, well, we haven't seen much slow bowling at all in this game,
No.
and Liam Patterson-White is quite a diminutive left-arm spinner, and so relies generally on changes of pace. That's run away. Tidily played behind square again. There's been a lot of runs down there. That's a chosen area for Verena, who does tend to stay back. That's his preferred mode of playing. And it's a becalmed crowd now. lead up to 250. So 3 balls to go. In fact, correction. 1 ball to go before the real quiz returns. Tossed up this time and another single. He's toying with the field now. Is Joe Clark. Moves on to 78. Easy pickings at the moment for the form man in Division 1. No one has racked up as many as he has this year. He's sitting pretty at the top of the run scorers charts. Let's get that quiz up, please. Just get that quiz up quickly. Here it is. Here it is. So just another quick look just to remind you. There you go. As Matt Fisher's just preparing to get going again from the Vauxhall end. So there are the numbers. Lock it in. We'll show you again at the end of this over.
Yeah, even then, that ball swung straight out the hand, but you could see Clark just caught playing it on the crease. He's still being troubled by Fisher. It's been a good spell, hasn't it?
It's been an excellent spell, but it's...
In contrast to what's come at the other end at times.
Yeah, it didn't work out for Tom Laws.
But even I think Lumroy, I know we got the first ball to bounce, but he just bowled a little bit wide. I think whoever's bowled from that end has just offered a little bit too much width outside off, haven't they?
And that'll be 4 more. Everything running here for Nottinghamshire. Clark into the 80s now. Luckless this spell. From Matt Fisher, he's beaten the bat 3 or 4 times. That marginal catch to Gully in the previous, and now a false shot through the grabbers for 4 more.
He's done well there, though. Clark beaten, clearly, but he's just recognised he's beaten. Soft hands would never have carried if they had plugged that gap.
Highest score of the match now. 9 fours as well. He's played really tidily, especially through the offside. Such a free player on the bounce. 4 more. Dying in front of Ben Folkes. This is a killer stage now for Surrey, you fancy. Half an hour to go till lunch. It's becoming desperate, really. They need a breakthrough here.
Yeah, a lot less control on that one than the ball previously. At least he was kind of more on top of the bounce. Played it with soft hands. That was more of a genuine edge, and fortunate that it didn't carry.
Yeah, absolutely nothing running for England and Surrey's Matt Fisher here. Got to keep believing. So another single, and Fisher is frustrated with himself because he wanted Clark at that end. Felt like he had his number, and he's just floated up a longish half volley, and the pressure is eased. And he's frustrated with himself, kicking the pitch. So we have heard a rumour from the back of the box that someone's already emailed in with all 10. Is that right, George? Got 9 of them right. Oh, but he's given 10 answers. Oh, that's delicious.
So what do we do? Do we just tell him which one he was wrong and let him go back to the drawing board?
Well,
or
Yas Rana can figure out the logistics because he's jumping on right now. Running hard off the pad, happy with 1. partnership now up to 93, 92. Correction, 93 it is, yeah. So just 7 away from a potentially telling 100 partnership here. Okay, Yas to take over, half hour up to lunch. Huge half an hour you fancy in this cricket match?
A huge half an hour for this quiz. Yas has to figure out whether we're going to announce those 10 answers that came in or not. But reminder, you're trying to guess the best first class averages at the Oval.
Well,
we have given you the years, helpfully.
We're under strict instructions for us to actually do the guessing first.
Oh, we have to now guess, do
before
we?
we're told what the answers are.
Oh, right. Well, I kind of was hoping that wouldn't happen because I'd be floundering a lot more than I should be. Well, Phil already gave the top one, given that he is topical today.
Yeah, it's a shame. I just think with a minimum of 10 innings, that's so difficult. But I guess we have to do that, otherwise Abbas himself wouldn't be on the list.
Well, it's quite impressive, isn't it? The amount of blokes who are on that list, but having played just I think there's a few that have only played 6 games. It was obviously a very fruitful 6 games for the individuals involved.
Right, we've got 2 games happening at the 2 ends here at the moment, and neither of them are going particularly well for Surrey. From the Vauxhall end, it's one of frustration. They've come so close to striking over the last half an hour from the Vauxhall end, but from the Pavilion end, they've been leaking runs quickly. 32 runs from the last 3 overs from the Pavilion end. A couple of overs from Tom Laws and then Lomrot. And the game is beginning to run away from Surrey somewhat. 93 runs added to the not score in this session already. It's an elongated morning session, catching up on the overs that we lost to rain on day 1.
Well, they are trying something here, aren't they? There's a lengthy pause, lots of changes in the field. I think Lomrot is going to change his angle. He's going to come left arm over. He had been coming around the wicket to the 2 right-handers. A lot more of a leg side dominant field than what he had previously. So throw the ball into the rough. That may or may not have been dug up by Matt Fisher. The Vauxhall end, leg slip in place. And straight away, just a different challenge with the play and a miss.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of rough actually outside in front of Verena's front foot. And it looks like Lomrot is going to target that rough. 2 deliveries in a row, pitching well outside leg stump. Not a huge amount of purchase yet.
There was that 1 ball in the previous over that spun and bounced. But apart from that, not much. So what's he got? He's got 2 men out in the deep in the leg side, leg slip.
And again, that ball given a wide,
Ooh.
actually, from umpire Michael Goff.
Didn't give him much leeway there. Normally you get 1 or 2 of those, no?
Left alone this time.
Interesting.
Clark shimmies to the leg side on that occasion to greet another leg side delivery from Lomrot.
He's just practicing a very fine sweep there, isn't he? Almost as if he's trying to hit Ollie Pope at leg slip. He's doing it again there. And he turns around and has a bit of a look at Pope, a smile on his face.
Well, it's a shot that Harry Brook played a few times in the Test match just gone.
He's going to wide that.
Wide it again. Samuel, what are the rules and regs on leg side wides in red ball cricket?
Basically, if the umpires think that you're deliberately bowling negatively, there he goes again. He's hit the pad, isn't it?
Yeah, the umpire's
Anyway.
just touching his leg as if to say that's why I didn't wide him.
But if you're deliberately bowling there, if the umpire thinks you're deliberately bowling there, they basically use effectively 1 day wide regulations too.
Clark goes down the ground. Wonderful shot. 6 runs to Joe Clark into the 90s, 93. Move towards the leg side. Slightly over pitch from Lomraw. And that's gone a couple of rows back. Shot of real aggression from Clark. And again, it just shows just how many runs are flowing from the pavilion end at the moment. But not going at good pace. And that brings up the 100 partnership between Clark and Verena.
Well, that's why they're trying to do it, isn't it? They want him to play a shot like that. Look, he's played it very well. I don't actually think he got it off the middle of the bat, but he's still got enough to go for 6. But that's what they want, you know. If you can avoid bowling too many wides, just dry up some scoring options and see if you can force a false stroke. Those weren't always the regulations, though, on the leg side wides. I mean, the very famous case of that was Ashley Giles versus Sachin years ago, and he bored him out, but essentially. So presumably those rules have. Sam, this might be one for you. Presumably those rules have changed.
Yeah, it's fairly recent, maybe 10 years ago, where they brought that in. Precisely because of cases of players bowling deliberately down leg side negative bowling down the leg side is becoming a bit too prevalent.
I think there's a slightly ridiculous over delivered by Ajaz Patel early in the season for Leicestershire against Surrey, where he was being wided consistently, but did end up getting a wicket with, I think, the 10th or 11th ball of that over. Played along the floor. Goes directly between those two catchers. Brilliant piece of fielding to stop the ball going over the boundary rope. Saves 1. Verena on to 46.
Is that the 4th edge Fisher has induced in his last 3 overs? There was the one that didn't carry, or it was decided that it didn't carry to Thomas in the gully. And then there was the one that went through the vacant third slip region, the one that didn't carry through to folks, and then now that
wonderfully done from Adam Thomas, who's fast developing a reputation as an outstanding fielder.
He certainly seemed to think he caught that one a few overs ago.
Oh, appeal for LBW. Oh, not given. Possibly a bit leg side. Fisher was convinced. The umpire not so. He can't believe it. Head in hands.
Well, I think that's the built-up frustration of this spell, as well as frustration as not getting the decision. It certainly looked very straight. Was he trying to bowl the in-swinger? Yeah, potentially just missing leg stump, but hit him on the front pad rather than back. That always is an indication that it might be missing leg.
Fisher thinks there have been a few decisions that haven't quite gone his way this game. Yesterday with the bat, he was given LBW when he was standing outside his crease. Big stride forward and struck above the knee roll.
I think that was a good decision on second viewing.
And of course, there was the Adam Thomas non-catch a couple of overs ago, which really threw me, by the way, because I was watching it in one room, think Surrey have taken a wicket, go to another room, and I'm just so confused that Joe Clark's there.
Still there.
But missed all the stuff that would have happened between.
It was very quick. The two umpires got together, and it was, fewer than 30 seconds it took them to come to a decision. I think what gave the game up was the two fielders on Thomas's left, so Pope at slip, predominantly him actually, looked like they thought it bounced. There was kind of a head on hands in frustration, etc. And I suspect that just gave the game up.
I think Sky did a segment quite a long time ago now where they basically fed Nasser Hussain a few low catches and asked him, do you think you've caught it or not? And it did show that fielders don't know.
Yeah, haven't a clue.
They don't actually know whether the ball has touched grass or not. Yeah, the reaction of basically every Surrey player other than bowler and fielder suggested it was probably not out.
And bowlers are famously trustworthy when it comes to their own dismissals. Matt Fisher looks absolutely disgusted after what's happened to him in the last 4 overs.
Well, it's been a desperately frustrating session for Surrey. It started so well, that wicket of Jack Haynes in the first over of the day. But since then, Clark and Verena have had the upper hand. Initially, it was slow progress between the pair.
But over the last 45 minutes or so, the runs have really started to flow, particularly from the pavilion end, where Surrey haven't been able to exert much control at all. Lomraw is going at more than 5 runs and over, as is Tom Laws. There are a lot of overs in the legs of the main seamers. Worrell's bowled 18, Fisher 17, Clark 14 and Laws 13. And wided. So yeah, effectively playing leg side wides at the moment from Mahopal Lomraw.
It's almost a case, though, of how many wides are Surrey willing to give away to try and earn the benefit of one of these two playing a big shot and just increasing the chances of getting a wicket. As we said with Clark, like I know that shot down the ground did go for 6, but it didn't look like it got the middle of the bat. So are they willing to bowl 3 wides and over in this spell if they think it will give them 1/2 chance at some point in the next 18 minutes?
But it's clearly what the game plan is at the moment. They conceded 9 runs in the previous over. 2 from the first 3 legal deliveries in this one. And that innings run rate is just creeping up and up, pushing 3.5 runs and over. Very slow progress for both teams for most of the first 2 days. And what is interesting is, I know there was one delivery before he went to this plan that spat and turned a little bit. But even the balls pitching in the rough haven't really done a lot.
No, and that's probably why leg slip has disappeared.
And so far, Rayner and Clark are negotiating this tactic with relative comfort. There's not been a ball that's really challenged the stumps. That one keeps a bit low though, but is wided. And this is the thing with this ploy. Very easy to concede 3 or 4 runs and over without not really breaking sweat. Appeal for something. It's given a wide. I think it was one of those appeals where...
Trying to convince him it hit the leg.
Yeah.
I thought it did, actually. Flick him on the pad on the way through. Clearly not.
There we go. 4 runs from this over. Padded away again. Another very good over for Nottinghamshire. 257 for 4 after 74. A reminder that this is a longer first session. We've got 15 minutes remaining. And a reminder of the game. Send us in your guesses. So these are the players with the best first-class averages here at the Oval. We've given you the career time spans as well for a bit of context. Nathan, any guesses?
Oh, I think we know who 2017 is.
Yeah,
we allowed to say
that'll be Ollie
That's
Pope.
Ollie Pope. Hashim Amla after before, well, above him. Just those are my 2 bankers.
Then 1989 to 20. Oh, that must be Ramps, right?
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Bowled him. Fisher finally has his man. He has deserved that wicket so much. He's bowled so well in this spell, consistently challenging both Clark and Verena, and eventually Clark has to go for 95. Notts lose their 5th.
Clark has played that as if it's just kept a little bit low. One of those where he's ended up on his haunches. But with the nature of the swing he's been getting Fisher, he's been getting this Notts pair to play from the crease quite a lot. So you just wonder, was Clark just not getting the stride he needed, and as a result he thinks it kept low.
And it definitely does keep a bit low. It's a length delivery that hits off stump about halfway up. It's not the first delivery that's kept low in this game.
You can see Matt Fisher there. He enjoyed himself. He waited until he ran past Joe Clark before giving the celebratory leap, just to remind him of the amount of times that he could have dismissed him previously in that spell. Just make sure to get in his face a little bit.
Yeah, unlucky way for Clark to fall. 95 as a very, very slow trudge off the field.
He's done a mightily fine job for his team. 95 runs. They were in a bit of trouble yesterday at 77 for 3 with a lot of time left on the second evening. But he has got his side into position. They are very much on top, and this is a team that were 184 all out, and that was after being 104 for 8 on the first day. They now lead Surrey by 279 with 5 second innings wickets remaining.
Yeah, he played beautifully to Clark. I mean, the 160 he hit came when showing a bit of disdain for Lomroar's leg side plan, which has been going on for the last 3 or 4 overs or so. But even in that little purple patch for Fisher, when he was nicking the ball, he was nicking it like a man in form. You know, soft hands, making sure he didn't get the ball to carry to slip, even though one almost did with the Adam Thomas non-catch. But he had, up until that point, I think, done actually reasonably well to survive this excellent spell from Fisher. And it's almost a shame that better balls didn't get him out, and the one that did get him out is one that kept a little bit low.
Right. This is a big moment now. Ben Martindale, the new man in the middle, on first-class debut. Fisher meticulously playing with his field. Mid-wicket in really tight. 2 slips in, 2. Can Surrey get on a bit of a roll before the lunch break? Fisher to Martindale. Booming in-swinger. It's played quite nicely by Martindale. Drives it to Burns at mid-off. I think the way in which, I know we've seen the odd ball keep low, but generally pitches here flatten out over the course of the 4 days. That there's slightly less pace in the wicket as you approach the game's end. I think if Surrey are able to contain Notts to a lead of around about 350, which is doable from here, they're not out of this game. This one goes the other way. Really skillful bowling from Fisher. Big test for the debutant, Martindale.
Yeah, he bowled one of those to Verena at the end of the previous over from memory. Just tried an in-swinger to the right-hander. I think from memory that's the only in-swinger he's actually bowled to a right-hander so far. He's having so much success challenging the outside edge, but now with the left-handed Martindale on strike, he gets an opportunity to try and move that ball both ways a little bit more consistently.
That one keeps a touch low too, but safely defended by Martindale. So a reminder that you can get your guesses in for that quiz that we've been teasing you with for the last half an hour or so at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We've had a couple of people email in already. No one's got 10 out of 10 though. Clubhouse leader Peter Stewart, 9 out of 10. Russell Chapman's got 8 out of 10. Left alone, that's not miles away from his off stump. Fisher right on the money here. Him and Worrell have been outstanding today.
Yeah, interesting. Just one of those cases where the umpire just comes out just to do a little bit of gardening, just to remind Fisher of his follow-through. That wasn't an issue when he was bowling to the right-handers. It's just clearly he's just falling across the pitch a bit more. Maybe as he tries to bowl that outswinger to the left-hander. Is going to change the angle. He's going to come around the wicket now, having been not warned, but just received a gentle word about running down the pitch.
Quick single from Martindale means he will keep the strike and gets off the mark. It ends a very good over, testing over from Fisher. Notts now 258 for 5. 10 minutes remaining to the lunch break. The reason why we have this quiz, by the way, is the man at the top of the list is someone who's going to be here during the lunch break. Zaheer Abbas will be on the Surrey live stream. One of 2 superstar guests that we have today. At the tea interval, we've got former Prime Minister John Major. Daniel Norcross and I were wondering earlier today whether that's the most famous duo ever to be interviewed on the same day on a county broadcast.
How many prime ministers have been on county streams?
Well, Daniel was quick to inform me that this will come second after Derbyshire had both Taylor Swift and Lionel Messi.
What?
The game against Northampton. You must have missed that one.
I must have missed that one.
It's going to be Lomraw to continue. This time's the left-handed Martindale, so it's going to have to be a different plan. Looks like he's going to bowl over the wicket.
Well, it looks like he's going to bowl the same line, except just trying to challenge the left-hander's off stump as opposed to the right-hander's shins well outside leg. I mean, you can see, we've mentioned it before, there is that rough. There are a few footmarks there from where the likes of Fisher and Worrell have been running in. Maybe bowling to the left-hander, you're more likely to see it do a bit of damage outside his off stump than right-handers either just watching Lomraw being wided or padding up.
Lomraw with a leg slip and a short leg. Oh, beats him on the outside edge. Given! Stumped by Ben Folkes. Brilliant piece of keeping. Didn't turn as Martindale anticipated. Beats his outside edge. And Folkes whipped off the bails with great speed. And Surrey have 2 wickets in 7 balls.
What a fantastic piece of glove work from Folkes. It all looked pretty innocuous. The speed at which he took the bails, actually, I thought he was appealing for a caught behind. You almost missed the actual act of the stumping. As you say, Yas, I don't think that's turned a great deal. Tough to see where that back foot is on that angle. Folkes is
adamant. He was adamant. He knew as soon as the bails are off, Martindale's in trouble.
Lomraw himself couldn't quite believe it, that's how he managed to get a wicket. He just starts laughing.
I think Lomraw was still appealing for the caught behind, but as that replay shows, ball was a long way away from the bat.
Well, the foot wasn't in the air, so he must have just dragged himself out a little bit.
It's a very decisive decision from the square leg umpire. As soon as Folkes took the bails off and appealed, the finger was up. And yeah, that door is ajar for Surrey. 2 wickets in quick succession. Let's have a look at the quiz again. So, this is tough, isn't it?
So what have we given? What have we gotten so far? So we know who's Zahir's at the top. We know, and what have we said? We said Pope, Amla, and what? Ramprakash.
Ramprakash. We're going to go for Samo. Any guesses, or do you know the answers? That's the issue.
I compiled the list.
Okay.
Of course you did.
Did you want any clues? Or anything?
Yes.
I mean, there's a very big clue in one of those lines of numbers, which should give you the answer if you read it all carefully.
Hutton, 364.
Yeah. Was that the clue you were referring to?
Yes.
Thank you. That was a good
They're
clue.
all great players.
So we've got Ollie Pope at the bottom.
So
above that,
Hashim
Hashim
Amla.
Amla.
Yeah.
Above him, Mark Ramprakash.
Yeah. So the ones above that didn't play for Surrey. Obviously, I mean, you should see that from the number of matches. They all played. They all played Test cricket at the Oval, as well as maybe a couple of championship games or first-class tour games against Surrey at the Oval.
Right, another left-hander in, Liam Patterson-White, who top scored for Notts in the first innings. Beats him on the outside edge again and keeps his back foot behind the line. Almost exact replica of the previous delivery.
Yes, these new batters playing for turn that isn't there. That's better from Patterson-White.
Been told that there's a twin on that list as well. Or brothers rather. Oh, bit of turn this time. Lomraw suddenly to the left-hander. That's not supposed to be the matchup, but he is really challenging Liam Patterson-White early on.
One of them is a twin.
One of them is a twin.
But not a twin of anyone else on the list, obviously.
Okay.
The family wasn't that high achieving.
Our family is pretty high achieving, yeah. Quite a famous pair of twins.
Left alone. Wicket maiden for Surrey, whose fortunes have changed somewhat over the last couple of overs. 2 wickets in 2 overs. First Fisher, then Lomraw with his first wicket for the club. Can they sneak through another one with 4 minutes remaining to the lunch break?
It's amazing, isn't it, how much... Because as you said, the wicket for Martindale, the ball didn't spin. Beaten on the outside edge by a left-arm spinner. He's clearly playing for turn that's not there. It's fascinating, isn't it, just how much that rough, that isn't actually doing anything, but just because it's there outside the left-handers off stump, but how much it plays in their minds more so than it would for those right-handers who were just happy to pad up or watch the ball miss that leg stump. So just I know you said it's not the right matchup, in theory, the left armour to left armour, but just by virtue of having that rough outside your off stump than leg stump,
Yeah.
it just gets in your head a little bit more.
So our directors are giving us clues.
So what do we got? The clues we've been given are, one of them is a twin brother.
And an Australian cap. So
And
that's got to be Steve Waugh.
yeah.
It's not Steve Waugh.
It's not Steve
the
Waugh.
other one.
Okay, Mark Waugh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so, okay, right. Yeah. But there's also a separate Australian captain
Yeah.
too.
One of
So that-
him played one of the most famous innings of all time here.
I need a times.
I was
band
going to
in
say I
front
need
of
the
me.
timelines to put these all together.
Oh, huge appeal for LBW. And there's another one that Fisher's not going to get. And he can't believe it.
It looked leg side to me.
Surrey fielders entirely unmoved in the 10 seconds after the delivery. And Matt Fisher very, very slowly
Yeah.
walks back to his mark.
You can see the umpire just motioning that he thinks that's just jagged and gone and missed the leg stump, or would have been missing the leg stump. Oh, I tell you what, that looks closer than the one a few overs ago that we said was missing leg.
Well, the difference between this appeal and the other one was this one started a little bit more leg side but wasn't an in-swinger, so it kind of just held its line, whereas the other one really hooped in towards the right-hander. So I think this one was definitely a better shout. Oh, bowled him! It doesn't matter because Varena's gone. And in consecutive overs, Fisher has removed both set batters. Surrey have 3 wickets in 3 overs and they are back in this game.
Oh my word. What a delivery from Matt Fisher. Movement off the pitch. Varena's fallen over. Squared up, beaten all ends up. Starts on almost the middle and leg line. And moves and quite literally clips the top of off stump. You cannot draw it up any better than that.
It's reminiscent of the famous Anderson delivery to Brendan McCullum, where the right arm swing bowler draws the batter forward and they're actually trying to hit the ball through mid-wicket, but in the end their off stump goes. That wicket actually brings about the lunch interval, and Surrey will have a spring in their step. 3 wickets in the final 13 deliveries of the session, of what was threatening to be a very frustrating one for the home side. They struck early. Jack Haynes trapped LBW by Dan Worrell at the very, very start of the day. But after that, Clark and Varena bedded in. But in the end, both fell short of reaching a milestone. Clark departed for an excellently made 95, Varena 46, both bowled by Matt Fisher. Clark falling to a delivery that kept just a tad low, shooting under his blade. And in between those wickets, Lomraw claimed his first wicket for the club. Brilliant piece of wicket keeping by Ben Folkes to whip the bails off so quickly. Nathan, a very entertaining session.
Very entertaining. Entertaining's start and end, shall we say, with all the wickets falling, but quite entertaining watching Messrs Clark and Varena go about their business as well. And crucially, from a Surrey point of view, those two have now been dismissed. So the 2 set batters, or the 2 batters that were doing damage, are gone before lunch.
Cool. So that's the game state at the moment. Notts lead by 280. Let's get some answers to the quiz that we've been going through over the last 40 minutes. So here are the names. So Ollie Pope, Hashim Amla, Mark Ramakash, Mark Waugh. We kind of got Len Hutton. So Alan Border is the Australian captain. Javid, me and Dad, Bruce Mitchell, Don Bradman, probably should have guessed that. And then the man at the top of the list with the highest batting average in first-class cricket here at the Oval, Zahir Abbas. He is the man who is going to be the star of the lunch break on the Surrey live stream. He's going to be interviewed by Daniel Norcross. Should be a fascinating 40 or so minutes.
So there's a little bit of a teaser, that, wasn't it? You see that name at the very top of that list. And we're showing you that graphic for a very good reason, because the man who is, in my view, incorrectly dubbed the Asian Bradman, you can see, is ahead of who I prefer to call the Australian Zahir. Don Bradman. 139, though, still not too shabby, is it? And Surrey's own Ollie Pope down there, 69.11. Surrey are going to need him when eventually they come to bat, although I say eventually, it felt like it was going to be sometime after tea, but now with just 3 wickets to fall, Patterson White at the crease, Ollie Stone, Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington, and a new ball around the corner, this game has suddenly moved on at quite a pace, so I think we can expect to see Surrey batting before tea now, but it's lunchtime. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that we have as our guest an absolute megastar of the game. A man who in the 1960s, late 60s, 70s and 80s tore up cricket around the world in Australia, in Pakistan and very notably in England. A scorer of 34,843 first-class runs, which is in itself barely imaginable. And with that, 108 first-class hundreds, the only Asian man to score 100 hundreds. And he did so both for Pakistan, for the rest of the world, in World Series cricket, and here in England for Gloucestershire, his beloved Gloucestershire. It is, I'm delighted to say, Zahir Abbas. Welcome to the Surrey Live stream.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed coming to this ground.
Well,
it's a beautiful ground, and I love to play always. But one of those things, I was playing for Gloucester, and whenever I used to come here, that used to be my hunting ground.
Yes, well, it does rather look like it. I think if you average 162 anywhere, you're going to be pretty happy, aren't you?
Very happy.
Now, the reason why, I mean, it's lovely to have you on anyway, but you've got an autobiography that's out at the moment called A to Z. We should have a copy of it somewhere in the box, but we'll show it to the camera shortly. And it's a marvellous, it's quite a slim volume, but it goes along at a great pace, a little bit like your batting, if you don't mind me saying so. And you wrote it alongside Matt Thacker, whom we know in these parts. And it's a wonderful testimony to your life and your career. And I hope in the next half an hour or so, if we can get a little flavour of what's in the book. We're not going to give all teasers because we want people to buy the book, of course, so we're not going to give everything away.
Okay.
But I've been chewing it on my way in and out of work. And it's a chronological study of your life. And so let's begin with that, because what comes across very strongly is your absolute love of cricket from such an early age. I mean, it seems that, can you almost even remember a time when cricket wasn't the most important thing in your life?
No, cricket was very, very important for me all the time. Because my father, he used to go to National Stadium, where the Karachi cricket ground is, where we play test cricket. And when he used to go, I could see the excitement which he has. And
So
he was, and
who would have been those players then that he'd be watching? Because we're talking about the early 1950s here now, are we?
No, 60s, you
Yeah.
can say, when my father was on his job, and all the office friends, they used to go with him. But I tell you, the amount of happiness I used to see on his face was really great. And I thought, well, if my father liking cricket that much, why not I play also? So that was for me, in a way, that, oh, my father, and why not me? Let's go and enjoy cricket. So I went to the National Stadium, and I asked somebody to bowl at me. He bowled at me, and I hit few strokes, and somebody came to me, press paper, on TV. Can we have your interview? I said, yes, but not now. I'm going somewhere. When I would come back. When I come back, he was not there.
How old had you been then?
I was very young. You can say I was 17 or 18, something like that.
But your love of cricket had started well before then, hadn't it? I mean, you'd been playing as a youngster, as almost a 7, 8, 9-year-old, and in the book there are these lovely little moments where you say, you know, your mum wanted you to study a bit more. So,
yes.
so you would find ways while she was having a nap of going off and playing cricket without her noticing.
I tell you one thing. I was selected for Pakistan to play against New Zealand. And I was the one for the last 2 seasons. I was the maximum scorer in first class cricket. But in first inning, in test match, I scored 27 and 19 and I was dropped. So easy.
That's harsh, isn't it?
Yes.
So quickly.
Yes. Yeah. And that was Hanif Mohammed's last test match.
So you did get to play with the great man.
Yes.
You got to play in the same Pakistan team.
Same Pakistan team. And Mr. Hanif, this is your last test match. I was shocked because he was my master. He used to tell me how to play this game. And I used to listen to him all the time. For me, he was bigger than cricket. Like as you talk about what you call Don Bradman.
All right, yeah.
You follow him.
Yep.
And I used to follow Hanif Mohammed. Because those days, we cannot see Don Bradman on TV.
Right.
Because those days TV wasn't in Pakistan. So Hanif Mohammed was my TV and everything. But I really, I learned a lot from Hanif Mohammed, great Hanif Mohammed.
Well, he would have been an idol for many in Pakistan, wouldn't he? Because he got that triple 100 in a test match. He got that 499
yes,
run out, wasn't he?
I don't know.
I think he was. Yeah, going for a 500.
You're
run.
right.
Yeah.
You're right. 499 to score. Too many.
But the way you batted, was that kind of based on, because you obviously had a massive hunger for runs. When you scored runs, you scored big runs, you scored double hundreds, big double hundreds. Was it, Hanif Mohammed's influence, do you think, that was driving you forward?
I used to tell myself, Zahir or Zed, if you are at the crease, people are watching you. Not just at the ground, but all over the world. To make a big name, you have to be at the crease. What will you do when you go to dressing room? Nobody will bother you. So I thought, well, this is right, Zed. This is right. So I have to be at the crease for long. So I'm the only one, that's why people say you score 100 hundreds. I'm the only Asian. But if you see a list of 100 hundreds in England, it's too many.
Well, there are so few people that aren't English because, of course, to play enough games to get to 100 hundreds, and of course you devoted a lot of your cricketing career to being in England. But before we get to that, so such a feature of your game is the 100 hundreds and the accumulation of loads of runs. But I was taken by...
I was talking to Jeffrey Bycott.
Oh, yeah, another man who did that.
A few days ago. And we were talking to each other. Zed, you scored 100 hundreds. I said, yes. He said, I also score 100 hundreds. I said, yes. I said, but you score 100 hundreds by scoring 100 runs. But me, I scored 200 runs by scoring my 100.
Well, we were talking earlier today. You hold the record for the most number of times getting a double 100 and 100 in the same match, yes?
8 times.
8?
8 times I was not out. 4 matches, 4 matches,
Yep.
and 8 times I was not out. 200, 100, 100, 200, 200, 100, and all the time not out. So
You must have had to score that quite quickly, though, because in 3-day cricket, you can't have been a slouch when you were out there. You had to go at quite a good pace.
yes, I was not a very slow batsman. I used to hit the ball. You see, if you are at the crease, if you're not hitting the ball, how can the people enjoy? So give them enjoyment because they have spent the money to come to the ground. So let's enjoy. And let's enjoy, give them good batting. And when they used to clap on my good strokes, I used to love it. I
Yeah.
love it. And I used to love when the ball used to, when I used to hit, the ball used to go towards the boundary, but the voice of the bat was so nice. So nice. Honestly, I love it. I love it. Well, I cannot play cricket anymore now because I'm a too old man.
Oh, but
But
you could play over 70s. Do you miss it? Do you genuinely miss it?
I don't miss it, but I thought if I will be young, I would have been young, I would have been playing.
Yeah.
That's my dream, to play cricket all the time. But I tell you one thing. Cricket has changed so much, but I don't enjoy it.
Do you not? No. What? Tell me
I-
why.
2020,
Yeah.
the way you hit the balls all over the ground by hitting faulty shots, and it becomes a very good stroke. For the
Smaller
peop-
boundaries.
Smaller
So
boundaries.
miss hits go for 6.
6. That's what I don't like. That's what I was talking to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, although it's a cricket, we call it cricket, it's good for the spectators, but for you, you tell me yourself, do you like this cricket? He said, no. I said, me no. Me no also. So we have changed quite few words about cricket, and we really enjoy it with each other.
Well, you must have played against each other loads of times because, of course, you'd have played for Gloucestershire and for
That's right.
Pakistan against England. So you must have come up against each other many times.
Oh yes, we played each other so many times. One match, I don't know whether it was Gillett Cup or Benson Hedges, he scored 100. So the main thing is man of the match. Who will be the man of the match?
And was that important? Did that?
Very
Yeah,
important, you know. And Jeffrey thought, well, he will get it because he scored 100. I went to bed. Jeffrey came to me, Zed, I'm going in the covers. Pass the ball from here. I said, Jeffrey, that's no problem. How many times you want me to hit boundary from your side? So you know these kind of things which makes cricket very interesting.
But yeah, I mean, you played a lot of one-day cricket, not 2020 cricket, of course, but you're playing 55, 40 and 60 over cricket for Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were concerned then that it might detract from Test cricket. But actually, I guess because it was that longer form, the game still had a chance to breathe, didn't it? I mean, you were in successful Gloucestershire side that won in 1973. You won a final. And that would have meant a lot at the time, wouldn't it? In front of a packed crowd at Lord's. You know, and especially for the fans of Gloucestershire who are not necessarily used to winning too many trophies until, you know, you and Proctor.
Yeah. Yes, you see, the thing is, when you play 40 overs game on Sunday, then you play one-day cricket, and then county cricket. Used to be 22 matches. Something like that.
Yeah.
Is it? Or
Yeah.
more?
So yeah, I think it was by the 70s. It was about 22, and then
22,
you
yeah.
had 16 40-over games,
Yeah.
and then you had Benson Hedges Cup, which would be at least 3, and then knockouts, wouldn't it?
And Gillette
And then
Cup.
Gillette Cup. If you went the distance, you'd play another 4
So
or
a
5.
lot of cricket.
Yeah.
A lot of cricket.
I mean, you were playing 7 days a week at one point.
Yes, you're right. You're right. And sometimes at the table thing, when you have lead period also in this game, when I didn't score too many runs according to my standard, not scoring 100, I used to go to the shops to buy good luck charm. Good luck charm for myself.
Yeah.
Why I did that extra once?
What was your good luck charm?
I don't know. Whatever I used to like, I used to buy.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's a good principle.
So I was lucky in a way. And Ted Dexter used to say, he is the batsman who scored runs after 5 innings. Of 5th inning, he is scoring century. So it's a good record. I tell you what, to come into those great players like Ted Dexter, Vivian Ditcher, Jeffrey Boycott, and so many others, and to compete them, it was a really big thing for any batsman. Competing against the great batsman.
And that was your benchmark. So your benchmark was to be right at the very top. Because I imagine a lot of people, when they'd first come over to county cricket, would be just about trying to, stay in the team.
Yeah.
Whereas you clearly, even from when you were a youngster, were a student of the game. You were thinking about these great players. And you wanted to be in that bracket, didn't you? You wanted to be at the top.
Of course. You see, I tell you one of the stories. Gary Packer I received a call. I was playing against Hampshire. That was which game? Gillette Cup or Benson Hedges? I scored as 100, and I went back to the dressing room. As soon as I entered in the dressing room, somebody told me from the office, there's a call, Mr. Zahirabaz, for you. I said, I've just come. Who's that? I know. He said, no, sir, this is very important. He said, please come and talk to him. I went there. When I went to their office, he said, are you Mr. Zahirabaz? I said, yes. You can very well guess from my pronunciation. I'm Zahirabaz.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Said Zed, I'm Gary Packer. I wanted to meet you. I want you to play for me.
And this was in like 1977 when he started World Series cricket.
And he was staying at Dorchester Hotel.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I said, can I see you tomorrow sometime? I said, yes. I knew back of my hand that he wants to offer me to play for him.
Yeah.
I said, Jeffrey, I will come. Oh, Mr. Gary Packer, I will come. When I went there, there were about 18 or 20 lawyers with him.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes, yes. Gary Packer. Nice to meet you, sir. Zed, I want you to play for me. I didn't ask how much money.
No?
Because to play for him used to be a big thing because all the great players of the world were playing for him.
Well, I mean, it was the ultimate superstars, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the very best of the West Indies, very best of Australia, and then the rest of the world team. So
That's right. That's right.
So
So
it caused quite a stink, though. So did you just not hesitate? Did you say yes, I'm coming, or did
oh
you?
yes.
Yeah.
Why not? I was supposed to be calling. I'm among the great players of the world.
And that's what it meant. That's what being called up would have meant for you.
That's right.
But of course, it had a bit of a ramification, didn't it? Because then there was that bizarre situation where Pakistan were playing England, and we didn't know if the Packer players were going to play.
I tell you what the story of that one also. When I played for Kerry Packer and I was in Australia, I got a call, me and Imran Khan. Zed, we want you to play for us, so come back.
Oh, from
Leave Kerry-
Pakistan. The call came from Pakistan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pakistan Cricket Board called me.
Right.
I said, yes, definitely. We'll come. And Kerry told me, first of all, that whenever Pakistan Cricket Board will call you, I will release anybody. So they called. We went back to Pakistan. And said, I don't think so. Pakistan will allow us to go back to Australia again.
Oh, right.
I said, how? He allowed us to go and play. So what's the problem? Said, you will see there will be something will go against us. I said, we will see. We went there. President, who was the president at that time?
Is that after Bhutto or?
No, RB guy. He came.
Mm-hmm.
Said, why are you playing for Kerry Packer? I said, we're back. We're back here. Pakistan called us, so we're back here. Then he went to meet somebody else. Everybody. Mr. Umar Qureshi, he was one of the board man. He said, Zed, don't go back. I said, no, we cannot do that. That's our promise to him, that we will come back. So what's the problem? We're here to serve our nation. No. So we went back.
Right. And how did that go?
It's okay.
It's okay.
We decided,
Why do you think there was so much
against?
Yes, I mean, because we had the same thing in England, of course, where, when players like Dennis Amiss and Alan Knott, Derek Underwood and whatnot were involved in World Series cricket, of course, Tony Greig. And it seemed to split the nation, actually. I mean, there were some county cricketers, people like Bob Willis, of course, who did not approve of it. There were others who couldn't see what the problem was. I mean, it was a strange time in cricket, wasn't it? When was this simply because, they didn't care for what Kerry Packer was doing, or was it because they were feared for international cricket? What was the issue, do you think?
I tell you what. For me, if somebody asks, you wait for money. I said, no. I went as a player to play against the great players of the world. So that was the thing for me in my mind.
Well, you had done that as well, hadn't you, in 1971 when you played the rest of the world side, and you got Pollock and Sobers and Kanai, who I know is an idol of yours.
Mm-hmm.
So for you, it was really about the status, about the importance, about the greatness of the players around you, yeah, that you were in that same conversation.
That is the hype I used to get. if no, you tell me one thing. If somebody will call you, you are very good on TV.
Well, yes. Not sure they'll do that, but let's imagine. Let's imagine they do.
So, I mean, you work hard for it. You will
Hmm?
work hard because public is talking about you.
Yeah. And that was what mattered to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why not? If people like you so much, give them something so they can be happy. In Pakistan, I tell you, or sorry to say, these days Pakistan team, when we see, it has become like West Indies team.
I was going to ask you that because they've just come off the back of a pretty poor performance.
Very poor.
And I mean,
Don't tell anybody.
no, we'll keep that to ourselves. Of course we will. But I mean, does it sadden you because you played in a team with Imran and Sarfraz and Majid and Sadiq Mohammed and I mean a list of players, and then you go forward into the 90s and other great names like Waka Yunus, of course, from Surrey here, and Wasim Akram and Shoaib Akhtar. I mean, it must be. Can you put your finger on what's gone wrong?
I cannot tell.
I mean, it just
I
seems so
cannot
sudden,
really
doesn't it?
tell. I
Yeah.
cannot really tell. I'm alive. That's the main thing for me at
Yep.
the moment.
Well, did you go to the Test match at Leeds?
I
Yeah.
I
Will,
go.
will you go at Lord's next week?
Yes. I will be ringing the bell for you.
Oh, really? Brilliant. Oh, well, I'll be there. I'll be there at the other end doing the radio.
I will be ringing the bell.
Now, look, I've been asked a question from an audience member.
Nowadays, I go for my wife.
Oh, yes.
I love my wife.
Yep.
That's why I go. She's sitting behind.
Does she love cricket?
She loves all the game.
Oh, brilliant.
And I tell you what, she's a great supporter of cricket. Great supporter of cricket.
How does she feel about Pakistan's team at the moment?
Bad.
Bad.
Bad. Because we all love cricket in Pakistan. We all love cricket. Like the way you people are playing first class match, a real professional way. Real professional way. But there is something is lacking, and which we have to do it. Do it good.
But they always say the darkest hour comes before the dawn. So maybe this is, it's rock bottom and things can only get better.
Better
from
and
here.
better. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I hope so that, or otherwise I will.
Yeah, well, let's even not contemplate how much worse it could get. So look, I've got to ask you this question. I mean, 'cause we're running out of time, I realise. We've been chatting away for half an hour.
Oh.
And they're going to be out here soon. So I've got to get through a couple of quick ones for you. Question here is, how did you play Derek Underwood on a sticky wicket? Because he said he dreaded you. He dreaded bowling to you, Derek Underwood. So what was your secret? Because Underwood was, of course, an amazing bowler on
He was a
uncovered pitches.
very good bowler. You see the thing is, when you inform anybody, you can hit.
Makes no difference to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you inform.
Dennis Lilly,
Then
Michael
it's
Holding.
anybody.
Doesn't matter.
Anybody. I still remember I was playing World Cup match against West Indies. I scored 90 some runs or 80 some runs. I was out. But the way I played, and I can see the West Indian fielders running around. When I was hitting the ball, that was giving me the pleasure
Of course. Because everyone else struggled so hard against them.
against them.
So if you get runs against those guys, then people know your name. They know.
Exactly. Otherwise, what's the point of playing cricket?
Yeah.
International cricket.
Well, I mean, you see, you're asking the wrong man. Because I've got to ask you about the Oval here, because we touched on it at the beginning, and that average of 163. Do you remember your innings? I mean, so here, I think you got a 240, didn't you?
Yes.
Playing in a Test match.
Yeah, 74.
So if you close your eyes, do you go back into that space? Can you remember it?
I can remember it because if you don't remember it, What's the point? What was the
What's the
point?
point?
What was the point?
Yeah, but you've got so many runs that you've scored, so many hundreds that you've scored. How does your brain have the space to remember it all? I mean, there must be some that shine out.
I tell you one thing. Although I love cricket, I should remember a few shots. But my wife always said me to be active.
Right.
Go to see the matches. I don't go and see the matches because my back is hurting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the problem which I get. But
It's because you batted too long, I would say.
you're right.
You've got to have a
You're
bit more
right.
cheaply. My back's fine. And I only ever scored 200s in my life. I got 108 of them. I might have a bad back.
No, I tell you one thing. That's the story behind, and that is, I had COVID 4 times.
Oh, wow. That's
4 times.
unnecessarily
And I was
frequent.
lucky to survive.
You had it bad, did you? Yeah.
Very bad.
Oh,
4
sorry.
times. If you have COVID, it's very difficult to survive.
Yeah.
But I'm a lucky man. God has been very kind to me. Very kind to me. Yeah. But I tell you what, cricket has given me a lot of pleasure. Lot of pleasure. And how can I say about cricket? Cricket, you are the greatest. You are the greatest. I love you. And I will always love you till I am alive. Nothing like cricket. And love cricket.
Well, we loved watching you. I remember watching you in the 70s a lot. And when you were playing for Pakistan, I feared you. And I thought, oh, we're never going to get him out. And then when you were playing for Gloucestershire, it's slightly different because it was always great fun. And I always felt that, the county championship and actually, the one-day games that went with that, I didn't realise at the time that it was sort of the IPL of its day, in the sense that every team had incredible stars, I mean, you and Mike Proctor, unbelievable. At Surrey, we had Sylvester Clarke, Intikab Alamo, I know you knew well. Barry Richards, Andy Roberts, all these players were here. And so it was almost like it was star-studded, and you knew the names of everybody. And as if you were a kid like me who was obsessed with cricket, I'd watch every Sunday. I'd watch every time there was a Benson Hedges Cup game or a Gillette Cup game. And so Gloucestershire was shown a lot from memory because you were such a good side, I guess. And so we used to see you, and you were part of the fabric of society then, because there were only 2 channels sometimes operating, 3, 2.5 really, because one of them closed down halfway through the day, So you had become household names. I mean, did you notice that when you were here in England during your time with Gloucestershire, that people would, they'd recognise you, they'd know, oh my God, that's Zahir Abbas.
Why? Because I was good.
Yes, well, because you were
While I
batting for
was
so
batting.
long. Yeah.
They have to, because, say, I was there the other day, Cheltenham. That you have given us a lot of pleasure.
Beautiful. And you're at Coast of Cheltenham, obviously, where they play their festival, yeah.
I was so happy to hear. So happy to hear.
Where's your favourite ground in the world? If you could bat for eternity on one ground, where would it be?
I'll tell you what, I like English grounds more than any.
Why is that?
If I will tell you the story also. When I retired, I went to Scotland to play some old players. And Javed Barki.
Yeah, I remember the name.
Javed Barki was a manager.
Yeah.
He took my wife to the field. He said, come, Sam, I will take you there. They went, both of them, they went. And when he saw the wicket, the grassy wicket, he said, your husband will score 100 tomorrow. She said, why are you telling that? How come that they will? He said, whenever the grass is on the pitch, he will score runs. And he loved
Interesting.
those wickets.
So because that's quite unusual, though, isn't it?
Yes.
Because usually we find that people,
Mm.
especially from subcontinent, when they first come to England, that actually, transitioning
Difficult,
to these
yeah.
wickets is tricky. But you got 100 on your
I
debut in
love
England.
it, love it, love it. I love it.
Why? What is it about it? Your technique was right for it? do you
Technique,
think? Yeah.
or I used to be a stroke maker, not a stopper.
Right. And so the ball's coming on.
Coming on to
Yeah.
you and you're hitting from there. Then people say, well, very good, very good.
So,
very
so
good.
your favourite ground would probably be a Scottish ground, like the Grange, where it's really grassy and really green.
My favorite ground, if you ask me, is Edgbaston.
Edgbaston, okay, where Rowan Kanai would have played and Alvin Kalitcharan
Yes, because I scored 274 there
against England.
against England. And then Oval, I scored 240 here. Imagine my second test match, that was against England.
Who had won the Ashes? They'd won the Ashes in Australia, hadn't they, that team?
And I scored 274.
And was that the thing that catapulted you think? Because at that moment, I mean, your name would have rung out across world cricket, wouldn't it?
Yes. I tell you, if you have time, or no? No
We
time.
have time. No, we have time. We'll get this, and then we'll bring in whoever it is who's got to replace us.
Feeders are coming in.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. The camera might come off us and onto there, but you tell me this, because we don't have you on here every day of the week.
Who was the... when I was batting 158 first day
Yep.
against England at Boston, Gloucester secretary came. He said, I wanted to meet Zahir, Zed. I want him to play for my county. So he talked to me. Zed, I said, I'm still betting.
yeah. Let me finish the innings. Right.
So when I scored 274, then I signed for Gloucestershire.
Or was it literally straight after?
Yeah, straight after.
Wow.
Good time for me. Good time.
Right.
Those were the days.
Well, you gave us all an enormous amount of pleasure.
Thank you very much.
I thoroughly
Always
enjoyed watching
welcome.
you.
Always welcome.
We could have kept talking for hours yet, but just a reminder, from A to Z, your autobiography, you can buy that. You can buy that in the club shop, I'm imagining. You can buy it. You can come to the Lord's Test match, and you might bump into the great man there next week. It's been superb having you on. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
joining
very
us.
much
All
for
the
asking
best.
me to come and give interviews.
No, an absolute pleasure. As Matt Fisher resumes and gets an edge off the very first ball. He's on a hat-trick, Fisher. Extraordinary. Stone goes first ball. Fisher's taken his fourth. Goodness me. Suddenly, this game is absolutely going on apace. 258 for 8. Fisher with 2 in 2 either side of lunch. Yas Rana has come to replace Zahir Abbas. Not, I would say, a like-for-like replacement.
Not
but
quite, not quite.
Nonetheless, we're delighted to have you back. I suppose I've got to get out of the way. So I get to do the hat-trick ball. Thank you. That's very kind. Well, I never. Did you listen to that? Listen to Zahir.
Yes, I did.
There's a man who clearly has had confidence in his abilities, and it was not misplaced. This game's changed a bit.
A bit?
It's a bit.
It's 4 wickets in 14 balls, Dan.
Well, extraordinary. I thought that Nottinghamshire were cruising towards, being able to choose a time of their declaration. And you never know, they may still get to do that, because there's still Patterson White, Brett Hutton, Dylan Pennington, but suddenly those 4 wickets have gone down at 257, 258, 258, 258. It's 1 for 4. And the champions now have a lead of just 280 with 8 wickets down, with lots of time left in this game. And Matt Fisher is on a hat-trick, bowling to Brett Hutton. These two in the first innings, Patterson White and Brett Hutton, put on a sizable partnership for the 9th wicket to get Nottinghamshire up to what was still a meagre 184, but now they've
they've got a job they've got to do again. As Matt Fisher, at top of his mark, comes in. He's on a hat-trick into Brett Hutton. And, as ever, it is immaculately defended into the offside. I don't know how many times that's happened in cricket. I'm going to say somewhere around 150,000. Andrew Samson is alongside us. I'm going to get out of the way, having just dropped that bomb. But just to say, what a great privilege it was to get to talk to Zahir Abbas for 35 minutes. What a player. Over to you, Yas, and shortly to Phil.
And what a game that we have on our hands right now. Completely different complexion. 4 wickets in 15 deliveries. Nearly another. Fisher has been superb. Good afternoon, Phil Walker.
Yeah, what a game we have here. It's been a classic. We hoped that it would play out something along these lines. You always slightly fear for it because you never really know with 4-day cricket. But this is just deliciously poised, really. And the echoes of last year are uncanny. 315 Surrey were chasing last year in this fixture. They finished 20 shy. The lead is now 280, with the two who really rescued Notts in the first innings now together, both on naught. Lomroy, bless him, he's into the game. Would have been a big moment for him picking up that first wicket for Surrey after picking up a first baller himself yesterday. And a left armour to left armour as well. So always these little games within a game. So punched away. LPW off the mark.
Interesting to see how Lomroy goes against the right-handed Hutton when bowling to Clark and Verena. He just bowled from over the wicket, pitching the ball well outside leg stump, conceding quite a few wides in the process. But it looks like he's going to be on the attack to the number 10 Hutton. Thomas is under the lid at short leg, slip in place 2.
So punched hard into the covers, but Ollie Pope is out there. So just a single. This is the challenge now for Rory Burns to keep a lid on the run scoring and still threaten. He's asking his new spinner really to try and just block up an end here. Gets away with that one, a bit too full. 3 overs, 2 overs after this until the new ball. Now Matt Fisher has got the old one screaming from this end. He's gone high this time and he's comfortable that he's got enough of it. You can see by the body language, Liam Patterson-White, that's a statement shot. Just carrying on where he left off.
He rescued Notts in that first innings. They were 104 for 8. His 76 not out got them to 184. Not to overplay it, Phil, but this feels like not just a pivotal passage of play for this game, this season, but also where this Surrey side is at more generally. Just watching the start of that over, Rory Burns in long conversation with Dan Worrell and then Ben Folkes, and it feels like they're drawing on every bit of experience they have to get themselves back into this title race. 3 titles in a row. Lost it to Notts last year, and defeat here would see them looking down rather than up in the championship table, while a victory would catapult them right back into the title race once more. Fish is going to continue with that old ball that he's had so much joy with. Right on the money again. You'd imagine that when the new ball is available, Surrey will take it. There's a 4-day gap between fixtures, between the end of this one and the start of the next round. Surrey travel to Chelmsford. Notts to Edgbaston. Game's kicking off on August 27th. But from Surrey's point of view, I think they'll work Fisher and Worrell hard here. One final push to get themselves back into this game. Leave them a chaseable target.
Yeah, talking of that game coming up at Chelmsford, Essex are in the dirt down in Taunton. Somerset have dominated that game. Inserted as well, the home side. So a errant call really from Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper. Somerset racked up 469. Essex have lost 13 wickets in the game, having followed on and are still 164 behind. So barring something miraculous, that'll be a big and significant win for Somerset. That will shake things up again at the top. Real vintage year in the Champo. That's why we love it.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Yas, all yours.
I was just going to say, I can't remember a season this open where the top 8, you'd say, at this stage of the season with 5 rounds to play off this one, they're all in with a shot. Only Hampshire and Leicestershire, you'd say, are too far back.
So, we know full well what Matt Fish will be playing for here. He'll be eyeing up that surfboard on the right leg of Liam Patterson-White, and he'll be trying to blow it off. However, he tried that in the first innings, as did all of Surrey's swing bowlers, and Patterson-White was more than capable against it, punching through mid-wicket and mid-on a few times. This time through the covers. Be hauled in just about, but pick up another useful couple. Adam Thomas so quick across the ground.
Patterson-White was so good in that first innings, particularly on the front foot. Anything full, very quick on it. Some glorious straight drives. I wonder if Surrey will come out second time round with a clear plan. Up until this round, it's been a pretty quiet season with the bat for Patterson-White.
You wouldn't have thought it.
No.
Yeah, inside edge onto the boot. Could have gone anywhere. So 79 gone. One more from Lumraw, you assume. 1 for 43 from 9 for the left arm spinner. Yeah, he's preparing to wheel away from the pavilion end. And then after that, the question for Rory Burns will be, does he go for the jugular? Take the new ball immediately? You assume so, yes?
I think you have to. As well as Fisher's bowled.
He'll just bowl just as well.
Exactly.
Whatever he's got in his hand.
And I think they just have to throw everything at this Nottinghamshire tail in the same way that Notts used Stone yesterday. There were times where you felt, is he really still going?
Yeah.
But Hamid sensed that that was their opportunity to get back into the game. And that could have been quite a narrow window if Surrey were able to build significant mid-order partnerships. That's a nice shot from Hutton.
Yeah. Notts have played Lumraw with a degree of comfort so far. He's done an okay job. Now, will Patterson-White, having clumped him for a maximum down the ground in the previous over, will he think there's 4 balls to go here before the inevitable new ball is called on? The field is set. This is a one-day field right here, or bowled. preempting the attacking shot. And Patterson White plays it nicely, actually. So it changes round now for Brett Hutton. The field is still pretty deep. 2 men catching, 4 now in the ring and 3 out. 5 out for Liam Patterson White. So just a couple to go.
How do you read the pitch at the moment, Phil?
Well, it's a good question. I was just wondering this, if Surrey would, or where one's money would be. You know, Notts may put on a good few yet, but say they're chasing just a few over 300. Lead is now 294. They're chasing something in the region of 325, as they were broadly this time last year. 315 was that target. I'd say it's 60-40 knots, but not much more than that. Ollie Stone bowled, well, superbly yesterday and got through, I think, how many overs, Maestro? Was it 18?
21, I think.
21. Okay, 21, because he bowled for the previous evening. But again, to rock up again without a massive amount of red ball cricket in the body of late, without any, will be a big ask for him to come in and bowl with as much energy and electricity as he did yesterday. So that'll be a question.
I think Matt Fisher is continuing with the old ball here. Rory Burns is rubbing a ball in a way you wouldn't with a brand new one.
Well, maybe they're thinking he's getting it to talk, but bring it on after 81 at the other end. We shall see. He's in the midst of a stunning spell. It's been a great game for fast bowlers, this. We've seen Worrell and Fisher and Pennington, who I thought was good yesterday, and obviously Stone, as we said, as we've mentioned, 4 very, very good county seamers. And this boy, as you know, Yas, I think he's a test match bowler. I really do. I'd say he gives you 1 or 2 to hit per spell, and he gets old balls and new moving.
I think that's the thing. His threat with the old ball, it frustrates me that in some data analysis that is shown on broadcast, lateral movement is almost talked about as something that exists evenly for all bowlers rather than something that bowlers themselves generate. And he's really got the old ball to talk today. And that is a skill thing. Not every bowler is able to do it. Worrell's another who's able to get the older ball to talk. Yeah, it's an interesting question. You'd say, and Nottinghamshire fans tuning in for the first time this season might find this statement surprising, but earlier in the season you'd say if a side was left chasing somewhere between 300 and 350 here on days 3 and 4, the chasing side would be favourites.
That bounce is just in front of Ben, folks. It's just off the pad, and that will run away for a couple. No bat on it. Yeah, he's really prized this game open as Matt Fisher. I was downstairs in the canteen, and the fabulous woman who looks after us through the summer with our lunches and our coffees and so on, she said, "Are we working tomorrow, Phil?" And I said, "I'm afraid we are." And then Matt Fisher got to work, and now it's not quite so nailed on. I'm assuming we'll be back tomorrow morning for sure, but you never know. 69 and a bit overs to go in the day. And still, of course, these 2 wickets to fall as well. So Notts will have to go some, or even Surrey will have to go some to get it all done today. I'm sure we'll be back in the morning. And I fancy that this game is just going to go to the wire. Surrey know that they're Is it an exaggeration to say that their season here as title contenders hinges on what happens over the next 24 hours?
Not an exaggeration at all.
Look at that again.
The
What
carry,
a spell.
the
What a
carry
spell.
as well. No, it's no exaggeration at all. I'd even go beyond that. I think it's almost where they are as a side, more broadly. So much experience. I think depends massively on what happens over the next day or so. It's one thing losing out on the title last year, but it's another thing to not really be in contention at the business end of the season. And that would really sting, given how successful they've been over the last 4 or 5 years.
On the bounce. How good are his hands? It's been almost a showboating level masterclass, this game, from Ollie Pope in the field.
He reminds me actually of 2 Australian captains in the field, Ponting and Steve Smith, where you see what they do in the field and it kind of explains why they're so good at batting.
Yeah. It's a good shout on Ponting, that.
Ponting with direct hits. I always felt he was the best ring fielder on the prowl of them all. Brilliant direct hit from Ollie Pope early today. Off balance.
Here it is then. As we thought, the one over with the old one from Matt Fisher, and now Dan Worrell from the pavilion end, where we normally see him do his work from the Vauxhall end where we are. But he's a master, he can work on anything. So SSE Energy Solutions bringing you this change of bowler, of course. Game changer for businesses. Renewable energy and electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. SSE Energy Solutions. Thanks as ever for their support throughout the Red Bull summer. So here we go, one slip. There it is. Tidy little nick. Huge waft from Liam Patterson-White. And with the very first ball of this second new ball, Frank Worrell, Frankie himself, picks it up. 9 down.
Very, very important breakthrough. Liam Patterson-White was a thorn in Surrey's side in the first innings, 76 not out. Scored a pivotal half-century in the title decider here last year as well. But did all his work in the first innings against the old ball. And then first up against the new one. Big attempted slash through the offside. Doesn't really get towards the ball.
Now then. That, folks, if you don't know already, is the great Timothy Spall. Film star, TV star, all-round raconteur, South London's finest. Now, our producer, George, is putting down his list. He doesn't need to. Timothy Spall is, without question and without exaggeration, my all-time favourite actor. I first saw him in a show in the late 80s I used to go to my gran's and watch, called Auf Wiedersehen, Pet. And he played a Brummy brickie called Barry Taylor. In fact, before people write in, he wasn't a brickie, he was a spark. He was an electrician. And from there, I've always been in love with him. And his work over the years, well, it warms my heart to see him out there in the bleachers, just checking out a bit of Red Bull Championship cricket for you on a Saturday afternoon. Played Turner, of course, the great John Mallory Turner, arguably the greatest English painter of all time.
Churchill in King's Speech.
Yes, he did. Very good, yes. Yeah.
Wormtail in Harry Potter. Not really your thing, but...
Not really my thing. More Mike Leigh films, really, of which he's appeared in many. Secrets and Lies, of course. One of the great films. Plays Morris, the photographer. Yeah. What a joy to have him in. What a week we have had here, by the way. Zahir Abbas in the building and Timothy Spall. What an opening pair those two would make.
Then John Major in at 3 at tea.
And John Major at first drop. Gucci can't even get in the top 3. He was in yesterday, of
Oh,
course.
he was on amazing form yesterday. It was the sort of thing, if that's clipped up on Sky and goes out as one of their podcasts, that is doing enormous numbers. Him on Brook was fascinating.
1 wicket to fall here. And you fancy it might come quickly with 10 and Jack in now. Pennington can hold a bat, by the way. And Hutton played well in the first innings. What a game we have ahead of us.
Yeah, it feels good. It's been a long time, not since this fixture last year, that we've had a proper thriller.
Yeah, a real topsy-turvy kind of game where both teams pulling essentially against one another, evenly matched.
Surrey have been on the wrong side of some extraordinary games of cricket in the last couple of years. Think back to the game here in 2025, but also the game down at Taunton at the back end of the 2024 series. It's a long way to go, but I've got a feeling that we're in for another thriller here. I think the key thing in the Surrey run chase will be getting overs and overs into the legs of the three-pronged seam attack. Slightly different balance in the Notts attack compared to the Surrey one, in that with Lyndon James out injured, they have 3 frontline seamers, Stone, Pennington and Hutton. Surrey have 4, so that just means that each individual bowler has more work to do. Ben Martindale was used a little bit. His medium pace is similar to that of Adam Thomas's for Surrey.
Rise the bounce nicely, picks up a single, he's off the mark.
And in that first innings, Surrey got to 84 for 2 pretty much after 30 overs. And Stone was bowling towards the end of the first session. And you felt that if Surrey were able to get through that Stone spell, that would have been quite a significant marker. And within that wicket of Dom Sibley so early, he is the greatest blunter of good new ball bowling in the country. And for Stone to nick him off second ball was so important.
So, both new ball bowlers on 4 for. Both deserve a 5th. I'd say especially so Matt Fisher, though, for the way he's just prized this game open this afternoon. Bowled brilliantly, of course, in this fixture last year, and it got slightly buried in the overall result, and of course how Josh Tongue went. But I think he took 11 for in the game last year.
Yeah, he took 11, and you've been a vocal advocate for Fisher to get higher honours.
I mean, I'm a bore on that subject, frankly.
But I think the one thing missing for him is
You agree,
spells.
by the way?
Well, I think the thing missing for him has been spells like this,
Yeah, with
where
the
he
old ball.
where he opens games up
Yeah.
when it's a bit flat. I think sometimes he's guilty of maybe bowling half a yard too short, where it's a little bit pretty and not quite challenging the stumps, but he's been absolutely brilliant today. And you're right, he barely gives anything away. And I think he's become a more skillful bowler over the last year and a half. He's had to battle injury after injury over his career, which has meant that he's never really been a consistent... He's never had a consistent presence on the park, which has obviously affected his broader development. But he has kept himself fit since joining Surrey.
Yeah. And we've seen, with his work and Ollie Stone's today, we've seen that the post Broad and Anderson pace bowling stocks in English cricket. I mean, few will ever get to their level, of course, but there was that fear, wasn't there, that the cupboard would be quite bare after they went. And we've seen at Leeds this week the makings of a very strong, front 4. Complement each other well, and the backup seamers aren't too dusty either.
And also, there's been a clear difference in how England are selecting squads at the moment, even in that first squad for the Pakistan series, in that they are not afraid to go back to guys that have tried before and it might be at a higher level than they were when they last played for England. For too long, I think it was just the next player on the pathway spreadsheet.
This is all very well, but I keep turning around hoping to see John Surtees, one of our producers, emerge with Timothy Spall in the box. And then, frankly, Yas, you can do one. You heard Daniel, he's in the building? Oh, it's huge.
He looked like he was having such a good time.
I know,
we shouldn't spoil his day.
It would be wrong. It would be
We
wrong.
shouldn't spoil his day.
It's like when I asked Queen guitarist Brian May if he fancied a chat on day one of the 2005 Ashes Test match for a magazine I was working on, and he said, "Thank you, son, but no, I'm just enjoying the cricket with my friend." Oh, I have heard. Oh, excuse me. He's made him laugh, folks. He's drawn a smile. This is huge.
I'm not a body language expert.
He's leading away, isn't he?
John, he just wants to watch the cricket. Wait one moment, son. Oh, beautiful. Anyway, Fisher in. 1 wicket for his 5th. Not going to get it there. Runs.
Forget about the cricket.
Let's go back to...
Let's go back to Surtees. There we go.
He's not giving up. This is why we pay him at least minimum wage. Yas has gone.
He looks utterly baffled. Who are you, he's saying? Who are you?
He's going to show him his Mick Jagger number in his phone now. I've actually worked here for the best part of 20 years.
I'm not Timothy Spall.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Leads up to 300. That's what Search has just said.
He's going in for a selfie, folks. There we go. Look. Yeah. Oh, John, what a guy. I sensed something was happening. Oh,
that's
please.
so funny.
So, be still our beating hearts. 2 men out on the hook. Frankie Worrell, can he pick up his 5th? 4 for 24. Rock solid.
What could he possibly be saying?
He never worries about that.
You already said it.
Well, I've only just taken it, so he got it wrong the first time.
So, lead up to 300. Meanwhile, he's still cracking a smile out. He's the great man. He's off, and he's got a handshake.
He's still going. Still going. So
Look at the way he's striding off, folks. Oh, the little hop and a skip.
So
Look
for viewers
at that.
at home, that is John Surtees, who's head producer, who somehow finds himself in rooms with very famous people.
Yeah, he does.
He was telling me a story just during the lunch break, actually, about how he once had a photo of him with Sachin Tendulkar in the India dressing room during a Test match here, but it was MS Dhoni who took the photo.
Timothy Spall in the background. Yeah, only John could get away with that. Do you mind, MS? Just snapping away. Yeah. it's
Who
just
was
how-
that gentleman?
Yeah. Yeah, he's just speaking behind the hand now because he senses he might be on the stream. Brilliant stuff. Right, 9 down. This game is building to its crescendo here. The 4th innings is imminent. Just got to get rid of this final wicket. And then the business end kicks in. Where's your money, Yas?
Poor.
Assuming the wicket falls at some point in the next 5-10 minutes and the lead is 300, 305-ish, where is your money?
I don't know, but what I want to happen,
Solid.
because I just said it yesterday, not really thinking it would actually happen, but more what I wanted to see was, I said yesterday at the start of the Nottinghamshire innings that we could be in for an epic chase here. We've got enough time in the game. Conditions could allow it. It generally gets better and better to bat. It could happen. I think it's all about the first 30 overs. If Surrey can get through Stone and Pennington's first 2 spells. Also, there's so many overs remaining today. When we were kind of working out what might happen earlier on in the day, when it looked like Notts might leave something closer to 400, 420, they wouldn't have had loads of overs to bowl tonight. So Stone and Pennington and Hutton would kind of had 2 spells each, and then they come back again fresh tomorrow.
Beats him. That's it. That is the final wicket. So 10 wickets have now been taken, and we are ready for the final. Sorry, correction. Oh, Ben Folks has sold me a dummy there. I'm all Timothy Spalled out at the moment. I do apologise. He threw the ball up just cheekily, and so we roll on. Still 9 down.
I mean, the other thing to say is there's so many overs remaining today. So let's say Surrey have 60 or so overs out there. If they go at 3 runs and over, they're not going to be miles off the target at the end. They'll be 180, leaving 120-ish remaining.
He's looked in very good order all game as Brett Hutton. Maestro.
Yeah, I suspect we had this conversation at the same time last year, which is Surrey's highest total ever to beat Nottinghamshire, highest for 3 successful chases, 262 for 6, which was back in 1900 at Trent Bridge. So they'd be beating that if they were to achieve whatever target they set today.
Where's your money?
In my pocket, where it should be. It's, I don't know, it's going to be close, I reckon. I'm with the Yas on that.
What do you think, Phil?
I think Notts have the edge slightly, 60-40. I feel a few have kept low. The ball has swung all game. The atmospherics have suited swing bowling. It's quite cool out there now. There's been a few clouds around all day. I thought it might have actually settled down more today than it actually has. And okay, they're top class exponents of swing bowling. But it's kept going. It's kept offering enough. But only just. I think there is an element as well of the scoreboard pressure amplified by the league pressure as well. So if they were to haul in whatever target they're finally set here, then it would be one that you talk about for quite a long time, and it would really propel them into September, believing that they can really pull this off. That's what's at stake for Surrey, and it might inspire them, but it will be there in the air. Notts can afford to lose this game and still be in the scrap. Surrey can't really. So I think that slightly edges it towards the visitors. The weight of history as well.
I think these guys have so much to prove. Just looking around the field at the moment. Burns, Sibley, Clark, Folkes, Worrell, Pope. They've won so many championships between them. They're not going to want to be out of this title race with 5 rounds remaining.
Yeah, indeed. Surrey have 3 players, I think, on a pair in the top 6. Now, on the one hand, you can say, well, they're under a bit of pressure. On the other, they're all quality players and they're unlikely to fail twice.
And the bowler on each occasion, Ollie Stone.
Well, he is the key. As we said earlier, got through 21 overs, 21.3 overs in the first innings. He'll have to dig deep. Another absolute jaffer. He just keeps on running in hour after hour from the Vauxhall end and producing that boomerang, really. Lead 301. Worrell resumes, searching for his 5th. I thought he'd nicked one off towards the end of the previous, but still just 9 down. Daniel Norcross stepping in to take us through this next stage in this truly intriguing cricket match.
Herculean effort from Matt Fisher from the Vauxhall end. 11 overs on the bounce. Sure, there's a lunch break in there in the middle. But it is him who has opened this game up for Surrey. He looked down and out when Clark and Verena were settled. Good afternoon, Daniel.
Good afternoon, Yas. Well, what a tumultuous afternoon we've had. I mean, I wasn't expecting such a turnaround in fortunes. 1 minute we didn't have Timothy Spall, and the next minute we still don't. Surrey searching for this 10th wicket now. Worrell's figures 4 for 24 in 20 overs. He's got the new ball in his hand. Oh, a swish and a miss. It was taken 2.2 overs ago. So it's taken at the end of the 83rd over. I can't totally understand why, actually, because Matt Fisher was really getting it to boomerang. We've seen some terrific balls. I mean, I think who was it who was bowled just before lunch? It was absolute snorter.
That was Verena.
I mean, it was the ball before. There's a big shout for LBW, which looked tight. And then the very next ball, no chance for disappointment to creep in. Surrey are clinging on in this game, but they've got to get that 10th wicket. Oh, and again, I mean, unplayable.
Yeah, he's done well not to nick that.
He's got a fabulous chest guard, hasn't he? One of the bigger chest guards in the game. Let's take another look at this one. Starts in, that's pitched just outside off stump. Just outside off stump, and it's boomeranged away. Had he got an edge on it, could have flown to Pope at second slip. Could have been a tough one to take, actually. Charging down the wicket. That might not be a bad idea. He's not going to get 4 for it. Just pick up another couple as Laws does the tidying up.
Yeah, Surrey have left sweepers out on both sides of the ground since Payton walked out at number 11. And haven't really been able to add many runs to the total in that time.
No, well,
very,
3.
very slow progress.
There must be more than 3. It's 5 now, it's 5. Well, you can see there, Hutton 5 off 22, Pennington 2 off 20. And again, on that line, beats the outside edge. Now, we've seen this set up before as we get another chance to have a look at Brett Hutton's massive chest guard. I mean, that's gone off the pitch. That has gone flying off the pitch. You're not touching that. It's a little bit too short for the shot, one might also argue. But we saw the setup earlier today, didn't we? I wonder if this is going to be the nip backer or if he saves it for the last ball. I think that's what he was aiming for there. And over comes to an end. It's just the 2 from it. You can't see from that graphic there, but there were a couple of runs there. So ignore the score. It's 281 for 9. There was a
a slashed 2 off the second or third ball of that over.
Fisher's going to go again. 12th over on the bounce. I guess Surrey know they're not going to bowl on day 4.
Yeah. Well, it's just give us everything you've got here. Just finish this off now for us. You've got a new ball in hand. You've both taken 4 wickets. It's the race to 5.
2 men out on the leg side boundary.
I've got to say, Pennington's defence has looked quite good, though, hasn't it? Especially the forward defence.
Well, as we established on day 1, he's an above average number 11.
He very much is.
But not by as much as you might think.
No, but is he about 5 times as good as McHugh?
Yeah, most people are.
Good to see, by the way, this is a little aside, that Muhammad Ali has continued not to trouble the scorers. And I mean it this time, because he's got 0 not out. So that really is the least trouble you can give a scorer. That's nicely flicked away. That'll be 4. Straying onto the pads. I just wonder if a little bit of tiredness is creeping into Matt Fisher now. And I couldn't say as I blame him. This mammoth spell, but that one, he's just nudged it down the leg side. And all these runs now, very irksome. Having got themselves back in fairness, actually, he's
quite well played.
Taken that off middle and off, hasn't he? When you look at it, in the replay, I thought it was a bit more leg side than that initially, but
that's almost exactly where Fisher would have wanted to bowl the ball.
Yeah, if he misses it, there's a very loud appeal. Advancing now is Hutton. I think Hutton has decided in the last couple of overs to take a slightly more aggressive approach. Yas?
No, I think that is the way to go. They weren't really going anywhere. They were blunting Fisher and Worrell, but time's irrelevant at this stage of the game. The weather forecast is good for both the rest of today and tomorrow. We will get a result.
That's nicely hostile, that, but without a leg gully. Just has to fend it away for the single. I say, is this the most star-studded day in Surrey livestream history? Zahir Abbas, John Major to come, and John Surtees. Sorry, Timothy Spall.
But crucially, not the most star-studded day in county streaming history. That is, of course,
Derbyshire v Northants with Taylor Swift and
Lionel Messi. Yeah.
Lionel Messi. Yeah.
Great get.
Yeah. Now then, that's it spooned up, but it's going to land safely. Just get the feeling now that things are going to happen here. I just wonder if this might be Fisher's last over as well in this spell. 8 have come from this. I wouldn't be enormously surprised to see Jordan Clark at the pavilion end next over and Worrell brought back to his favoured Vauxhall end, perhaps. Yeah, runs coming from every ball in that over. 9 from it. 290 for 9. The lead creeping up now to 312.
Well, if that is the end of Matt Fisher's spell, what a spell it was not that long ago. Not so cruising.
Yeah.
It looked like they were going to put something above 400, 420 even. They were 257 for 4.
Yeah, that partnership was 110, wasn't it, for the 5th wicket, following on from the 70 for the 4th wicket. It had dominated the day's play after the early loss in the very first over of a wicket.
I'm
You're
off.
off, Yas. Well, it's going to be Worrell to continue. Oh. There might have been a temptation to switch ends. Nathan Johns is going to join us.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello, Nathan.
Yas didn't look too happy about being tapped on the shoulder there. No, I'm only joking.
Well, he has a resting, angry face, doesn't he? Yas?
He definitely wasn't happy with that from Mark. Thank you, Yas. Oh, you dropped your pen. There you go.
tell you, that is a very fine shot from Dylan Pennington, and number 11, working that around his front pad, all along the ground, out to deep mid-wicket. And that is painful for Dan Worrell. I mean, he's bowled 21.1 overs before that, conceded 26 runs. The number 11 has easy as you liked worked that off his pads for 4, and the new ball actually has yielded some runs. Must have been a difficult decision for Rory Burns to take, because the older ball was really moving for Matt Fisher.
Both ways as well.
Yeah, both ways, exactly. Oh, goes after that again. How many plays and misses off Dan Worrell have we had? That is a rhetorical question.
Well, you couldn't ask Samo that. Even he wouldn't be able to fish that one out.
Nope.
Oh, we'd need the Crick Viz data for that.
You probably would, yeah.
I'm not sure if they do it in such granularity for county matches. I don't know.
I think they do, actually.
Do
I think they do.
So there's somebody here.
Yes, there are.
somewhere.
There is somebody here doing it, yeah. I've actually seen them in operation at county games, so yeah. There is.
Are they in a dungeon?
Last time I saw them, they were sitting behind the official scorers.
Ah. Probably the best place for it. Has been deliciously guided away and not deliciously fielded by an absolutely exhausted Matt Fisher. You can forgive him for that. The bowler might not, but off the back of a marathon spell, he then had to make a lot of ground away to his right. He got there, but you can imagine the body is going, get down. Oh, it's a long way. Now gone above the lead, above the target that Surrey was set against Nottinghamshire last year. It was 315 last year. Target's going to be at least 321. This 10th wicket partnership has added 22 annoying runs for Surrey. Very good ones for Nottinghamshire, Nathan.
Absolutely. Poor old... So you just given me a very strange look. You've
I've just seen some grey hair.
Oh, yeah. I've had that since I was a teenager, I reckon.
Have you?
Yeah, it's always been like that. I'm not.
Never noticed it.
I don't think I'm aging rapidly before your eyes. Well, I probably am. But
well, it could be. Cricket can do that too.
Cricket can do that.
Yeah.
It's been quite a relaxing day, I have to say. Apart from the Timothy Spall escapade.
Yes, I mean, I don't think any of us are ever forgetting that in a hurry.
You were particularly because you and I
Yes.
were talking about this off air. We were then at John Surtees, who
That's
found
right.
Timothy Spall, walked past us on his mission to find him.
Yes, well, you didn't know who he was.
Well, no, well, eventually I did, but you were disappointed that my frame of reference for him was Peter Pettigrew and Harry Potter rather than alternatives.
Well, I did say Harry Potter, and you said, who is he in Harry
Well,
Potter?
you didn't know the character name. You just said the man who turns into the rat.
Yeah.
In which case, I put the dots together. But you mentioned other films, and you seemed a bit perturbed that I hadn't seen them.
Well, I did think a biopic of J.M.W. Turner might feature higher than a side character in a children's film. But, you know. Oh, I say now, Fisher is staying in the attack here, and he's very nearly induced a caught and bowled. A little chip back and to his right by Brett Hutton.
Yeah, I think you got to keep him going.
Well, you say that if he can keep going. But I guess, look, they need one wicket. So
They need one wicket, and the amount of bad luck he's had today, I don't think he's going to be looking to be taken out of the attack anytime soon.
he wants that Pfeiffer, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
As we know from Cam Steele, he's a ferocious trainer. He's Matt Fisher. But once again, Pennington is just playing shots away onto the leg side with exceptional ease. For a guy who's walked in at number 11, as the 300 comes up, on a pitch that has claimed 29 wickets for, well, around about 550 runs. He's looking so at ease.
Well, I think playing against a slightly fatigued Fisher is helping him. Like the ball is swinging early and out of the hand and
Yeah.
lethargically a little bit in this spell. He's seeing it early, whereas when he was swinging it late with a bit more zip on the ball earlier, he's watched that straight out from the hand, gentle.
Well, that's why I wonder if it might be the time to maybe take him off.
Well, especially because he's stretching now. That looked like some sort of hip flexor stretch. I
Well, he's
think.
bowling his 25th over in this innings. How many did he bowl in the first, please, Andrew? It wasn't an inconsequential number.
He
bowled 19.
19. So yeah, so it's his 44th over, which is quite a lot of overs to bowl in the space of 2 days and half a session, I would say. I do feel like I've been watching Matt Fisher bowl a lot since we got back here to the Oval. At the back of the box, by the way, I think Yas is just showing Sert his moment of fame. Would I be right?
I don't think I've ever heard giggling like
Yeah.
that at the back of a box.
I've-
Quite to that extent.
I've never seen Yas that happy, and that includes when Arsenal won the league. Oh, yeah. There we can see him. There's Yas. And if you're wondering about the tall, lanky one, that's Gomps. I'm slightly concerned that there's cameras that can go to the back of the box as well.
Yes.
Is it the same camera?
It is. It moved.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
it
moves?
just moved. You were too busy
Oh.
looking at me, but yeah, you can see it moving there. He's kind of waving at you, the camera.
Oh. Something moderately concerning about it. It's a bit R2D2, isn't it?
It actually, yeah, that's a good.
Yeah. Can we get the?
good comparison.
Can we get the
The camera on the
camera?
camera?
Camera on the camera. Yeah.
Don't think-
Did you know that's what I meant? Last ball of the over. It's been a slightly tighter over. It still conceded a couple of runs. The lead 322. Not still 9 down. This partnership just growing towards irritating proportions. Surrey will take it because at 257 for 4 they were out of the game. And that burst of 4 wickets for just the 1 run before lunch utterly changed the complexion of the match.
I can understand why Surrey feel the need to keep Fisher going. I mean, it has been these two that have, well, almost literally done all the damage, but there has been a significant drop-off in the threat level between Mrs. Worrell and Fisher and the rest.
Oh, say. Number of times he's been fished at.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a wide deliveries wafted at, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not a particularly good piece of cricket on either end. But even then, you can see the difference, just the energy on the ball from Worrell, bit of extra bounce, getting through his action. He just looks like he's got a little bit more in the tank than Fisher at the minute.
Yes, you feel a change is going to have to come shortly, or a wicket.
Shot.
That is sumptuous. All along the ground, all through extra cover from Pennington. I wouldn't say that was a long half volley. It was a really beautifully played shot.
No, he's driven that on the up, I think.
I think he has, you know.
On top of the bounce. Yeah, little bit of width, but just guy opened the face ever so slightly to get it past mid-off.
I mean, I'm not sure you could play that really better. I mean, there is a man sweeping, as you can see, running round. He didn't have masses of ground to make, but he didn't stand a chance. A slightly annoyed shorter ball from Worrell on that occasion. Only thing is, there's no one there to catch those fends.
Yeah, I was thinking that. They obviously have 2 men back, but that relies on these two taking on the short ball, which they haven't really. They've just been fending. But as you say, the problem is there's been no one there to deal with said fends.
Yeah. Yeah, short fend.
I like that.
Might do. I'm not quite sure why we call it short leg. I think short fend would be quite good.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the shot.
No,
It was
no.
a short fend.
I was thinking about the fielding position. Need to get someone into short fend.
That wasn't a short fend. It was another play and miss.
It was another luckless ball from Worrell. Yep. And another a lucky waft. Obviously the crowd, for the most part, wanting this wicket to fall, but also the match sort of needs it so that we move into that last stanza. At the moment, everybody's kind of not quite sure what you get when a 9th wicket goes down. They just want it done so that we can all focus on the final act, or indeed, as Collo would say, stanza of this game. He'll be playing cricket, of course, today. Why aren't you playing cricket?
Because I'm here.
It's a Saturday. Oh, and again, nowhere near it. But so, you haven't hung up your boots, surely?
No. Just we were discussing this outside. I was away for a few weeks, so when work comes along,
Yeah, you're going to take
you
it.
got to take it and get back into the rhythm of that. I'll play a few more times before the season is out, hopefully. As you know, with Colo, who you just mentioned, he'll organise games until...
He will. Well, I think he's organising a tour of the former Yugoslavia. You must be fascinated by
that's
the
for
idea of
early
playing in 7 countries in 7 days.
early
You won't
next-
get to see a great deal of any of them, but
No.
but it'd be quite an achievement. Again, good carry through to the keeper. So Worrell, as he's saying, still getting a bit of zip. Now then, will Fisher continue? Can you see him?
He's not marching towards the bowler's end, is Mr. Fisher. He's just slowly ambling off towards what looks like will be a fielding position deep on the leg side somewhere. So, no, it will not be Matt Fisher.
In that case, we're going to have a change of bowling. And our changes of bowler are, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solution. Climate change won't wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions. And with those words ringing in the ears of Tom Laws, can he take the wicket and at least make for something more approaching a sustainable target for Surrey? Elegant drive up to Rory Burns. I'm genuinely not startled by Dylan Pennington because I'm aware that he can hold a bat, but actually, Joe Clark's 95, whatever it was, notwithstanding, the 2 batters who've impressed me most from Notts in terms of the elegance of their stroke play in this match have been Liam Patterson-White in the first innings and Dylan Pennington, who is driving and defending and as if he's got so much time.
But are you impressed
Moves to 20.
by Dylan Pennington because he has been one of the better batters on display, or because the gap between your expectation and what you've seen is the largest with him?
Did you
compared to
study
any other batter?
psychology at university? or
No, I
something?
didn't. I figured a question like that
Well,
would
it
keep you
might-
talking for a few minutes.
It might be that. It might be that. I don't know. But I think objectively played some beautiful shots. Oh, that's got to be close. And is given. That's it. Hutton goes. And Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 306. The target for Surrey to revive their championship hopes, 329. They have got 56 overs remaining in the day and 96 overs tomorrow to get them. So that is 152 overs. So I think it's safe to say that we are going to get a result one way or the other. A positive result, that is. Obviously, a draw is a result. But Nottinghamshire will be favourites, defending that 328. But at the same time, it's a lot less than it might have been when the lead was 279 and only 4 wickets down. You see that one again, absolutely plumb. The change of bowling has worked. Tom Laws picking up the wicket, trapped bang in front. And, well, we've got ourselves, at the moment at any rate, a fascinating match situation. Surrey will back themselves to chase this, but it's going to be devilishly difficult for Nottinghamshire. If they can win, then that'll keep them riding high up near the top of the county championship table, vying with the likes of Somerset. For Surrey, if they can win this, and they'll be right back in the hunt in what is a congested table, Nathan Johns.
Very congested. I think Surrey have done very well to keep it. I know the frustrating 10th wicket partnership, but notwithstanding, but they've done well to keep it to this. I mean, that 20 minutes before lunch or so, when 3 or 4 wickets fell in very quick succession. Matthew Fisher was bowling brilliantly. He could have easily have had more. One Nick didn't quite carry. Another 2 or 3 went through the cordon or just landed short of the wicket keeper. So that little burst, and then obviously first ball after lunch as well, it was another dismissal. But yeah, I think you're right. I think you do give Nottinghamshire slight favourite status. You look at their bowling attack and go, right, well, who's going to perform that Matthew Fisher role of swinging that ball when it's 65, 70 overs old, and there is a partnership that develops. And you need to look at who bowled well for them in the first innings. Ollie Stone took 6 wickets. Pennington, who frustrated them with the bat.
But they do have only the 3 seamers.
Which
so,
is another dynamic that, works.
So what will Surrey's approach be? Because obviously with so much time, they might be tempted to try and put, just go quite attritionally and put Mars in the legs. On the other hand, they have seen wickets fall and fall in clusters. So do you think they need to adopt a slightly more proactive approach? We've seen scoring rates in this 3rd innings considerably higher than in the first 2 innings, where it was languishing below 3 and over. Now it's 3 and a third or so.
Well, you mentioned earlier how the new ball was leading to not quite a flurry, but it was leading to some run scoring from numbers 10 and 11. And it wasn't leading to that same volume of run scoring when Matthew Fisher was bowling with the older ball earlier on. So maybe there is a line of thought that the new ball, there is while challenging, there are opportunities to score there for Burns and Sibley when they come out in about 7 minutes time. So
Also,
I don't think they're going to be overly proactive, but I think they're certainly going to look to score. They're not just going to say, right, well, if we bat until the end of day 4, they'll win the game. Automatically, I think they'll look to score.
Well, there are plenty of overs left in the day. Surrey can make that start on that target of 329. There is the match situation, having conceded a first innings lead of 22. They're now bowled knots out for 306. Dan Worrell with 4 wickets. Matt Fisher, which doesn't tell you there on that card. Matt Fisher with 4. Laws with 1. Lomrell with his first for Surrey. And Clark top scoring with 95. Fisher taking 4 for 67 himself, but just kind of running out of energy in the tank after bowling 25 overs. Worrell 23 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 39. Jordan Clark 14 overs, none for 49. And Tom Laws, who's the leading wicket taker in the first innings with just 1 for 71 from 13.3. Dylan Pennington left high and dry, 80 runs short of a maiden first class 100 on 20 not out. And so we will resume in around about 6 minutes. Thoughts, Andrew?
Well, thoughts, I'd say Nottinghamshire are probably favourites at this stage, but Surrey's highest successful chase against Nottinghamshire was in 1900 when they got 262 for 6 at Trent Bridge.
Oh.
And if they were to make this, it would also be the second highest they've ever made to chase a target in a county championship match at the Oval. The highest chase at the Oval is 334 for 8 against Middlesex in 1987.
So what you're saying is Notts really are favourites, because we're talking history here.
History, yeah. Histories and suggest Notts are the favourites, yes.
We're going to take a look at the wickets to have fallen. As Matt Fisher's 4 wickets, and he bowled some absolute crackers in this spell. His first, an edge through to the keeper. Just a little tickle. I mean, a bit more than a little tickle, really, but a number of times he beat the bat. That was a beauty. Kept just a trifle low, knocking off stump out of the ground. And then that one's my favourite. Verena, he thought he had in the ball before, LBW. It's an absolute crackerjack ball, that. I don't know how you play that. And then finally, straight after lunch, edge to the very first ball. He was on a hat-trick at that point. Getting the ball to move, and move late. When he still had fire in the tank, that was the difference. He's just getting that ball to move away at the last minute. I think the ball to get rid of Verena is, well, one of my highlights of the season, really. Starting in on middle and leg. Verena, you can see, bat turns in his hand. He's expected the ball to come onto his pads and tuck it away. Instead, he sees his off stump out the ground.
Yeah, while on commentary, I was on with Yas for that wicket. He compared it to the infamous Jimmy Anderson ball to Brendan McCullum back at Lord. What was that 2006?
Well, I mean, it's the first thing that would come to most of our minds, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, a nod of the head from Yas. Look,
but I think what that Fisher package didn't show is how well he bowled and how many runs he actually conceded then to third.
Yep.
In the 3 or 4 overs preceding the Joe Clark dismissal. Because while Joe Clark did play him quite well with soft hands, there were 3 or 4 genuine edges that brought boundaries that, I say ruined his figures. Fisher still went at 2.68 and over, but it could have been a lot closer to 2 had that cordon been better staffed, or if a few of those edges went to hand.
Yep. He's been relatively luckless throughout his Surrey career, but he's starting to reap the rewards of his consistency. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Play will resume at 2:59. Yas Rana will be in the chair to start Surrey's second innings with that target. 329. It doesn't strangely feel like a mountain to climb on a 3rd and 4th day oval pitch, but history tells us that it'll be unusual. Very unusual if Surrey get over the line, but
What year did
Keep the faith, fans.
What year did he say was the record chase against Notts? I think he said it was 1900.
Yeah, it was 262. But you know,
So it's quite literally a century-old record is on the line.
history, schmistery. We'll be back.
Right then, welcome back, folks. Here we go. The business end of this game. Surrey need 3-2-9. It's a long haul. They're going to need a good start, a good middle and a good finish to get this done. Abort mission.
What's happened there? Rory Burns, he's not looking behind the bowler's arm. It's something I think something might have just flown into his grill. Slightly frustrating for the bowler. Now there's a few fingers being pointed up towards the pavilion, but nobody seems to be overly perturbed by that. So what have we got? We've got 2 slips in with the new ball, pretty regularly. Deep squares back already.
Runs immediately into the gap, just a single. Yeah, interesting that he has cover there. So 3 men out, 2 on the onside to the left-hander and a conventional deep third as well to Rory Burns.
Looks like they are going to reinforce that cordon with Sibley on strike now, right-hander. 3 slips gone in.
So Sibley on that rarest of things for a player in the form of his life. He's on a pair.
Yeah, caught behind in the first innings. Second baller, Dom Sibley.
Strangulated half appeal, bit too high. Not averse to getting hit in the midriff is Dom Sibley.
Yeah, he wore that one like a man who's seen that a few times.
Well, huge scoop from Cam Steele during the One Day Cup. I'll forgive you if you weren't listening or watching at the time, Nathan, but ready yourself for this. Dom Sibley told Cam Steele that he now wears 2 boxes. Ever heard of that?
Never heard of that.
No, me neither.
How does that work? Is that
Good
layers?
question, and it's not for us to inquire too deeply, I fancy, but there are 2 in there apparently, that's all.
But there's 2 possibilities, right? You can kind of go, it goes out or it goes up.
Indeed.
If you can see the visuals I'm making next to you here.
Yeah, I don't want to dwell too much on this. Playing a miss. Ooh la la, here we go. He only survived 2 in the first innings.
He's probably a bit unlucky not to get off the pair. The previous delivery missed out a little bit on a short and wide one. Hit it straight to point. That was a much better delivery.
And again, so testing opening over here. One to come from Brett Hutton, new ball specialist.
You're right, Samuel. You're just looking a bit exasperated, sat next to me here.
My mouse has disappeared. Well, not the case. I'm not.
Danger.
Is your laptop mouse, or have you got a little pet mouse with you?
The laptop mouse. I wouldn't be too worried if I had a pet one. It's not disturbing. It has happened before, but it's quite tricky to get it back. Anyway, don't worry about me.
This is inevitably when we're going to be at our most creative, when
Well,
we're inquiring about certain metrics and numbers.
I wanted to ask actually, Samuel. No, seriously, the quiz that we did before lunch. Did you prep it? Did you prepare it?
I did the numbers. For that,
Okay.
yeah.
Because if you hadn't, I would have asked you if Bruce Mitchell would have jumped out at you immediately for that second line.
Not specifically, but he did have a very famous game here, and he
Yeah.
got 2 centuries in the match, 120 and 189 not out in 1947.
Yeah. There we go. They look very much in love.
It's an interesting venue for a stag. Saturday afternoon at the cricket.
So, here's the game. Ollie Stone. Magnificent he was yesterday. Got through 21.3 overs in the first innings, the vast majority of which took place yesterday. Took 6 for. Bowled with pace. Got real lift and bite out of this track as well. Hardly anything to hit. And the question will be, how does he rock up today, really? Not got much red ball cricket in the body of late, for obvious reasons. Not been much of it to play. Beats him, well taken, because that's gone the other way. Carver-Rayner, well, first of all, what a jaffer, Nathan Johns, and secondly, what a snare as well, because he's had to go back on himself, spring back off that right foot.
Yeah, good cricket all round. I think Burns has actually done well not to hit that. I mean, Carver-Rayner was almost moving down the leg side. You can see he's moving on his right foot, jumping down leg. That looked like it was going to, at best, be at the hip of Rory Burns, if not strangling down that leg side, and it's just veered off, and dare I say, would have hit first slip in the face if not for Verena.
Wow.
He's done it again.
Yeah, now this is a classic, because it's coming in slightly on the arm, and then it's just zooming again away off against that natural angle. Play that.
Yeah, well, he's doing well to stay inside the line of that.
Yeah.
Is Rory Burns. All you can do is just look up with a wry smile at the bowler, but it's exactly what he did there on that replay.
Oh, lucky to get something on that, or rather fortunate to. And Ollie Stone was up, ready to appeal, ready to celebrate even. Upshot is a single down to deep third, and Burns happy to be down the other end. So Dom Sibley facing up against the bowler who removed him in the first innings from just his second delivery.
If minded to be a bit harsh about those two Jaffas from Ollie Stone, you'd say they're probably a little bit short. This time he went fuller, and he's quite unlucky that the edge flew along the ground to wide of the slip cord, and that could have easily gone anywhere, and especially when it's a leading edge off a shot through the mid-wicket region. It could have gone straight back to the bowler even. He's unlucky there.
So another play and a miss, and this one's kept a bit low, and we have seen this all day and much of yesterday as well from the Vauxhall end, from where we are sitting. The odd one outside that off stump scuttles along the floor. And then we saw, of course, Joe Clark, who batted so brilliantly, upended by a ball from Matt Fisher that did do a bit but also kept a bit low. And so this is what Surrey's right-handers batting from this end are going to have to contend with. A bit of up and down bounce as well as lateral movement.
Yeah, fuller delivery this time from Stone, and I think that helped Sibley a little bit. Didn't really have to move his feet to get contact on that. Yet to get off the mark, Sibley. This is a good start from the Nottinghamshire new bowlers. Stone unplayable at times in his first over. Burns back on strike to Hutton. Do we have any theories about why he only gets 2 slips to the left-handers and everyone else has been getting 3 for both left and right?
You tell me, Nathan.
Well, maybe for that. He's bowled, to be fair, Hutton's bowled 2 balls at Burns, and both have been worked off the hip to deep square. So is that either, that's good captaincy because he knows he's going to be swinging it into his hip and he's protecting him, or is that frustrating because that's an easy single for Burns? I think Hutton's more than happy to bowl at Sibley, to be honest with you, given what he was doing, moving the ball away from him in the last over. That third slip goes in now.
Yeah, easy leave this time out. But Sibley still sitting on the pair. It won't bother him, of course. He's seen it all before.
We were chatting, myself and Daniel were chatting at the end of the previous innings. And I did have the theory that based on what Matthew Fisher was doing with the older ball, they might actually get a little bit of success batting-wise against the newer ball when it's harder and coming onto the bat. But that theory has quickly gone out the window based on what's happened and what Hutton and Stone are doing here. Brilliant new ball bowling.
And again, but probing stuff. Outside is off peg. Sibley not yet played a shot in anger. 10 deliveries now on the pair. There it is. Easing into the drive. First 4 of the innings. And Sibley can just resume his march. Sorry, 7 for naught.
Yeah, first time Hutton's gone properly full to Sibley. He's able just to lean on that one. as he so often does.
So, 3 gone. No alarms, no surprises.
Well, Carl Verena was pretty surprised by that one. He had to
That is
take
true.
one-handed, diving to his left. Yeah, fascinating battle this between Stone and Burns. He's bowled what? 3 balls at him, maybe 4, I think. Stone to Burns, and dare I say, all 4 have produced a full shot of some description.
So Burns just composing himself here. He knows this is a big over. He's inconvenienced in the first. Plays that nicely.
I like that, inconvenienced.
You weren't here on day
No, it's my first day this
one
week.
when Burns batted really nicely for 40 odd, and it was surprising when he got out. Yesterday morning, in fact, just before lunch, and he was caught deep third in the end from a short wide one that he climbed into. Surprised him, bit of extra bounce, but he looked as good as I've seen him in a little while. Gone up for it. Umpire Pollard says no.
He always looked high and leg side-ish. Looked like it hit him in the hip, almost. Always looked slightly ambitious. Could have pitched outside leg as well, of course. Right arm over to the left-hander. Yeah, I don't think that had much going for it at all.
No. Half-hearted appeal, really. But yeah, as I was saying, I don't want to put the mockers on him here, but he made, I think, 44 in the first innings, 44, and looked in good flow. Inside edge, playing outside the line. Another glottal half appeal.
Yeah, he's nearly reaped the benefit of the previous over when he got the ball to leave him off the seam, because that one was the in-swinger, and as you said, Burns just played almost too far outside the off stump for it, and it challenged him on the inside edge. Good skills, this. Fascinated to see how he goes about Sibley. He's not really bowled that many deliveries to him so far in these 3.5 overs. It's largely been Sibley down the other end to Hutton.
Big moments here. And again, it's leapt off a length, and this has been a feature of Stone all game. He's not especially tall, but he has that snap in the wrist, it seems, and he just gets life out of the pitch.
And he's nearly done a bit of damage to Sibley's bat there. He just had a long inspection of the shoulder of the bat, did Sibley. He seems to be happy that it all is okay. And he's still looking at it there. As he, touches his thigh pad, fixes his shirt, gets into his pre-delivery routine. That one veered off a length.
Runs. That's his area. World class off his pads. And he will be happy enough to amble up to the other end here.
Just a touch straight from Stone, but he's bowling pretty straight to both of these players actually, and hoping that it moves across them. We saw how those 2 deliveries that moved across Burns in the last over caused plenty of issues. Didn't quite get that same movement there to the right-hander.
Tense times here. 9 for no loss, 4 gone.
Yeah, not quite the same prodigious movement in that over from Stone as his first. Granted, he did set the bar quite high.
Crowd still rolling in here and there. Free from 4 o'clock today, and with 53 overs still to bowl, factoring in, of course, the tea break as well. We'll be going on till a good 7 o'clock again this evening. Weather set fair. If you fancy wandering in, I don't know if Timothy Spall's still in the ground. That's all I can think about. But yeah, do come along. Fascinating cricket match, this one. Decent crowd in. Lovely weather to watch cricket. Bit of breeze. Early 20s. The permanent sound of sirens around southeast London. Do come along.
I take it then you're a particularly big fan of Mr. Spall?
My all-time favourite. My all-time favourite actor. Beats him again this time. This has been a good opening spell from Notts Two Seamers. Dylan Pennington, I fancy, will play a big role as well in Notts' push for what will be a seismic win, really, against the head. He bowled very well in the first innings, did Pennington. Great energy. Not an enormous amount of pace from his height and build, but just enough. And Ollie Stone won't be able to do it all on his own, so Pennington will be playing a key role here. Fancy we'll be seeing him sooner rather than later as well. Maybe Ollie Stone, maybe one more. If he's not successful, then just give him a quick breather. Going to have to look after him here after 21 and a half overs bowled in the last day and a bit. Meanwhile, Brett Hutton, economical and unshowy, but mightily effective year after year.
Will be interesting to see how Nottinghamshire worked this attack. They've obviously got the three main seamers. I know Martindale did bowl a few overs of not medium pace in that first innings, but they've only really got the three frontliners.
Nothing wrong with that leave. Rory Burns setting up on middle and off by the looks of it, and so he can leave with comfort.
Yeah, he's changed his line here to Burns as Hutton. That's the first two deliveries he bowled to Burns was easy pickings on his hip, wasn't it, with deep square out. He's just moved that line outside the off stump. Good bit of fielding that off his own bowling. He needed to stop that. Mid-on was very wide. That could have easily have raced away.
Yeah, it was a feature actually of Burns in the first innings. He punched down the ground really tidily. We know what he's like through mid-wicket, behind square on the offside, but good signs when he's punching down the ground.
Stone to continue. Got the right-hander in his sights with Sibley.
Just a quick skirt around the grounds in Division 1. Some interesting games taking place here. Essex are putting up a fight down at Taunton. Somerset posted 469, having been asked to bat first. Essex folded in a heat, 158 all out, but following on 219 for 3, so they're 92 behind. Still an immense amount of work to do to scavenge to a draw in that one, but they're at least making a decent fist of it. Matt Critchley and excellent young player Charlie Allison are putting together a useful partnership. So frustrating Somerset, at least in the short term in that one. Sussex and Warwickshire. Interesting finish that may well get wrapped up this afternoon. Warwickshire 42 for 2 in the fourth innings, chasing another 161 to beat Sussex in that one. So that really could go down to the wire. Quite a low scoring game at Edgbaston. Highest match score of 207 in that one, so Warwickshire will have to edge towards that target. That could go all the way. Dan Mousley, Will Young, the unbeaten batsman in that one. And then in the game at Grace Road on a remarkable looking track. I don't know if you've seen this, Nathan.
I have, yeah.
It's extraordinary. There it is, you know. And Dom Sibley has to go. Ollie Stone is unstoppable in this cricket match. So Sibley, a rare double failure in this game, has to take himself off for 6. And Ollie Stone has got another ball just to leap off a length and carry and thud into the keeper's gloves. Another brilliant delivery. 7 for now in the match. A statement performance by Ollie Stone.
Just jagged in a little bit, that one, I think, didn't it? It always started well outside the off stump. I think Sibley on second viewing will wonder if he needed to play at that. Angled in a little bit from outside that off stump, and it's just held its line, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's bowled with such great energy all game. So big moment for Adam Thomas. He wasn't carded to bat at 3 at the start of this game. Ryan Patel was down to bat 3 and Adam Thomas in the middle order, but with Patel's injury incurred on the first day, replaced by Josh Blake in this one, Thomas has been promoted to first drop. Very, very fine young player. Having a breakout year. But it doesn't get much trickier than this. Scrapped hard in the first innings for 48, apologies. Gave a couple of lives, couple of chances behind the stumps that weren't gobbled up. In amongst those 2 aberrations, he batted really well. But yeah, huge moments. Sibley's wicket, it's not just the runs that he makes, especially here at the Keir Oval, but it's also the time that he soaks out of a game. And so to remove him for single figures twice in the match by the same bowler, it's a huge boost. And they are on this. You can hear the cordon, hear the cries from the office from here.
Yeah, good first ball that, wasn't it? Just very full, but test that front foot. A little bit tentative coming forward was Thomas, as everyone is earlier on their innings. Does well to dig it out. Yeah, challenge for him here, but what an opportunity. Plenty of time left in this game for a young man to do something pretty special.
Successful over. Brilliant bowler at the top of his game. 10 for 1 Surrey. They need something to happen here. They need a counter-punching, significant partnership at the top of the order here between Burns and Thomas at first drop. Otherwise, this is going to be a long old haul. Ali Brown steps in for Nathan Johns. How good has Ollie Stone been in this match, Ali Brown?
Yeah, he's been outstanding. He's got a bit more pace than probably everyone else in the game, and he's bowled an excellent line. And I think with the wicket just offering a bit of bounce at times and the occasional ball being low, just creates a bit of indecision. And of course, the quicker you are, the more that makes you worry if that happens. But he's bowled very well.
Oh, Rory Burns. You won't want to see that back. An airy-fairy, nondescript shot, really, and fortunate not to get a little tickle. Couldn't get 2 more contrasting bowlers, really, Ollie Stone and Brett Hutton, but both effective in their own way.
I think it's very effective to have pace at one end and sort of a nagging length at the other. Some of the best attacks I played had that. I think what it makes you do is at one end, you know, the ball is coming through at you, and you might be a little bit more back foot depending on who's bowling. And of course, you could get a single, and the very next ball you could be lunging on the front foot to get forward to someone who's got a lot less pace. As the game has moved on, you have seen a little bit less bounce, haven't you, since day one? I think it carried through quite nicely on day one. I think now's almost the time to bring the stumps into play, if you can get as close to the stumps as possible. We saw Joe Clark get dismissed on 95 for one that kept a little bit low.
Yeah, batting from the other end to that which Rory Burns is at the moment, definitely evidence of that. But then there's the odd one as well that flies, such as with the wicket. So bowlers are interested at all times here. At tea, by the way, how about this? Sir John Major with Daniel at tea for a chat. What a few days we've had here in the box. Star-studded stuff. Andrew Samson looking down upon it all, of course.
Star-studded stuff indeed. And then there's been Zahir Abbas as well, John Major,
Yeah.
Timothy Spall.
Timothy Spall. Not yet
to
up
meet
in the
the
box,
stars.
but it will happen in due course. We've had poets and the greatest professional run scorer ever. Gucci just popped by yesterday afternoon. Ali Brown's in the building. Cam Steele.
Of course, Gucci's a West Ham fan as well. You won't be very happy with the current result.
Do you know what? I was tempted to ask him, but no. Are you playing at the moment?
Yeah.
What's the situation?
We're behind.
Oh dear.
At home.
Oh dear. Well, on that bombshell, I'm going to leave you to it, Ali Brown. Dan Norcross jumping in.
Oh, these are tense moments, aren't they? Oh, he's got him. He's got him with an absolute beauty. Little nick through to the keeper. That is, again, fabulous bowling from Stone, who has just been superb throughout. Right in the channel, just a tiny bit of nip away. Not sure there's a lot that Thomas did wrong there, but he's gone for a duck. Surrey have lost their second. They're 10 for 2.
Yeah, I don't think you can say he's done anything wrong. I think if you hit a good line and length, there's been a lot of playing and missing in this game, and I think he's very unlucky there. It's a good ball. I think you described that as a seed. Never nice to get on naught, but he's bowled beautifully, hasn't he, in both innings to date, and he's bowling with good pace. There's just that little bit of variation in bounce, and I think that's the indecision that is causing batsmen trouble. But Notts, I think Surrey were very unlucky when they bowled. I think went past the outside edge on numerous occasions, and sometimes, especially early on, you just need a little bit of luck, and unfortunately there wasn't any there.
No, it was a brilliant ball. You've got to take your hat off to the bowler, and that's now his 8th wicket in the match. He's certainly going to be eyeing up a 10 for here. I just wonder if, what Surrey don't have at the moment with Atkinson playing for England is the zeitgeisty ball, the wobble seam. And Stone bowling at that kind of pace is just able sometimes to bring indecision in. You're not sure if it's going to come back into you, go away. Surrey's bowlers 10 for the most part, certainly 3 of them, bowl predominantly away swing. And on this surface, just that little bit of nip can be enough. And that was basically an unplayable ball, which Thomas did well to get an edge on. But no consolation for Surrey. Brings Ollie Pope out to the wicket.
And my word, how Surrey need him now. He's got a great record at the Oval. But he and Burns, they need between them to try to arrest this slump. 4 slips in place. Something about Stone's action, has it changed ever so slightly? It feels a very determinedly straight line approach. A little bit more front on perhaps as well. As he's worked away beautifully. First ball, that'll race off to the boundary for 4. Just strayed onto the pads. Well, barely actually. Pope might have just gone across his stumps a touch there, but at 84 miles an hour, it's whipped away for 4. Which will give Pope some confidence after his travails in the first innings. I mean, that was on about middle stump, wasn't it?
Yeah, but to be fair, I think that's what you want when you're on a pair. Something you can just clip off your legs and take the pressure off, and he's played that very nicely through the leg side. As you said, he's got a great record here. The next 20 minutes, though, against Ollie Stone will be a tough ask.
Good leave, that. Went through low to Verena. Let's just see where Pope's setting up here. He's had a habit of moving across to off stump. He took his first ball off the stumps. He's just taking his guard there. Looks like he's taking a guard on off stump, doesn't it?
I do like how Notts are setting up with 4 slips, though.
Yes.
I like that attacking play. They know that the game's here to be won in the first hour, and that's what they're looking to do.
You see, Pope can leave that because he knows he's standing on off stump. It's outside his eye line. And he's sort of trying to force Stone to bowl more at him and onto his pads. As we saw off the first ball, he's perfectly happy with that. So what are Stone's figures in the match so far, Andrew? 8 for 51.
Yep, 8 for 51. Not bad.
No, but he's been the fastest bowler on show, hasn't he? So what he's made happen, he's often made happen at the last minute and at pace. Too high, that one. With a strangled appeal. I mean, it's thrilling cricket to watch, but if you're coming at it from a Surrey perspective, you're sort of doing it through your fingers at the moment.
I do like the field, though. I think the field's very good. I think it's very attacking. I think they're given the opportunity to push forward and hit through the covers for 4. There's the lure of the boundary option there, but if you get any sort of movement, you've got 4 slips just waiting to pounce you, and a keeper.
There's a massive gap, isn't there? It's quite a short, quite a wide short mid-off, and a deep backward point that you can't see on that picture.
I do like Ollie's change in technique, though, compared to sort of last year. I think he's less open, and I think that looks really good. I felt often when he was cutting last year, he was just quite open when he did it, so he wasn't in full control. But I really like the way he's setting up now. He's come back and he's almost got himself back into the England picture. Obviously, nearly got to play up at Headingley this week, and he hasn't gone back and come back into county cricket and thought, well, that's my career done. He's come back, worked hard. He's worked hard at his game with his coach back at school. I think he's been mentioning he's gone back to see. I think Welsh is his schoolboy coach. I think he looks in a better place. I think he's played good cricket, but he will have an examination. Got pace at both ends now, and next half an hour could be crucial.
A change of bowler. Dylan Pennington into the attack for the first time. Bowled well in the first innings, batted really well at the back end of Nottinghamshire's innings. Just a reminder, by the way, at tea, you're going to be able to hear from former Prime Minister Sir John Major, who met up with me a couple of months ago in the pavilion to discuss his enduring love of all things Surrey and cricket generally. There is some impromptu hairdressing going on. Looks quite complicated to me, that. well scampered single, that. Every run precious when you're chasing a large target, like 329. That's an elaborate exercise, isn't it? Kind of voodoo for the likes of us.
Is that braiding?
Yeah, I'm not sure that Andrew or I have ever really had the need.
Well,
I say that in the 60s,
the
I
raw
imagine.
the raw material is more of a problem than the need, I think.
Yeah, I think that's true. But back in the early 70s, I bet you had ridiculously long hair and flares and wide collars.
No.
No?
No.
No?
I've never had lots of hair.
Look how low that's capped. Goodness me, through the Verena. Did you ever have long hair, Ali?
Yeah, I did. Yep. I had very long hair when I went to Australia in 1989.
Really?
And,
As recently as that?
Yeah. And do you know, ironically, the club I was playing at, North Perth, I went there to play second grade because they already had a pro. And the pro that I had at North Perth is actually standing at square leg. So, yeah, Paul Pollard was the pro at North Perth, and I went out there.
Little fend that from Pope, and that's just a slight problem he sometimes gets into. He's standing there on off stump as we see Ben Folkes just setting up, just visualising in the changing room. Surrey going to need contributions from everybody you fancy if they're going to get to this large target.
So I didn't cut my hair for a year.
A year?
Yeah, and although my nickname was the Lord, I looked more like Jesus, and I was desperate for a cut, to be fair, and so I played golf.
It's going to be tight. Throw misses.
With a couple of very good friends of mine, Dermot Reeve and Simon Miles, who used to play at Warwickshire, and I used to work as a dustman and a Garbo in Perth, and then
Garbo.
A Garbo, and then we'd go and play 9 holes at Wembley Golf Club, and the bet was whoever lost a game of golf would have a number 3 all over. So yeah, I lost.
Deliberately?
Not deliberately, no, but I lost, and then I had a number 3. And the following week, I went into Slater Gartrell's, which is a sports shop in Midland Guildford, where Surrey's director of cricket was working, and Alex Stewart used to play at Midland Guildford, and he used to, instead of getting dirty in the trenches, which is what I was doing, laying pipeline and doing bins. I think it's actually the first year I was laying pipeline. So I went into his sports store, and this is after my haircut. And I'd been on the staff for a year here, and I went and asked for a pair of shorts. So I went up to Stewie and I said, "Can I have a pair of shorts, please?" And he didn't recognise me. And this is after a year on the staff. And then I was going, pointing at myself like, "Oh, it's Ali Brown." He looked at me like he just didn't recognise me. So, but purely because of the haircut, and I had a year's worth of hair shorn off and was dirty.
Did you keep the hair?
I did not. I have a photograph of it, which I'll bore you with.
I want to see that.
Because it was, yeah.
Well, it's strange when people do things with
I've
hair.
got a before and after.
Mm.
Yeah.
You see, I became very friendly with Graham Fowler, former England opening batter that you all know. And of course, when he was playing, he had a good head of hair and quite a tight beard. And in his older years, he's lost it all and has an enormous beard. Father Christmas style beard, and he was, I think it was like a players' reunion. And almost nobody recognised him at all. They assumed that he was just some sort of strange hanger-on. And he's finding himself talking to Viv Richards, who we knew really, really well, having played against him in '84 and that sort of thing. And apparently the amazement in Viv's face when he suddenly twigged it was Foxy because of the voice, as much as anything else, was a thing to behold.
I mean, to be fair to Stewie, after the day I'd had the haircut, none of my own team recognised me.
Oh my goodness, what's that done? Looking at the bottom of his bat is Rory Burns. There's a bit of uneven bounce now as well to go with the fact that there's movement off the pitch. At good pace from Holly Stone. These are incredibly testing conditions to bat at the moment. Let's just take a look at this again. He's just got down on that.
But that's what we're talking about, the when it is keeping lower, to keep the stumps in play, because there will be a couple of dismissals there if you can do it. And it has happened, but it's happened along the lines of fourth, fifth stump a lot of the time.
That's a nice solid defensive crunch back to the bowler. Stone in his 5th over here. There is a tea break coming up in about 20 minutes, so they might be encouraged to bowl him at least another one. But with Stone's history of injuries, I suppose you do manage a bowler like Stone quite carefully.
I think you do, but this is the chance for Notts to go back to back in the championship and also take the scalp of the previous winners of the championship for the 3 years beforehand. So, I think you'll find that little bit of energy, and he's bowling superbly on a wicket that suits.
Again, solidly defended.
And from a Surrey perspective, in the dressing room, you'll be saying, right, we've got to see off this spell of 6 or 7 overs, probably 6, I think, at the start, because they won't want to bowl him into the ground. And you know that he'll be the danger bowler, very similar to how Notts would have been looking at sort of Fisher and Worrell, as we've got to get through that spell or those spells.
Yeah, Surrey will be very mindful of the fact that there are 3 seamers here, not 4.
But the more you can get through every session, their energy's going to be down, the ball's going to be older, and things are going to get marginally easier.
He's not given many loose balls, has he, Stone? He's almost left that, let it hit him as Burns, so just the 1 run off the over. Stone's now bowled 5 overs, 2 for 8.
That'll be just a minor flesh wound for Rory Burns. I mean, bearing in mind he took on a full blooded headbutt from Moses Enriquez at Arundel a while ago. This is nothing. I mean, that's just well.
Take that in the midriff, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately I was there for that incident, and that was as horrible an incident as I've seen. But he's made of stone, I would say. Rory,
which won't have helped Moses Enriquez, I suppose.
No, they were both a bit of a mess.
Yep.
But thankfully both well.
Now you see, this is a thing. Pope standing well outside off stump there, and he's still had a slight flirtation with that ball. Coming and prodding the pitch. I mean, look, a bit of suspicion.
Yeah, there's been a lot of gardening and putting bits back in, but there's also been, I mean, from a Notts perspective, they've left really well. Yes, I know they've played and missed, but they played and missed at some exceptional bowling. But they did leave really well, and we're talking sort of 3.5 stump, line. So the leave is just important, because if you are fishing outside off stump and the ball does do a bit, you are at some point you're going to get picked up by the 3 or 4 slips that Notts have in place.
That's what I liked actually about Martindale's first innings, when he just held himself on off stump, didn't he? It was weird actually. When he got out, there was a bit of a surprise, because he played at one that he had so studiously left.
But this is the sort of cricket wicket, I think, that if you want to win the championship, this is what I think you want to play on. It's not very easy for the batsman, but it's playable. Just got to work hard, and I think if you go back to maybe when Leicester scored 600 here, that's not a wicket that you're going to win championships on, unless you've got an outstanding spinner.
Yeah.
But this has been a real good blend of, it's made for excellent cricket, isn't it? We've got a game where both sides can win, and it's exactly the sort of cricket that you want.
Squeezes that away for another run. Every run feels like a little bit of an event at the moment, with this ball nice and shiny, only in its 11th over, with bowlers able to slip the handbrake, knowing they've got 20 minutes of rest coming up shortly. And during that 20 minutes we will hear just a reminder from Sir John Major, who is a passionate advocate of cricket and of Surrey cricket. Very knowledgeable man as well. He's got a room here at the Vauxhall End with his sort of 11 best Surrey players of all time, hasn't he? His 11 Surrey legends.
I mean, if you
Is that a pigeon issue? I think that might have been a pigeon issue that's caused Rory Burns to back away there, much to Paddington's infuriation.
Yes, if you're lucky enough to have spent time with John Major, I was fortunate enough in '96. He invited me to Downing Street, and not long after that, he invited me to his home in Huntingdon. So, he's a very passionate cricket fan. Loves Surrey. I think when he left office, he was down here within about half an hour.
Nicely pushed away, but only bring the one. Yeah, I think he did that on the day of the election, didn't he?
Yeah.
Came straight here.
You often know when he's here because there's about 2 or 3 extra Land Rovers and the
Yes,
Range
that's
Rovers
right,
in the car park.
Yes, it was quite an experience meeting him, actually. Because it's a low-key security profile, but there is one. And he's a terrific PA with him. Very particular about angles and lighting. He's not quite so fast.
Who's his PA these days?
I've forgotten the name. It's cut away again, will only be the single, but run rate or anything of that sort is no consideration for Surrey. It's a long time for Surrey to bat, so they don't have to get on with it. Obviously, they would love to be able to apply some pressure onto Nott's bowlers, force a rethink from Hasib Hamid, but that can wait for a later time in the chase. I don't think that is a consideration at the moment. He came to the Oval, did John Major, the day after the election, May the 2nd, 1997. Surrey were playing the British Universities in the Benson and Hedges Cup. Came with his whole family. That would have been not too far from the era. I mean, it's a little bit later, but when British Universities had a really good run at one point, didn't they? Because Nasser Hussain, I think, was playing in a really good universities team.
Was in there. James Boyling was another one who played here at Surrey and was in that team.
Now, change of bowler nearly brings a wicket first ball. Hutton has replaced Ollie Stone, so Stone's just bowled the 5 overs there. That seems to be the limit at the moment for an Ollie Stone spell, so there'll be a certain amount of relief, but they should temper that relief with the fact that Brett Hutton is a very experienced bowler who puts it on the spot, gets it to move both ways. Down to the 2 slips though, it's a very different kind of feel. Now that he's gone after that, there's Ollie Pope, and he's going to get 4 for it. At that pace, I don't think the short stuff is going to worry Ollie Pope. 71.4 miles an hour, you can see there. And it doesn't really matter whether you're 10 minutes away from tee or 2 hours from tee if you get a ball like that with the field up. And he's looked to go up and over. So a little bit of a way movement there. The first ball just came back a touch. It's under 70 miles an hour. So it's a very different kind of proposition from facing Stone, isn't it?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, look, of course, if you've got someone who's a little less pace, you are going to look at anything short. You are going to look for it and try and pull him. I'm not sure we're trying to do the same thing off Stone because you can't quite trust the bounce and it will be on you a bit quicker.
Oh, I say, it's turned him round, looking to work the ball into the onside. It's a thick leading edge.
Don't miss that.
Well, that's a prevailing direction of travel for Hutton. It is at a gentler pace, so in theory, should be able to see it a bit better out of the hand, but that just felt like it moved a bit quite late. solidly onto the front foot.
It was not long after 1997 that James Major actually laid the underfloor heating in my conservatory.
James Major, is that his son or brother?
Son.
He laid the underfloor heating in your
my
conservatory.
That's correct.
Did he do a good job?
Yeah, he did a great job.
Still
yeah.
there?
Is the conservatory still there? I think that was taken out in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Lasted nearly 30 years.
Well, yeah, I think it's because of the changing climate, and the conservatory is like a furnace.
Ah.
So.
Well, you can turn it off, you know.
Yeah, yeah. It's not the. No, it's more the sun coming in. The 38 degrees. I can't turn the sun off.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So I think the reason for my ex-wife actually getting rid of the conservatory was.
Oh, the whole conservatory's gone. Not just the underfloor heating.
No, the underfloor heating's still there, but probably not turned on. That was just almost too warm.
Right.
Yeah. But I've actually seen him a few times. James is up at Kimbolton, where Alex Tudor is, Kimbolton School, looking after the Prince of Wales's William's children. So William's son is at Kimbolton.
That's going to fly
With
away
Jude.
for 4. I heard the other day that if you really want to be super in the know when you're around the Prince of Wales, that his staff refer to him as the Duke, because actually, apparently, his Duke of Cornwall status, I mean, it can't supersede the Prince of Wales, you wouldn't have thought, but apparently they all refer to him as the Duke.
Well,
which I don't understand. I don't understand these things, to be fair.
But I used to think it was Charles. When Charles was Prince of Wales, he obviously is the owner of the ground. But that's passed on.
Oh, it is. So
yeah. So it is.
So
now
William is
now. This is effectively his. And there's I think the rental agreement is a certain percentage of turnover.
How can we lure him down here? I suppose we need to get like an Aston Villa player to come.
Yeah. Well, you could try Tudes.
Yeah.
Maybe some light coaching in the Ken Barrington Centre.
Right, yeah. So he's coaching the future king, is he?
Well, potentially,
presumably,
yeah.
I think it would do wonders for the royal family if they could produce an attacking middle order batter. With ideally also bowls better than serviceable leg spin.
Well, I mean, he'd have a good chance, if he's got some leg spin. I mean, with the some of the wickets that they might get here, they could go a bit dry. They take some of the grass off.
Well, India have got a player called Prince Yadav, so I'd see no reason why England shouldn't produce Prince George. I suppose most of our royal cricket connections would all be Indian, would they, Andrew? For the most part. Various Indian Maharajas and princes that have played.
Yeah, a few Maharajas and princes who've played, that's for sure. The
Vizianagram.
Maharaja of Vizianagram being the most famous one, who played not particularly well.
That's something of an
more
understatement.
Mercedes Benzes than runs on the tour or something.
I think that was
when
right.
India were here. But that would be one of the more royal connections would be the Indian side. So, I mean, you can imagine Prince George, what kind of IPL contract do you think he could get if he was a solid middle order player who could bowl leg spin?
Well, it's the dream, isn't it? I think it's a dream for any aspiring king.
What, leg spin?
Yeah. to get a 3-year contract with the Rajasthan Royals. That would be the obvious team for him to play for, I would imagine.
That's fair enough, yeah.
It's been sold, isn't it, the Rajasthan Royals?
I believe so. There's one ball left in this over. The time is soon going to tick over to 56, 4 minutes to tea. That is nicely worked away. They might get a couple here. They will. which brings the target down to below 300. 31 for 2, still a mountain to climb, but it is now 356, so 1 or 2 overs remaining before tea.
Former Duke of Edinburgh, Queen Elizabeth's husband.
Oh, he loved his cricket.
He did, didn't he? I think he was.
He used to hand over the county championship trophy
Yeah, I
every
don't know
year in
if-
October, I think.
I don't know if he's.
You'd have bet him for that, wouldn't you?
Who's this?
The Duke of Edinburgh. Did he not?
Oh, I've met quite a few.
Did he not hand over the trophy?
Yeah, he did a couple of
Yeah.
times. Yep. Once at Buckingham Palace, and also we won the championship at Notts in 2010. He presented it.
Nice little driven. This is tight, but throw comes in and misses. I was doing a charity gig for the London Air Ambulance at Windsor Castle. They've got a cricket pitch there, and apparently he was a very big fan of cricket. He used to come and watch whoever was playing there and mutter stuff about how, you know, all these wretched horses everywhere. Thank God there was a game of cricket going on. He actually came up with the idea, apparently, for the trophy. It's technically known as the Lord's Taverners Cup. And he was involved with the Lord's Taverners. He was their founding patron 70 odd years ago.
Was he not president of the MCC twice? I think there's not many people who have been president twice.
Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
Their founding patron, honorary 12th man, apparently. Well, I'm glad he enjoyed cricket,
Yeah.
because it has me in mind the great Tommy Cooper story and the Queen. You know that story?
No.
The Queen loved Tommy Cooper. He used to go to the Royal Variety performance every year. Really, really liked him. And you know this business, how you're not supposed to ask the monarch a question. So the monarch comes and asks you the questions. You're told, you know, do not say, you know, how are you? Things like that. Anyway, she's going down the line, and she's seen, you know, Bruce Forsyth and the Crankies and whoever else. And she gets to Tommy Cooper and goes, "Oh, Tommy, how lovely to see you. Love your set again, absolutely splendid." Beaten on the outside edge.
P-roller.
And Tommy Cooper says, do you mind if I ask you a question? I said, no, fire away. He says, do you like football? I said, well, no, not really. He said, can I have your cup final tickets? It's still feeling very risky. Watching Hutton is making my heart palpitate a little bit here, because I know what he's doing. He's doing it at 72 miles an hour, but he's doing things, and now he's running back to his mark because they're trying to get another over in before tea. What's the precise time?
It's time Ollie did some more gardening.
Well, actually, Rory's helping him out here.
He is.
He's having a good bend down, having a little look.
That's experience
tap.
for you. Yeah. He knows.
Right. This might be the last ball before tea. It might not. Pushed into the offside, dabbed away. The scoreboard still says 15:59. Umpire from square leg is moving towards the stumps with actually more urgency and purpose than I expect.
Had hoped for.
Exactly, and he's
got there.
made it. Oh, that was skin of teeth stuff. We're going to get another over in before tea. Oh, goodness me. That was a stridingly purposeful umpire.
Yeah.
Umpire who wants a 42 over final session rather than a 43 over one, I would suggest.
Possibly. Here's Pennington. And come what may, this is the last over before tea.
Yeah, no gardening required.
We had a look at the crowd there. I'm not sure that any of them was excited by the movement of that umpire as we were.
I actually missed the Queen here. She came to open the Laker, the Ken Barrington Centre actually, and that was I think 1991. So I didn't make my debut until 1992.
Oh, I see.
So in the championship. We had a one-day debut in 90 and my championship debut in 92. She came and opened the Ken Barrington Centre, the Lakers stand in 1991.
That was an error.
Well, there's not a lot I could have done about it.
No, probably not. Well, get better younger.
Yeah, it's my fault.
It's free to get in. It's 4 o'clock. It's 4:01. It is free to get in if you're listening and you're nearby, or even if you're not nearby and you fancy coming in. Look how many overs we've got left. 42 overs left. People pay good money to watch a T20. The most you can get there is 40 overs. You come now, you get 42 overs scot-free. I don't know what better deal there is in the world of sport.
I'm sure in the next 42 overs we'll find one, but that's pretty.
It's pretty good, isn't it? You've got Ollie Stone.
That's very good.
I mean, batting at the moment are
Wi-Fi,
two England batters batting, an England bowler bowling, a man who was in an England squad, Dylan Pennington, also bowling. Edged, but into the ground. Didn't carry, nowhere near carrying.
A game that could go either way.
A game that could go either way. Top level sport. I mean, really, it's a steal. Get yourself down here.
Absolutely.
There's some bars open. There's some concessions. There's hubbub. There's community. There's friendship. There's drama. There's excitement. And there's a modest warmth. There are high clouds. And if you're lucky, and ideally Oscar nominated, John Surtees will come over. And I don't know what he'll say to you. I mean, he'll say a lot to you, judging from what he was saying to Timothy Spall. Probably talking about Brighton's lineup for tomorrow's game.
They're playing Villa, aren't they?
The last time he saw Bruce Springsteen. His favourite hole at the Augusta Masters. He's constant entertainment, this Surtees. We'll send him down to you, a private audience. Burns survives the last over before tea. There are going to be 42 overs remaining in the day. Surrey are up against it. They're 32 for 2. Still need another 297 runs to win this game. Nottinghamshire, perhaps more realistically, require 8 wickets, but don't put it past Surrey. They have got 2 very fine batters at the crease in Rory Burns and Ollie Pope, with plenty of batting still to come. They have, though, lost Dom Sibley and Adam Thomas, who got an absolute ripper from Ollie Stone. He has been the bowler of this match. He's picked up 8 wickets cheaply. But what Surrey will be looking to do is test the bench strength, if you like, of the support bowlers. There are 2 seamers really to speak of after Stone in Pennington and Hutton, and they've been operating it in tandem here before tea. How Hasib Hamid manages Ollie Stone is going to be key and pivotal to this match, you imagine, and how Surrey play him is going to be a massively important part of whether or not they can chase down these runs. Burns 11, Pope 14. We will resume at 4:23. But during the tea break, we're going to have John Major. And apparently, we are ready when you're ready and when I'm ready. So I think we've been waiting for this moment for 2 months. Let's get straight to it. We'll be back for the last session of the day. But between now and then, here's Sir John Major in conversation with me. I am delighted and honoured to say that we have got joining us on the Surrey live stream today, massive Surrey fan, and incidentally, former Prime Minister Sir John Major. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure to be here, Dan.
Right, well, we're here to talk about your experiences of this fantastic ground, because you were born, you probably don't need reminding, in 1943. So you were very fortunate to have your youthful years during Surrey's heyday from 1950 to 1958. What are your memories of that period?
Oh, they're glorious memories. I mean, I first came here in the very early 1950s, whether it was 52, 53. At this distance in time, I can't be sure. But I could walk here from Cold Harbour Lane, and I did, right the way through the school holidays. It was a game. I spent most of my time here. And it was a wonderful time to be a cricket supporter of Surrey. The Yorkshiremen will argue about this, as about so many other things concerning cricket. But I think that Surrey team in the 50s was probably the finest county team of all. and it was a wonderful time to come and watch them.
And it evolved in your time as well. So I guess what would you have been around sort of 8, 9 when you first started coming here through all the way through the teens? Right. So you'd have started with Stuart Surridge as captain. You'd have gone through a period of Peter May as captain, great players coming in, the likes of Ken Barrington. But you'd have seen Laker and Locke. At a time when we've got a very good Surrey team at the moment, the one thing that's missing is that spin, isn't it?
Well, that's the pitches as much as anything. I mean, the Oval's hardly a pitch conducive to two spinners in the team at the moment, but it certainly was then. I mean, in the interval between innings, Bert Locke, the groundsman, would come out, they would sweep the pitch, and if the dust rose, the crowd was rather like they would have been in the Coliseum waiting for the Lions to come out, because Laker and Locke on that sort of wicket were just irresistible. Bedser and Loader would take a couple of wickets, Laker and Locke would come off, and you would be pretty clear what was going to happen. It was a team for all sorts of situations.
And a dramatic one at that as well. Every time I see the pictures of that period, yeah, we talk about the bowlers and the batters as well, but it's the fielders. You've got Mickey Stewart, the leg slip, you've got this sort of cauldron of fielders.
Well, Mickey Stewart, mid-50s, I think at Essex, took 7 catches in a single innings, which was a record then, may still be for all I know. But Stuart Surridge was the only man I ever knew who could scratch his ankles while standing straight. And these enormous arms, he took remarkable catches. But best of all, perhaps, was Tony Locke. He took some extraordinary catches at backward short leg. Absolutely extraordinary. But the fielding was just, the catching near the wicket was just extraordinary.
And the dynamism of that team, I mean, the things that characterise the really great Surrey teams, it seems to me, are dynamism in the late part of the 20th century under Adam Hollyoake, and that 50s team. I don't want to say victory at all costs, but always looking for victory, even in 3 days.
Well, they were prepared to risk losing in order to win. And that isn't always the case with county captains, but Surridge certainly was. He would take great risks in order to force the match to a result. And if Surrey lost it, which rarely happened, but if Surrey lost it, so be it. More often than not, they won. I mean, they beat Worcestershire on one occasion in a single day.
I think they did one to Glamorgan in 1957. I don't know if you remember that one, when they bowled out for 61 and 36 in a day, I think it was.
Well, I don't remember. That was here.
It was here?
Yeah, no, I wasn't here for that, sadly.
My first Wisden was the 1958 Wisden, so it's a 57 season when Peter Loader got his hat-trick against the West Indies. And so those scores are all in my head. But my father, a similar age to you, used to come to Surrey, and he would paint the pictures of being here. Very different ground from what we have now, a bit more...
Oh, it was very pedestrian. I mean, it's a magnificent ground now. And yet it's still a cricket ground, not a stadium. I think it's been beautifully done over the last 30 years. Very different in the 1950s. I mean, those comfortable seats over there were just wooden benches. And I remember sitting on those wooden benches with my sandwiches and my bottle of something, probably Tizer, and a scorecard, a scorebook, to score every ball that was bowled. And I think they were some of the most contented days in the whole of my life, just sitting there doing that.
Did you keep them?
I did for a long time. I'm afraid they'd been lost.
I did the same as a child. I mean, I remember coming in to do O-level revision, and I don't think I got a great deal of it done watching Sylvester Clarke.
Well, if there's a choice of watching Sylvester Clarke as opposed to facing Sylvester Clarke, I would certainly watch him, and if I had O-levels, they would have come second for sure.
Now, you're a great historian of the game as well. I mean, there's a room here named after you, which has got a number of players in it, some of your favourite players. And you've included in that list of favourite players somebody who might not be as familiar to Surrey watchers. Silver Billy Beldam. Now, he's a heck of a character, isn't he? Died at age 96.
96, yeah. He came to Hambledon, age 14, and began to play for the first 11 straight away. And cricket owes a great deal to him. In those days, on those very uneven wickets, underarm bowling, people would typically hoik to leg in order to make runs. He was the first batsman to play straight down the line. Now, that was not only brilliant for producing a straight drive, one of the great strokes of cricket, it was very brave, because those pitches were very dangerous and the ball would really jump. And he got over the line of the ball to play straight. and change cricket.
I mean, we're talking about an era where
Oh, this was
there
in
wasn't
17. He came to Hambledon in, I think, 1780.
and this is without protective equipment, isn't it? I mean, you start to see
Yes.
pads and
Yeah.
gloves coming in a bit
Yeah.
later.
Well, he'd have gone home blooded, with blooded knees or blooded thigh or blooded fingers, most like, time and again, as would most of the other batsmen. It was a very different situation from today.
And he kept playing well into his 50s, I mean, sort of 55
He played
or
for
so.
40 years, so he played from age 14 into his mid-50s. I think from memory, I could be wrong, but I think he was the second person ever to score a century at Lord's.
I think that might be right.
Mm.
Yes, he got 3 in his career, but
And
in
the
those
first
days,
person
no one did.
was a fellow Hambledon member, I think, Tom Walker.
Right. So
I'm
you're...
not absolutely certain of that, but I think so.
But so you see, you're revealing an incredibly deep knowledge of cricket. You've written about cricket.
Mm.
How significant is cricket in your life?
Oh, it's very significant. I mean, it's been a solace throughout the whole of my life. My life hasn't been entirely without stress. And cricket was always a solace. There were 2 things I could do to push whatever was happening away from me. One was to come and watch a cricket match, most obviously here at the Oval. The other was to walk round a garden. Both of those things totally take my attention away from whatever might be concerning me. And so it's meant a great deal to me, cricket.
When you were no longer Prime Minister, back in May 1997, I hear that first thing you did was come here. Is that correct?
Well, second thing, third thing really, on the morning, I said goodbye to the press outside Downing Street. I then went to see the Queen to say goodbye, and then I came straight to the Oval with my family. It wasn't a county game going on, it was a rather more scratch game than that. But it was very welcome to come here, it was comfortable to come here.
So what do you do in winter? Because this is a perennial problem.
I wait for the spring.
That's what
I wait
do.
for the spring.
The days
Yes,
off.
yes, I do.
Are you tempted to sort of following England on tour or go and do anything like that?
I've never really had the time. I mean, I've seen England play overseas once or twice, but not much. My life has been too busy, really, I mean, if you go to Australia or New Zealand or South Africa, you're going to have to go there for quite a time to justify the visit. And I just hadn't really had the time for that. So the answer is no, I haven't. But I've seen as much of county cricket and England cricket as I possibly can throughout my life.
And what about this current Surrey team? We sort of feel like we're living in a golden age again, winning 3 in a row, very nearly 4 in a row last year, that match against Notts. I know.
Don't. It's a painful memory.
It really is, isn't it?
Yes,
but,
it is.
But that's the thing, so we're never sated, are we, in Surrey?
We were comfortably leading until we had that wretched break in the season.
Yeah.
And I think that did us no good at all.
But how do you assess this thing? Because are you still as excited turning up and watching, the game we're watching today against Hampshire, as you were as a 14-year-old knowing you're going to see Lake a load of better?
I think hero worship made it more exciting then, to be honest. But if you mean, does it lift my spirits to know that I'm coming to the Oval to watch cricket? The answer is yes, it does. It most certainly does, and they're precious days.
And the club itself obviously means a great deal to you. It's not just the supporting of a team.
But what the club has done to this ground is absolutely extraordinary. I mean, from where I'm seating, I can see the new stand, or newish stand over there, and it's absolutely beautiful. I even forgive them for blocking out the view from the back of my flat, of the wicket here. But it is a magnificent. The way it's been developed is very tasteful, very easy with development. To spend a lot of money and make something look rather ugly. Well, they haven't done that here at Surrey. It's a lovely ground now, and I don't think anyone could deny that.
And when you stand on the top of the Corinthian Terrace and you look over, you'll see Big Ben, House of Parliament.
Yes.
How does that feel?
Well, I see them every day because my flat in London looks straight down the Thames at them. So it's a wonderful view. But the point is, in this ground at the moment, whether you're in the pavilion looking at the Vauxhall end, or at the Vauxhall end looking back at the pavilion, it's a beautiful sight. And the ground is so different from the way it used to be. In August in the 1950s, the whole of the outfield would be little more than a dust bowl, unless we'd had a very wet summer. And now, perfectly green, underfloor watering, underfloor drainage. It's just a beautiful ground to watch cricket.
And are you encouraged by the number of people here. And when you came in the 50s, cricket was starting to sort of slightly fall into the doldrums of it a little bit, wasn't it? By the time we get to the early 60s, they've invented one-day cricket, if you like, or at least made it part of the professional
No, the
scene.
Cavaliers, you remember the Cavaliers?
Yes. I know of them, I didn't watch them.
And they played on Sundays, which was a bit controversial in some quarters in those days. But yes, it has remarkably changed.
Because we're getting crowds here of 6,000, sometimes 7,000 for a county championship. Was it like that in the 50s?
It was on high days and holidays, yes. I mean, if you had Middlesex in those days, or Yorkshire, or Lancashire, or Kent, you would have got a big crowd. You certainly would. I mean, not for all the 3 days of the game. There were 3-day games at that time. Not for all 3 days, but certainly for the first day and over the weekend. Well, Saturday. They played on Saturdays.
And then they'd have a rest day Sunday, would they?
Well, it might not have been a rest day, really, because they might well have been playing for someone else. But yes, I mean, the game didn't continue on the Sunday.
I've got 2 more questions. I'm going to start with the first one. If you remember in 1980, the 100th anniversary of Ashes cricket, we had the first centenary test was in Melbourne. The next centenary test was at Lord's. Now, the first test match that took place in this country was at the Oval. Would you like to see the 150th anniversary be
I think it would be very good. I mean, 1882 changed cricket, created the Ashes, produced this amazing rivalry that still exists between England and Australia. And it would be wonderful to see the 150th here. I'm not sure we will, but I think it would be a wonderful coup to be able to do so.
I couldn't agree more. And lastly, one player that you've seen across all the time you've been watching Surrey, you've been watching it for best part of 75 years now. If there was one player that you could wish to turn up and just see again, who would that be?
Well, gosh, there are so many. I mean, truthfully, there are so many, both batsmen and bowlers, and some simply for their fielding. The picking out just one's a little invidious. You mean one Surrey player?
I think so, yeah.
I think that would have to be Peter May. I mean, every time he walked onto the pitch, you expected him to score at least a half century. And his power, one forgets his power, and his on drive, which was magnificent, caused me a lot of trouble once. I was trying to time, I'd have been out 12, I was trying to time how long it took a Peter May on drive to hit the boundary. And I had the only possession of any value that my father had. It was an old-fashioned stopwatch with a little button at the top that you pressed to record the time. And I was holding it like this when Peter hit the ball straight to the boundary. I pressed the button, it slipped, it crashed, it hit the stone floor, and it was an X gold watch. And I had to go home and tell my father, who by then was nearly blind and very sick and very elderly. He was 65 when I was born, so he'd been in his 70s then, well into his 70s then. He knew nothing about cricket, and he stood there with his hands holding the pieces of this watch, and he just looked at me, and the only thing he said was, "Tell me about this Peter May." And I've never forgotten that.
What did you tell him?
I told him about Peter May. From start to finish, everything I knew.
Well, there's a stand named after him. There's a massive picture of him in the concourse. The most successful England captains of all time, as well as successful Surrey captains. So I think a pretty good choice. So John, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Cheers.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval for the final session on day 3. And Nottinghamshire are starting with spin. Liam Patterson-White in the attack for the first time in the second innings. Slight surprise, given how little spin we have seen across the game. Patterson-White bowled 5 overs towards the end of the Surrey first innings. Mahipal Lomraw bowled 10 overs, again with the older ball. So this is by far the earliest we've seen spin today. I wonder if it is in part managing the freshness of the not seamers. Just 3 frontline seamers in their 11 after Lyndon James was ruled out with injury.
Well, bear in mind, Ollie Stone did bowl 21 and a half overs in the first innings. And just the 5 so far, but there might be an element of preservation going on, knowing that this game has plenty of time left in it. Interesting to see Ollie Pope beaten on both edges of the bat there. That first delivery he was playing for spin, that wasn't there, and he's almost overcorrected there, hasn't he? And that ball's gone straight on, and he did get a single via the inside edge, but perhaps just a bit of an exploratory fact-finding mission as well here from Nottinghamshire to see, is there any assistance for spin, and how much of a role will Patterson-White play?
Patterson-White's having an outstanding season with the ball. 33 wickets at 23 in Division 1. By some distance, a standout spinner in the division this summer. Fired in and clipped off Burns' pads for a single. 2 runs from the first over of the session.
I think the other thing to bear in mind as well is that when Lomraw was bowling to Nottinghamshire's right-handers, they had that rough outside the leg stump, and remember they went to that very, well, should we call it defensive? Others might call it negative leg stump line.
The umpires thought it was negative.
The umpires certainly thought it was negative with a number of wides straight away, and a number of Notts right-handers padding away. But as soon as there was a left-hander in there with that rough outside the off stump, even though it didn't really do anything out of that rough, you just wonder if the sight of that outside their off stump just caused a few mental errors, mental mistakes. And obviously there is a left-hander in here for Surrey, so I wonder if they're just trying to copy that trick a little bit.
Hutton on from the pavilion end. Wicketless in the afternoon session, but looked dangerous. With that wobble ball, never really misses his length. Patterson-White in his previous game was outstanding against Essex. Bowled best part of 52 overs. 8 for 109. Out bowling Simon Harmer. I guess Nottinghamshire's relationship with spin is just slightly different to Surrey. I mean that Patterson-White bowls a higher volume of overs than most Surrey spinners tend to do. It'll be different, I'm sure, when Rahul Chahar returns from injury.
Well, especially here at this ground.
A lot of work to do for Surrey. 295 runs away from the target, with Sibley and Thomas back in the dressing room already. Both wickets to Ollie Stone, both caught behind by Carl Verreynne. Very rare quiet game for Sibley. Oh, bit of width, and Burns very nearly cuts that straight to Pennington at point. It bounces just in front of him.
We had an interesting chat at the back of the box about Sibley and that dismissal, and my first take on that was the ball was never hitting the stumps, so it was perhaps one that you didn't need to play at, whereas you were explaining that given his technique. He's somebody you want to do bowl slightly wider too than other players.
Well, it's a question that we've asked in the commentary box a lot over the last few years is how do you bowl to Dom Sibley? Because, as I said, he so rarely has a low-scoring game across both innings. And his dismissals in the first and second innings were practically identical in terms of the line. About 5th, 6th stump. We were saying that perhaps because he gets across his stump so much and he's such a good judge of a ball around 4th stump. Well, Burns uses his feet and is beaten. Shy at the stumps as well. It's all happening here. It's an eventful maiden over. Surrey 34 for 2. In that when there's a ball around off stump just outside, Sibley gets so far across, he's blocking balls with his bat that other players are wondering about leaving. And actually the corridor of uncertainty for Sibley might be just a little bit wider than it is for most players.
Looks like it was just the 1 over of spin from Patterson White. Interesting move. Not quite sure. Normally you see an over of spin just before an interval rather than 1 over afterwards.
I wonder if it was a bit of end management.
Yeah, but almost certainly. Yeah, as we watch the replay of that Burns decision to walk down the track, he was still moving when he tried to play the shot, wasn't he? He had to get his skates on. Verena was quick with a shy, granted with the glove on. Always hard for wicketkeepers to be accurate with the glove still on.
Pennington switching ends. Finished the afternoon session from the Pavilion end. Now on from the Vauxhall end. Bowling to Pope, who's on 15.
Interesting, they've only got the 2 slips in. This has been the end that most bowlers today have had the most success in terms of beating the outside edge. We saw Matt Fisher for Surrey, Ollie Stone with the new ball. Pope has faced 31 deliveries, but
hits him on the pad. Huge appeal. Not given. That one nipped back into Pope late.
yeah, umpire just signalling he thought it was high. Yeah, suggesting that the ball bounced quite a bit.
Pennington was outstanding in the first innings. 16 overs, 2 for 28. And he's come very close to picking up his first wicket of the second innings here. Really jags in off the pitch. Still a lot of life in this pitch. Maybe a bit of reassessment in the commentary box about just how difficult a chase this would be. I've genuinely been saying that at the Kia Oval this summer and in recent years, the pitch gets better and better for batting. There's a bit less life in the pitch on days 3 and 4. Less pace, less zip. But we're still seeing really good carry through to the keeper. Verena and the slip cordon standing a fair distance behind the stumps. But also, we're seeing balls jag prodigiously off the pitch. So a lot of assistance there for the seamers with the new ball.
Well, with the ball throughout we saw, what was Matthew Fisher, 65, 70 over mark. That was that spell that he was excellent early doors in the morning session.
Yeah, so much so that Surrey opted not to take the second new ball immediately. Such was the joy that Matt Fisher was having with the older one. Bit leg side, and that's clipped firmly off Burns' pads for 4. The boundary that takes Surrey to 39 for 2. Change in the commentary box early on in the evening session. Short and sharp burst from Nathan Johns, who's done for the day. He's off to Brentford to basically just watch Damien Duff in the dugout.
Yeah, it's all right for some.
So Phil Walker is now alongside me. I was just saying, Phil, that just seeing the movement that Pennington is generating at the moment off the pitch, that there's still so much assistance there for the Seamers. End of the over 5 off it. Surrey 39 for 2. Perhaps more so than we've seen in other games here, certainly this season, but also in years gone by at this stage in the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of life out there for sure. So, forgive me, I've been busy on another job just post-tea. So Ollie Stone's been resting.
Yeah, so they've had 3 overs. Patterson White started from the Vauxhall end to essentially enable Pennington to switch ends.
Yeah.
He finished the afternoon session from the Pavilion end, so he's back on.
So he lurks, waiting to pounce again.
Hutton's bowled really nicely though.
Yeah, that's right, into his 8th. He's only conceded 12. And that's absolutely fine, isn't it? You can always engineer things as a skipper as long as you can at least tie up one end. We've been talking about Brett Hutton earlier in the piece. He is a marvel. Everything is deceptive about it.
Ollie Pope is so good at pinching singles. Such a proactive batter at the crease. Question for Samo. I'm quite interested in the volume of overs that Stone has bowled in games this year and last year. When he's played for England in the past, he's been used as a sort of enforcer, not someone you'd necessarily associate with bowling particularly long spells. Edge. Oh, it's a brilliant catch at second slip. That flew. Quickly, Burns on the cut shot. And Surrey, 3 down.
Yeah, that has flown, yes, exactly. And it caught Jack Haynes, Freddie McCann, in fact, by surprise. It was going right for the eyeballs, wasn't it? Yeah, it was either catch it or wear it. Rory Burns has gone twice now, slashing in this match outside off stump. The first travelled to deep third, and this one into the cordon, and so Surrey in all sorts here. 3 down, staring down a long haul.
Yeah, Burns looking to cut a ball that actually wasn't very wide at all. No more than 4th or 5th stump, nor was it particularly short, but potentially a shot that's come because of the pressure that the Notts bowlers have been able to apply. As Phil said, Hutton going at not much more than 1.5 runs and over.
What a moment. As Yas says, he's bowled brilliantly today. Brett Hutton barely offered a smidgen to go at, and I think that underscores why Rory Burns was just trying to create an angle for himself. Wasn't quite there for it. Just have a look at the catch as well again, please.
Ben Folkes, the new man at the crease. First championship game back after a lengthy injury layoff.
Just want to have a look at Freddie McCann's movement here at second slip. Not sure if this will be the best angle, perhaps. As you see, he's going already. You see that? He's very alive. So he's actually moving to his left
Just
before he's even taken up the line. Yeah, and so he's moving in the catch. But it's worked out for him. Dropped one in the first innings. But that's a really good snare. 3 slips in now, yes. Huge moments for Surrey in the context of this season, really.
Hutton to the new man, folks. Yeah, now real opportunity for Notts to basically ensure that the game is done whilst the ball is new. I wonder if we see Ollie Stone back into the attack slightly sooner than anticipated, just because that opportunity is there. Dismiss one or both of Pope and Folkes now, and we're in miracle territory for Surrey in this run chase. And then Surrey as well, should this game end in defeat, will be in a position that we've rarely seen in recent years, effectively out of the title race with 5 rounds to go. And also looking over their shoulder.
Yeah, a word that we dare not mention around these parts, really. Long way to go yet.
That's a brilliant shot from Pope. Authoritative, cut firmly, pass backward point for 4. He's been at his characteristically busy best.
Yeah, signature shot, isn't it? Not that short. Nice, he likes to play off the back foot and then just ease forward, sits on that back foot, creates the angle for himself. Glorious shot.
This game won't sit still with Pope out there in the middle. Pennington will continue. And Notts very much on the attack. They've still got 3 slips in for the new man Folkes, who's faced just 1 delivery so far. Remind that we have a mammoth evening session today. Still trying to catch up the overs that we lost on day 1 to rain. So 38 overs still remaining. Keeps a little bit low. Not for the first time. Pennington actually trapped Jordan Clark, LBW, with one that kept low in the first innings.
Still 37 and a half overs to go this evening. Lovely bowling conditions. Tell you what, Notts will be eyeing something spectacular just tonight at this stage. Indian overseas, Maipal Lomra in next on a king pair.
Bowled him! Pennington strikes. What a delivery. Middle stump out of the ground. And Surrey in disarray. 45 for 4. And a third England player back in the dressing room. Just 19.3 overs into the run chase.
Well, he was good in the first innings, and that's as good as anything we've seen in this game. Not the first time either we've seen middle stump uprooted. Adam Thomas went the same way in the first. 4 down for 45. Wow.
Let's have a look at this again. We've seen some amazing deliveries today.
Just nipped back, hasn't it?
One. It's also potentially kept a bit low.
Yeah,
Let's
it
see
has.
where it hits middle stump.
Folkes has gone nowhere with his feet, playing from the crease. Slightly beaten for pace. Wow. I thought this one was going to be a real tight nip and tuck kind of finish. At the moment, it's looking anything but. You can tell by the reaction just how significant a wicket that is from Ben Folkes' partner, Ollie Pope, at the other end, who just hung his head, bent double almost, really. Surrey know that their season in red ball cricket here, certainly their ambitions are hanging by the slimmest of threads. And as just mentioned, my Pearl Lomro in on a kinger.
On debut and on a king pair. Pennington with his tail up. Lomro just taking his time, assessing conditions. Left alone this time.
And we can all breathe a sigh of relief. I am going to ask you though, Samo, now we've avoided it. King pairs at the Oval. King pairs at the Oval. Any that jump out at you immediately from that Einsteinian brain of yours? Put your laptop down. Put it away.
King pairs at the Oval specifically, not specifically, to be honest. I'll have to look at the laptop to see if it jogs any memories.
King pairs in Test cricket, full stop. Any notable ones?
Well, England didn't have one for 100 years, over 100 years. I remember there's a chap called Ted Hayes got one in 1906, and there wasn't another one till Jimmy Anderson a few years back.
That's lovely stuff, isn't it?
There are some famous ones.
King pair, just in case some of our viewers aren't so sure, is 2 first ballers in a match.
Defended by Lomro, completes a wicket maiden. Surrey 45 for 4. I always think, Sam, with your work, it's an amazing use of both free will and brain power to do what you do.
Amazing use of free will.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Gordon Greenwich got a king pair here for... No, sorry, it's not Gordon Greenwich, it's Carl Greenwich, his son.
Yeah, okay,
so
that
it's
makes more
slightly less exciting. Sorry, so that was Carl in 2006. That's the last king pair in a first-class game at this ground.
I played against Carl Greenwich. What it's worth. Anyway.
Ooh, left alone.
Comes back on him this time, yes. All the fun of the fair.
Carl Greenwich's kids were at the same school as mine in Johannesburg a few years ago, which I thought was a bit surprising.
Oh, blimey.
I don't know what he was doing in Joburg, but anyway.
Out in the Wild West. Good fun, Joburg.
It's another one that jags in off the seam. And Pope does well, actually, to get his gloves out of the way.
That's it.
You think that if Surrey are going to get anywhere near this target, it's going to have to be a big day. Big 2 days for Roddy Pope. He is someone who can really move a game along quickly.
Well, I'd go even further than that. He's got to play one of the innings of his life. They've got runs in the mid to lower order, for sure they have. But he is now the linchpin of this run chase. And he's got to pull something out that's as good as anything he's played here for Surrey.
Immediate call for 2 from Pope. Gets home comfortably.
One thing you can say is he's looked at it, hasn't he, today? It's one of these cricketers who, especially with the bat, they tell you early how they're feeling about themselves and how they're feeling in the body and in the feet in particular. And he reveals his state of mind quite early in the piece, does Ollie Pope.
There have been 25 king pairs in Test cricket. The most recent one being Travis Head in Brisbane against West Indies a few years ago. Most of them, not surprisingly, are lower order and tail end batsmen. But a couple of really well-known, high-quality Test batters have got king pairs. Adam Gilchrist in
When was
Calcutta, 2001.
Oh, of course.
Famous game.
Of course, yeah.
Rothesay got one as well at Birmingham in 2011, you might
So
recall.
I was going to bring that up, but
Yep.
I wondered if it was a king pair or not.
It was.
Right.
So there you go.
Oh, I should have backed myself on that one, Samo.
They're pretty rare, king pairs.
Lomro uses his feet. early decision.
Don't
against
mind the
Hutton.
thinking, though. Try and smother the swing.
No, I don't mind it either, but it's something that Burns tried shortly before he was dismissed against Hutton. The issue is, I know that pace entices you to use your feet. We see so much now in the modern game. Bowlers of Hutton's pace bowling with a keeper up. But his late movement makes it very difficult to execute. Oh, that's a Jaffa.
Oof.
Slightly back of a length. Nibbling away from Lomraw. Hence another over where knots have looked extremely threatening. Lomraw still on a pair. Surrey 48. Ford, have a look at the replay again. Squares him up. Brilliant piece of bowling. Samo.
Yeah, just back to the question of Ollie Stone's workloads. Now, this season he's averaged 31.2 overs per game, which is the highest he's averaged in any season ever, interestingly. And it's obviously this match will probably push that up a little bit the way it's going. The most he's bowled this season is 42 in the first game of the season. And he's only ever bowled more than that 4 times in his career.
Where's John Surtees?
Timothy Spall still in the building, folks.
Again, early call from Pope.
Don't suppose you've seen Secrets and Lies?
I haven't, no.
Masterpiece. Flawless
Send it to me.
masterpiece. Send it to you?
Sell it to me.
I don't need to. Just expand your horizons. Believe it or not, there is more to meets the eye than 4-day cricket. Not much. 4,261 in the ground. And one of the finest character actors of his generation among them. I don't mean you, Samo.
Didn't think you did.
Quite a few interesting games developing elsewhere in Division 1.
Yeah, how's the Taunton situation, dare I ask?
I think you'll like this.
Are they still only 3 down?
They are still only 3 down.
What's my boy on? Charlie.
Essex are 262 for 3, following on against Somerset. They are still trailing by 49.
I was surprised that they put them in again, actually.
I guess with Somerset, they bowl so much spin, especially at home with Leach and Vaughan bowling in tandem.
Exactly.
What was in, they want to bowl on the 4th day.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. I mean, yeah, they were 127 for 3. So Allison and Critchley have put on the best part of 135. Allison 89 not out.
Allison 89. Wow. He's due a big one. I don't want to put the hex on him, but he is. He's left a few out there this year in red ball cricket as Charlie Allison made his breakthrough into the England Lions setup. I don't want to talk him up too loudly because he might end up here next year if I'm not careful.
Because that's definitely how it works.
Sure. What else around the grounds? What's the Edgbaston situation? Does that look like an interesting finish potentially?
Yeah, very much so. Warwickshire in the ascendancy, 120 for 3, chasing 203.
Okay, so they're edging towards it.
Again, with ramifications at the top of the table.
Explain those to us.
Well, it's quite difficult mid-round because
Sure.
Most of the tables update mid-round, but basically the top 6 were separated by 11 points. So behind Notts, Somerset, Warwickshire, Glamorgan, Sussex and Essex. So it looks like Warwickshire will win that game. Obviously looks like Notts are going to win here. Oh, that's very,
Steady.
very close. Very, very, very close. To Lomraw's off stump. He's still on naught, still on a pair. End of the over, Surrey 49 for 4. Very interesting game at both ends of the division. Leicestershire against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 25
On that pitch.
for 2.
On that pitch. at Grace Road.
25 for 2, chasing 257. Ace of Tribes just fallen for 6.
He's had a quiet year, hasn't he, Tribe? After a big build-up.
Yeah, first year in Division 1. Not quite gone his way thus far this summer. And then Yorkshire versus Hampshire. Yorkshire, who started this round 19 points ahead of Hampshire, directly below them. Hampshire occupying the second relegation spot. Hampshire 48 for 1, chasing 230. So, a reasonable chance, you'd say, that both the sides in the relegation zone could leave this round with wins, which would bring Yorkshire and possibly even Surrey right in the mix. Cut firmly, just evades the diving backward point.
And how's Benjamin Stokes getting on against Derbyshire?
Well, he's 52 off 39.
Good lad.
Unlike him, Durham
He's having the whale of a time, isn't he?
setting up a declaration against Derbyshire.
So
Big
they-
100 for Ben McKinney earlier in the piece as well.
Good, good.
His second of the summer.
Yeah, he needed that. He had a rough old 100.
Edge, dropped at third slip.
Oh.
Lomra on a pair, has a life. With a tough chance, went to him quickly. There's a bit of a gap between Haynes at third and McCann at second.
There is. You're absolutely right. I'm not sure why either.
That you can't see Jack Haynes on your screen kind of explains that point.
There,
You see, he's basically at fourth slip.
Why?
And that would have gone directly to a conventional third slip.
Oh.
It goes down. That's a tough, tough chance. Leg side and 4.
Wow.
A fine clip off the pads. Popes into the 30s, but
My pal Lumraw on such moments, right? On the pair. Thick, authentic edge. Right where third slip should have been standing, but not 3.5. And so he is away. He has a run in Surrey colours.
oh, play and miss. Hutton right in the game here. We're picking up the importance of Ollie Stone this session. Well, we're yet to see him. And Notts have claimed 2. And have very, very nearly claimed a 3rd. So finish off our trip around the grounds. In Division 2, Middlesex are 32 without loss, chasing 356 against Kent. Northampton miles ahead against Lancs, 170 for 1, leading by 317 in their second innings. Another quick single. 7 runs off that over, but very, very nearly a 5th wicket too. Surrey 56 for 4 after 23. And the final game, Gloucestershire, 128 for 2 in their second innings against Worcestershire at Cheltenham. They lead by just 11. So up against it there. A game that's lost a lot of time to the weather. And it'll be Pennington again. Still a really healthy crowd in here at the Kia Oval. Beautiful day for it. Sun's out. Best conditions of the week so far. Pope always so alert for every possible opportunity to nick a single. Field spread back for Pope, acknowledging the threat that he poses. 4 boundary riders already, including one Sweeper on the offside. Driven, but well collected by Hamid. Running round at extra cover. Brings Lumraw back on strike. Very, very different field for him. Not on the attack, sensing an opportunity against a player playing its first-class game in this country.
Just got a message from Felix White. Secrets and lies, 2 exclamation marks, that's what he said. Say no more. You see, Yaz, go and watch it tonight. Don't watch Arsenal highlights again. Just go and watch some quality for once.
I was thinking of tucking into season 2 of Ludwig.
Oh, okay. I can give you that.
Devoured series 1. Daniel Norcross was telling me that he did the same, but when you watch a series so quickly, you sometimes actually forget what happens quite easily. And he says it is actually quite important for you to remember what happened in series 1. Oh, nearly a mix-up. Lumraw looking for a single that probably wasn't there. Sent back by Pope. 1 off 13. Still 33.2 overs remaining in this evening session.
Yeah. And Ollie Stone lurks, doesn't he?
Yeah, given that Pennington finished the previous session from the pavilion end, it can't be long before we see Stone again. Maybe 1 or 2 more overs from Pennington from the Vauxhall end. Notts go to Edgbaston in their next round. A game that could easily be a fixture between first and second in Division 1. This time they do pinch a quick single. Lumraw doubles his score. Surrey 58 for 4 after 24.
Yeah. Retains the strike as well. He won't have seen too many scenarios quite like this or stretches of 22 yards. Made a lot of good runs in India. He's got a first-class triple under his belt. Averages around 43 in India and has skippered his stateside since he was a late teen. But this kind of scenario, these conditions, these atmospherics, I dare say there aren't too many Brett Hutton likes either in Indian domestic cricket.
Not anymore.
Daniel Norcross. Hiya.
Hiya.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay, I guess.
All things considered.
Yeah, a little bracing sit on the balcony.
Yeah, just to try and compose yourself.
Try and compose myself, yes.
You're never out of it till you're out of it, mate.
Indeed.
And Ollie Pope might just pull off a masterpiece, you never know. He needs to, doesn't he? Has to be him here, you fancy?
You do feel that. You do feel that, but he's going to need support as well. And interesting little use of the feet there from Lumraw, wasn't it?
Seen it a few times, actually, against Hutton.
Yep.
Makes sense.
It does. I'm slightly surprised that Varaina's not standing up. But maybe he thinks there's just that little bit too much movement, a bit too much nip, I don't know. They've got plenty of runs to play with, so you shouldn't be too concerned about leg buys and that sort of thing. Again, uses the feet. Come down, get to the ball. Pope's looked good so far.
Yeah, he has.
32 or 49. He's moving nicely. He's one of those players, isn't he? And every player looks better when they're in. This is completely obvious. So we'll just take a look at this just to prove the point. Down he comes. Trying to get closer to the pitch of the ball. But there's a sort of bigger gap between Ollie Pope's first 20 balls, 30 balls, and Ollie Pope's next, and it could be 200 balls, than most players out there.
I tend to think.
Yeah,
Slightly extravagant response that to a ball that moved only a bit. Don't worry, there was no water in it.
Not the first time that's happened. Yeah, we were talking about Ollie Pope just before you came on, actually, Yas and I, and saying how you get a sense quite early on whether he's really at it or on it. And today it's been evident that he has been. There's always that busyness, but sometimes falls into a kind of freneticism perhaps, but he's been bang on it today. He's played really nicely up to 32.
The other problem he's got to contend with, though, is that the ball is starting to keep a bit low on occasion. And these are three very, very good seamers that Notts have got. And how long does it take before they tire? They've got this, as far as they're concerned, they'll look at this as, oh, we've got a session, we can go mostly flat out and then put our feet up. Now then, where's that gone? That's skewed just beyond Hasib Hamid, running back from a wide mid-off.
Shot of desperation, Daniel, that was.
Well, it was, and it was a good bit of bowling from Hutton as well, because he anticipated the dance down the wicket and dragged the length back a touch, and Lomror then went through with a shot. He was quite lucky to just skew it up and over Hasib Hamid. He's a canny bowler, Hutton. And the other thing that Hutton can do is he can bowl relatively long spells. That's gone fine. Fielder running round's not going to get there. It's 4 more. Nice little leg glance. Just a rare lapse by Hutton going down the leg side. If Spurs scored or something, you did a little jig.
No, just slightly stiff in the back, Daniel.
Is that how you get rid of your stiffness?
Yeah,
is it?
just. You thought I was doing a jig, did you?
I did. I thought you were doing a jig. I thought you were doing a jig of joy.
No, just trying to keep supple.
I thought your boys had struck an early blow in their relegation battle.
Come on. Please. It's beneath you.
Is it?
Football's beneath you. Full stop.
Football's beneath this crowd here. They're here watching the cricket.
Indeed.
I wonder if they came in after 4 when it was free.
4,500 in, just under 4,500.
I was ruminating on that earlier. I don't know if you heard.
I didn't. I've been busy on other things today, unfortunately. But go on, what were you?
Nice shot, that. Only pick up a couple more. Well, there were 42 overs left, weren't there, at T?
Yeah.
And it's free. On a T20, you're only going to get 40 overs at most.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it strikes me as the most extraordinary value.
It's great, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
On a Saturday as well. Knowing that, for the most part, for most people, other than priests and vergers, tomorrow is a lie-in day. But he's looking to be aggressive here, isn't he, Lomrot? Something has happened to him in the last 6 or 7 balls. It suggests to me he's decided that he's got to get his juices flowing. He can't just sit there, be a sitting target.
Yeah, well, he's had one clear life and another near life. And, yeah, something has to give here. You feel like he's probably had some nets, but he's not had any cricket under his belt of any note. So we'll be feeling quite raw, you imagine. And sometimes you do just need to make a play, don't you? And perhaps that's the way he's looking at it.
That ball, by the way, is the one that I fear most from Pennington. The one that he manages from what feels like quite a high release point to keep quite low on this 3rd day surface. Pope played it well in the end. It's another good leave, that. They're a different bowling attack, aren't they, from Surrey? Very, very significantly so, in that Surrey would have, you'd say, have sort of 3 predominant away swingers. And Jordan Clark's probably their man. They're thinking of the nip back of the jag. Whereas you'd say Stone and Pennington are slightly
They're more of the kind of high release, maybe
Yep.
a bit of wobble seam, bit
Yeah.
of nip back, and then you've got Brett Hutton metronomically putting it on a length with a bit of movement.
Yeah, it's a really good attack and would be burnished as well by having Lyndon James in it.
It would.
Yeah, he's a funny bowler for me, Dylan Pennington, because he's a wardrobe-shouldered big unit, runs in hard, 6 foot plenty, and the pace is fine, but it's around that 78 to 82 kind of
You
mark.
expect it to be 85.
You
don't
expect it to be a little bit quicker, yeah.
Mm.
And speaking to Kevin Shine about him last year as the Notts fast bowling coach, he was saying that he thinks it's in there.
Oh,
He's bowled very well, very, very well this year, and especially well in this game. I mean, if you're not giving too much to hit, then you can compensate for the lack of pace, or the middling pace, let's say.
Oh, it's gone through him.
Well,
Talking about him there. And well, from round the wicket, might have kept a little bit low. It's only 77 miles an hour, but it's another one that's hit the stumps. Surrey have lost their 5th. Half the team's gone. Lomroy goes for 6, 67 for 5.
Completes a grim game for the debutant, in truth. Picked up a wicket, but nothing to show in the runs column. And Ollie Pope reacted to that clean bowled exactly as he did to Ben Folkes, who also went to Pennington clean bowled. He leans over his bat, hangs his head.
Oh, actually, that is a beauty. It's coming in on the angle, and it's got just enough straightening to go past the outside edge. You might argue, could he have got out to it more? And let's take a look at it from behind. That's quite wide on the crease, and then I think there's just a touch of shape. He thinks he's playing the line of it coming into him, and it's just got enough to go past. Barely got up, really. 2/3 high on the stump.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very tidy delivery. He was on his last life here, really, in truth. Already nicked off straight to 3rd slip. And clothed one just over mid-off as well. So his ordeal is done.
It is. And now, Notts, they'll be eyeing up victory today. There's still 31 overs to be bowled. They've taken the first 5 wickets in 26 overs. Wonder what those 3 are making of it. They look absolutely gripped by the action.
So it's going to be Josh Blake, who started this game on the Judi Dench, and now he's been called up. So obviously Ryan Patel picked up a nasty-looking finger injury on the first morning. The ball just jamming down on the finger and wedging it into the ground, and he had to call it a day for the game. Josh Blake was brought in as an injury replacement. Played tidily, actually, in his first innings.
He did.
Come off the back of a good one-day cup run as well.
Another left-hander. So left-hander for left-hander replacement. Oh, it's gone after that as Pope now. I wonder. He's looking at a score of 67 for 5. The target's 262 away. He hadn't really looked at playing at balls like that before. But he's gone after one that wasn't really there to be hit. And I just wonder if he's actually jiggling around there at the crease, trying to get his feet moving.
Yeah, he would probably say that it was there for the shot. There's a lot of coverage, though, against that as well. 2 men out on the offside. So he's gone the other side.
And he's thwacked it for 4.
Yeah, I like that.
I think I'm detecting a slightly different approach here from Pope.
May as well.
Well, somehow they've got to try and put pressure back onto Notts. Try and force Hasib Habib's hand and try and get a seamer or 2 out of the attack. That's part of what he'll be thinking. Because at the moment, ever since Surrey lost those 4 quick wickets yesterday, from 84 for 2 to 113 for 6, Notts really have bossed the game.
And look, he's looking for the single straight away. A little push and scamper. Blake, I think, will just play his own way. He's got license to play himself in, but I sort of feel that Pope here is looking to take the attack to Notts.
Do you remember when you gave me the silent treatment for 9 minutes this morning?
Oh, yeah.
You enjoyed that, didn't you?
I found it quite difficult.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was good stuff. I loved it.
Well, of course, everyone loves it when I'm silent. I know the best way to make my wife happy is simply to sit there and say absolutely nothing while the great British sewing bee is on.
Heard good things about that, actually.
Have you? Yeah.
Well, sort of.
Yeah, I hear good things about it.
My 6-year-old nephew watches it.
See?
Yeah, he's into it. Little Alfie.
That's very sweet.
He literally took the stabilisers off the bike today.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, big moments for Alf.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
It's a great feeling, that, isn't it? Suddenly, freedom is attainable.
Yeah.
It's not something necessarily his parents want to hear, but, you know,
I don't
fly,
know.
my pretty fly.
Yeah. I think they're fine with that.
Well done, Alfie. Congratulations. See, it's at times like that when you wonder what the problem is. You take a look at that last ball from Brett Hutton and you think, well, there's nothing much to be scared of there, is there? And then he'll bowl you a ripper that goes straight past your outside edge.
I think with Brett Hutton, it's a bit of a... I think he's quite flat-footed.
Oh,
and
yes,
so when
yes.
he runs into bowl, it looks very innocuous.
Almost pedestrian.
Yeah, because the aesthetic is such... Got these big clopping feet, you know, and
broader beam.
flat-footed, yeah. But then once he gets into his action, then you see that the wrist comes into play and there's quite a lot of body in the delivery as well, and he gets a bit of movement all the time, even with an older ball. But it's just a bit of a trick of the eye until he gets there.
A trompe-l'oeil.
Indeed.
Paddington's going to continue, but he's going to leak 4 runs there. Wait to see if it came off pad. It looks like it's come off pad, yes. Umpire confirms with a signal. I think Surrey are too far away, really, to call those precious runs or indeed valuable runs. They would count very much in the necessary column at the moment. 76 for 5. So with your Sunday now opening up, what are you planning on doing for him?
Oh, it's far too early to make that kind of call,
Is
Daniel.
it? Is it?
Well, I'm off to a gig at the Ivy House tomorrow night in Nunhead.
Oh.
You been to that pub?
No, but I've spent a lot of time in Nunhead. That's where my previous venture used to be based.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm off to a gig tomorrow night. Kind of little.
Anybody famous, or is it friends of a friend?
It's no, it's a smallish gig, but it's one that my mate's taken me along to, a little folk gig.
Oh, nice folk.
Yeah.
Yes.
A bit of up-tempo folk. Stick in the Wheel, they're called. Stick in the Wheel.
It's odd, isn't it? There's a lot of folk bands which have got wheel somewhere involved.
And I've seen...
It's almost like it's music from the time that the wheel was invented.
Yeah, right, nice, yeah. Who did I see there? I saw Martin Carthy there a couple of years ago. Do you know who he is?
No.
Bob Dylan slept on his floor.
Oh.
When Dylan made his first UK tour.
Oh, so he's getting on a bit.
Yeah. Still with us.
Yeah.
Still kicking along. He was nominated for a Mercury Prize last year, was Martin Carthy, despite his advancing years. Saw him live. Absolute star. Loved it. So that's my stuff.
Bit of Mulligan and O'Hare.
Pancake day. Yeah, so that's my tomorrow evening taken care of. As for the day, well, who knows? I mean, Ollie Pope might be 170 not out by lunch tomorrow.
Please. That would be very nice. If you could make that happen. A lot of people would be eternally grateful.
I mean, it would be good to watch.
It really would, yeah. I believe the phrase is it's a good game to win from here, and it certainly would require, you'd imagine, 170 not out at lunch. Coming round the wicket again to the left-hander, Pennington. I just wonder if this pitch has actually suited Nott's, well, two principal bowlers, Pennington and Stone, a bit more than it suited Surrey's bowlers. Straying down the leg side to finish, but 5 runs from the over, 4 of them leg byes. Surrey 77 for 5. Pope still there. We're going to require some divine intervention, so who better to provide it? He's on 43. After this, Surrey's batting is deep, but so is the requirement.
Indeed.
Although they got that run rate down. It started at 2.2, it's down to 2.82. Run rate required.
That's one of
positives.
the more superfluous details. Yeah,
it is somewhat.
Maestro.
Just in case you're wondering, no team's ever been 67 for 5 or worse in the 4th innings of a first-class game and chased as much as 329.
Ever?
Ever.
Ever.
Oh,
Blimey.
yeah. Fine if they did it, but
well, records
it suggests the odds are against it.
Yeah, well, you quite adroitly pointed out the odds were against it before we even started. You managed to put a dampener on the whole thing.
Yeah.
By saying
260 for 6.
Yeah,
the greatest. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Andrew.
Just pointing out the facts.
I can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Message has come through, Andrew. Maestro is fired. That's the end of you.
It's not my fault they can't bat.
I'm dealing in facts, sir. Facts.
We want a fantasist. Bring in a professional fantasist.
That's what we should have. We should have a medium on your side.
It's funny you should say that, because Ebony Raidford Brent, who is a woman who has such an imaginative mind, was ruminating on air, I think last year or the year before. She was saying, with technology these days, I mean, it can't be too long, can it, before we can get, instead of miking up the players, why can't we just tap into their brain so we can just get exactly what they're thinking? I thought, don't, Ebony, don't. This is a very dangerous path.
Black Mirror, the cricket episode. Yeah. I see it.
I think she'd been watching a bit of Black Mirror. Yeah. I mean, it's not quite being a medium, but it's getting in the right direction. But yes, a clairvoyant would be handy, I suppose.
Meanwhile, what's going on?
Yeah, what is going on? What's going on?
Around the ground. So, again, my mind and heart heads down west.
Of course
to
it does.
Taunton. Now.
Oh. You're going to bring us more bad news?
Well, I'm going to bring some good news to anyone who appreciates outstanding young talents in English cricket.
Alison.
100 not, thanks very much.
Oh, there's a prideful beam coming across your mouth there.
What a player. Anyway, he's 100 not out. Matt Critchley's 55, and Essex are now just trailing by 23, still just 3 down.
That's a pitch that gets better, isn't it, Taunton?
Well, indeed, which perhaps explains why they enforced the follow-on. I was a bit surprised that they did, nonetheless, with...
Well, sides have struggled, haven't they, to bowl sides out on the 4th day at Taunton.
Yeah, this is true.
Pattern that has been repeated in certain places.
Still, I thought it was the only way, really, to let Essex back into the game. But anyway, irrespective, that's the case. So Essex trailing by 23 with 7 second wickets still in hand. So they've got maybe a puncher's chance of a great escape there. And Warwickshire edging towards a significant win against Sussex. They are 3 down, needing 59
Well, I never.
in that one.
That'd be something of a surprise, the way Sussex have been performing.
Yeah, it's been one
Although
of those.
they are, of course, without Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, one of those nip and tuck games. So yeah, Warwickshire are in the box seat at home in that one.
How are Hampshire and Yorkshire?
Yeah, so Hampshire need another 207 to beat Yorkshire, and they have 8 second innings wickets in hand.
Looks like a tight one.
Yeah, Toby Albert and Jake Lehman in just newly come together in that one. So 71 for 2, needing another 207. That could go right down to the wire. And the Leicestershire Glamorgan game on that eccentric looking Grace Road pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Leicestershire are edging in front here. Glamorgan will need to make the highest score, in fact, equal the highest score of the match. And they need another 212, and they are already 45 for 3. So Leicestershire edging ahead of that one.
Ollie Stone is back in the attack.
Mm.
And so far in this match, he has made really rather a lot of things happen, including 8 wickets to his name. At a fearfully low cost. He's bowled fantastically. It has been good to see how he's bowled, actually. He has been that point of difference bowler that every team you feel needs. He is not since last year. It was Josh Tongue. They get the two of them out there together with Dylan Pennington.
Yep.
It's a very strong looking seam attack.
Certainly is. Seen some great bowling in this match.
It's another leg bye.
In case you're wondering, the last Nottinghamshire bowler to take 10 wickets in a match against Surrey at the Oval was Harold Larwood in
Harold
1936.
Well,
So we're on
I would not begrudge. I would not begrudge him that. He's bowled very, very well. To be spoken of in those same terms.
Yeah.
I'll go and tell Dave Bracegirdle. I think he'd be beside himself. 90 years ago.
90 years ago. Quite a long time ago.
Something's happening at the back of the box. I don't approve of it. That's nicely put away by Josh Blake. A little bit of width. A confident shot from Blake.
Yeah, he's got a bit about him as Josh Blake.
Reduces the deficit to below 250. Psychologically very significant.
Yeah, and that is his favoured shot. We saw it in the One Day Cup a few times. He batted nicely here, actually, as well as at Guildford. And he likes that back cut.
It's a handy shot to have at the Oval. It's quite a profitable area, isn't it? Just behind square on the offside here at the Oval. As I mentioned the other day, it is also at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
I was on commentary with Alistair Cook during Trent Bridge Test against New Zealand, and I was saying, that Ben Duckett knows the angles here, and he initially poo-pooed me. He said, "Well, I mean, what difference does it make knowing the angles?" I said, "Well, they are quite different angles, aren't they?"
Well, they're unique.
Yeah,
really.
exactly. And much to my absolute delight, Duckett then proceeded to place 3 fours through that exactly weirdly shaped bit down the back. And I got a WhatsApp from the night apologising.
Blimey.
Yeah.
I was going to say, but how many test matches have you played? But no, he acknowledges it.
Yeah, he acknowledged that, yeah. I mean, in fairness, it wasn't the most amazing observation on my part, because Ben Duckett likes to hit the ball behind square anyway.
Yeah.
And it's even better to do it at Trent Bridge than everywhere else. Might pick up another couple here, actually. Yeah, he's scampering back for the second. He'll get home.
Perhaps if Sir Alistair had known the angles at Trent Bridge better, he might have been able to score 100 there. Famously never got a first-class 100 at Trent Bridge.
Not even a first class
Not
100.
even a first-class 100 in, where are we, 26 innings?
Well, that's a
I
thing.
suppose 99.
It's because he's got the sack. He's going out in a blaze of glory here.
Yeah.
Nothing to lose, mate.
I know, that's my dream, is knowing on TMS when my last game's going to be. Oh, I could be.
Yeah.
I could be dangerous on that.
Yeah,
that
it's probably
occasion.
best for the license fee that no one tells you.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Just tells you afterwards.
And he's most of the time how it works. Didn't work like that with blowers, of course.
So Brett Hutton is just rolling on here.
Yeah, how many overs has he bowled in this
13
spell?
already. Well, I'm not sure in this spell, but we've only had 30 overs.
Yeah, exactly. And he's
he's
bowled
bowled
13 of them.
13 of them.
Yeah. I have to rename the end at this rate. I mean, actually, if you did have a Hutton end here, then,
Yeah.
you know, it wouldn't be the most inappropriate.
Which end did Sir Len score most of the runs from? Most of his 364 from is a good question. Anyway.
Do you know the answer?
No, but I can probably...
You could probably work
find
it
You
out.
know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Well, I mean...
The shadows are lengthening.
It was actually a very nice detail of Simon Wilde's book on Jessup, actually, was that the boundary sizes were noticeably very different in 1902. I mean, I don't mean from today, I mean from each other.
Oh, okay.
So Jessup was
Interesting.
targeting a particular end. Because I think they were really long towards the Vauxhall end.
Okay.
So he was aiming his big hits
To the
quite
pavilion.
deliberately, the pavilion
Yeah,
end. So
okay.
those kind of things that we think of as quite modern, don't we? Those kind of decisions. And they're modern, really, because people now aim to clear the boundary. But, of course, in 1902, not so many people were as obsessed with that.
Sutton's eighth over of this spell altogether, having really bowled a few overs, as we know, before that in the innings.
So he didn't have an awful lot of time off, did he?
Nope, he hasn't.
So he bowled 6 of the first 12. And then how many overs did he have off after that?
He bowled... Well, yeah, he bowled 6 of the first 12, but from different ends.
Oh, right.
So he bowled 3 up front, then changed ends and bowled another.
It's a wide one there. Pope's chasing, doesn't get onto.
Yeah, just a slight cry of effortful anguish from the bowler. He's having to dig deep here.
Look, by the way, that run rate requires under 2 now.
So Hutton bowled 3 from that end, had a couple overs break, and then bowled 2 from this end, and another couple overs break, and then he was back on this end for the next 8.
Right. It gives the impression he could just keep going.
And again, another cry.
I'm looking forward to your lap of honour at Lords when you retire.
Like blowers.
Daniel, yes.
That is an unforgettable experience, that, wasn't it? Unforgettable. A regal wave that was given to the crowd. He's gone after that and he's got hold of it. Through mid-wicket. Fine shot from Pope. A rare drag down from Hutton. He's done one of those before and Pope was quickly onto it. That was from the Vauxhall end. This one from the pavilion end. Dispatches it. Moves to within a couple of a half century. 89 for 5 at the end of the over. Are you looking around for relief?
I thought it might be my cue, but who knows? Evening session is always a movable feast.
It's
isn't
very complicated.
Yeah.
It's very complicated.
Yeah.
We had a great one yesterday when the certs just scribbled down 5 numbers on top of the fridge and didn't show them to anyone. And I asked what the rotor was. It says, oh, it's over there somewhere. And the numbers themselves made no sense.
That's our boy. Thing is, he can reel in Timothy Spall. So what he gives with one hand, he takes with the other.
I mean, who's next? The sky's the limit.
I
isn't
know.
it?
What a show we've put on for you folks the last 3 days.
Unreal. I mean, it's a genuine privilege, isn't it, to be with the great man. You just don't know who's going to appear. No, I mean, Keith Richards will suddenly pop up on screen.
Yeah.
Now, Stone should be pretty fresh here. Bowled 5 overs in his first spell. He's only into his second over here. I see a little bit of warming up taking place from Liam Patterson-White. That slip, though, so maybe Brett Hutton's mammoth spell's coming to an end. Just a slight observation about Ollie Stone's run-up.
Yep.
It has more than a faint echo of Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Only quicker.
Quicker, yes.
But you're right, with
the hands.
Yeah, the hands.
Both hands, actually. The one on the left and the one on the right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Slightly trying to stop a small yappy dog from jumping up to his knees. Get away, get away. I'm so often reminded of Oliver Hannon-Dolby in a way that I'm not reminded of Jacques Callis, which is strange, isn't it? You consider the relative successes the two have had, but OHD is never far from my mind.
And your heart as well. I think this is
And my heart, yeah.
Callis is a good example because a monstrous cricketer, numbers-wise, but
did he
a slightly soulless one, perhaps, or bloodless?
Bloodless, I think.
Bloodless is maybe kinder.
I should imagine if you were South African, it would be different. But
yeah,
it's cruel of me to say. His numbers are amazing.
Yeah,
but somehow
we did something in Wisden Cricket Monthly this month, the 10 most consequential cricketers of the century, and we asked 50 odd people.
Yeah,
asked you. You didn't respond. It's not a problem.
Sorry, I was somewhat busy.
I know, sweetheart.
And also, you did go into my junk mail folder.
Did I?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I discovered it a couple of days ago. Felt slightly guilty about it, but that squirts away off a leading edge.
But anyway,
didn't get a hand because there is a sort of almost catching point.
Yeah,
anyway.
They were interested for a moment.
So 10 most consequential cricketers.
Yeah, and obviously that word's slightly open to interpretation, and some people went for, if you like, the most socio-political most consequential figures, some
of the 20th century.
Yeah, of the 21st century.
Oh, I suppose. Yeah.
Some went simply for them. Exactly. She got a fair few votes. Some went simply for the numbers. Some went for fame, if you like.
Fame, yes.
And influence. But Jacques Callis hardly featured. Hardly featured at all. He got a couple of votes across the 45 people who entered. All of them journalists and collection of ex-players and so on. But Callis hardly featured, and yet his numbers are titanic.
I mean, they're arguably comparable, if not better than, the great Sir Garfield, about whom no one is in any doubt.
Indeed.
It's not fair, is it?
No, not really.
That's a lovely shot. Full, but put away superbly by Blake.
Yeah. He shaped up okay in the first innings, and he's looked all right here too.
I mean, it's a ball that's easy to leave, but also, well, why not? If it's there, go after it. You off, Phil?
My work's done for the day, Daniel.
Well, it's been lovely having you. We may or may not see you tomorrow with 25 overs left to be bowled.
We'll be here tomorrow morning. Anyway, it's been a joy.
So, as predicted, Liam Patterson-White is going to come into the attack. He is replacing Brett Hutton, whose 8-over spell yielded what? What were his figures in that spell, Andrew? Surrey approach 3 figures now. Pope on 49. Delighted to say, he's not by any means making his debut on the Surrey live stream. It's back into his crease case. Pope nudges a single that takes him to 50. It's been a good knock from Pope when all around have been falling. He's been a bright spark for Surrey, and the fans are showing their appreciation of his resistance. That 50 coming off 74 balls. Played some great shots in there whenever the ball's been dragged down. He's put it away. He's looked to be busy. He's looked in good working order, actually, today. And on a day when we're celebrating the feats of Zahir Abbas and his mammoth average at the Oval, it's slightly fitting that one of his I suppose. People following in his footsteps, this Pope. So I'm delighted to say that making his county championship debut, this George Gompertz, you've been released from the tyranny of sitting next to Certs.
Yeah, released from the shackles. Tight
Yeah.
shackles, strong shackles. But
I mean,
released nonetheless.
That's
Here we are.
probably against employment law, you know. You can have a word.
Well,
Are you a member of a union?
well, we played this game earlier
Oh yeah.
of highest averages at the Oval.
We did.
And Ollie Pope was 10th on that list.
Yeah, aye.
But before this game, I think, Samo, he was 8th?
He was 8th, yeah.
Right. But after his first innings duck, he then moved down to 10th.
So he might have come up a
So
bit.
I reckon
with
he's
this.
now coming back up.
Yeah, that's a rather hopeful appeal for LBW, but well, another over ticks by. 24 remain in the day. Blake 10, Pope has 50, and coming to join George Gompertz, it's going to be Yas Rana as you continue your story.
It was an incredibly enjoyable 4 deliveries, Dan. Yeah, it's very tight around the bottom of that table, Samo. All within a run on their average.
Yep, the 3 Surrey men, Ramprakash, Amler and Pope. Let's just see whether Pope snuck ahead again now.
Stone to continue from the Vauxhall end. Another one that keeps just a tad low. Cheers. Have a look. I've seen a few balls across the game keep low, predominantly from the Vauxhall end. Yeah, back of a length. Not quite reaching bell height.
Yes, Samo, you got an answer?
He snuck ahead of Amler, so his current average at the Oval is 70.07. Amler averaged 70 exactly. And he's still 0.03 behind Ramprakash.
Well, the absurdity of Pope's record here is such that after his blob in the first innings, he needs to score 140 odd to maintain whatever his average was
Well,
pre-game.
Unless he's not out, of course, and or could get 70. 71 not out would increase his average. But yes, other than that, he's to make 141 to improve his average.
So how many runs currently would he need to go back above Ramprakash? And how much does that change if he was to get out? How many red inker runs would he need? And how many dismissed runs?
He only needs 1 more run to go ahead of Ramprakash on average, but if he got out, he would drop. Well, he'd go back to 10th. He'd still be ahead of Chris Rogers, who's 11th on that list.
So how many runs would he need, having been dismissed, to go above Ramprakash?
You're working him hard, George.
Oh, it's quite fun, isn't it?
Right, Stone around the wicket now to Josh Blake, unbeaten on 10.
He claims that it's the software that does all the work, but we all know that's a lie.
ChatGPT.
No idea how ChatGPT works. I mean, need to make 122 if he was to get out, and then keep himself ahead of Ramprakash.
Sure, it's in the back of his mind.
I doubt it. It was much more fun when he was averaging 99.94 at the Oval as he was at the end of the season 4 or 5 years ago.
Driven down the ground. Glorious shot from Pope. Doesn't bother running. Slightly overpitched by Stone. But Pope up to the task. Nice little battle this. 2 figures who you censor at the periphery of the England test setup at the moment. Pope, the spare batter for the first 2 tests against Pakistan. Stone not included, but
After how he's bowled this week, he must be in the conversation.
Might be averaging 99.94 before long if he carries on like that. Nothing more than a gentle push down the ground.
Good carry, left alone by Pope. Yeah, it's been a difficult afternoon for Surrey, and Surrey faithful who are here in good numbers today. But you could tell by the hearty round of applause that greeted Pope reaching his 50 that they're really enjoying this performance. Homegrown player, now not in the England 11, so playing a little bit more for Surrey than he has done in recent years. In difficult circumstances, he's putting on some show. He's so good at that. Just dropping the ball into the gaps. A good ball from Stone. But he still concedes a run, and Pope retains the strike. 7 runs from the over. Surrey 103 for 5.
Well, that's a sign of a great player. If you can turn a good ball into a run-scoring ball, which will frustrate any bowler. If you bowl your best delivery on a heavy line and length, and you can just nurdle it in for a single on the offside, must be absolutely infuriating.
Yeah, it's Ollie Pope at his very best. Such a naturally quick run scorer. So alert, busy, proactive.
Busy is a great adjective. Would you put Pope in a busy 11?
Definitely, definitely.
Who else is in there?
Billings. I think Billings might be the busiest player on the circuit.
Busy with his hands, feet and his mouth. Good chatter.
Sweep shot from Blake. Gets right across his stumps. Swooping a ball that's way outside off stump behind square on the leg side. Yeah, you know, in football, in the last few years, people on Twitter are obsessed with midfielders scanning all the time.
Yes, it's become a bit of a trend, hasn't it?
And I think it's similar to that. It's looking at what the batter in particular is doing between each delivery. Pope is a very good runner between the wickets, but even at the non-striker's end, he's looking at the field. Some batters completely turn off when they're at the non-striker's end. And I don't think Ollie Pope is one of them. Oh, skids through. Keeps a bit low again. Increasingly becoming a feature of this game.
I don't think that's to say there's necessarily a right or wrong way to go about it. If you're out there for hours on end, you need to switch off at times. Can't be concentrating all the time.
No, you're exactly right. Part of why I really enjoyed watching Brook and Pope bat together, because they have such contrasting styles. And Brook, on the outside at least, much more visually laid back. Pope again looking over his shoulder. Even in his footwork, he's incredibly proactive. Not shy of skipping down to greet the ball off seamers.
Who else is in your busy 11 then? I reckon Pope must be first name on that team sheet.
Yeah, him and Billings are right up there. Let me just have a look at some names to jog my mind. Do any names instantly spring to mind for you?
Well, if we're going worldwide, I put Steve Smith in there.
Yes.
It's an archetypal busy man.
And there it is again. Just nudging a very good ball from Ollie Stone. Just back of a length and off stump into the vacant gap. To be fair, it should be noted just how much the field is spread to Pope. 4 men out on the boundary, 2 slips in play. So not really many gaps in the infield that are plugged. So there are single taking opportunities there. I think Sam Curran's another one. Very busy player.
Right, so if you're going to build an 11 out of busy players, that then begs the question, surely you've got to have some bowlers. So what constitutes a busy bowler?
But I think busyness is an attribute that is used more for batters than they are
Well,
bowlers.
indeed. But I would describe Stuart Broad as a busy bowler. He's always discussing or telling someone that they're moving in front of the sight screen, or that something's glinting, or moving the bails, or something. There's always something going on.
Yeah, it's a fair point, actually. I mean, one of the things that makes me think Sam Billings is a very busy player is not his batting or keeping it, but it's just what he's like as a captain. He is, in a T20 game, it is fascinating to watch Billings. Every ball. If we had player cams in the blast of the 100, I'd choose Billings because he is tinkering the field every delivery. There is never 2 balls that passes where he is not saying something to someone. But yeah, Broad's a good shout.
I don't really know what else a bowler can do, except for maybe running back to their mark. Or maybe a bowler who excessively tinkers with their own field.
Yeah, I think it's also leaning into the theatrics of it, which again is a very Broad-like trait. Playing up to the drama of the situation. Runs flowing quite nicely for Surrey at the moment, as you'd expect when Ollie Pope was out there, but Josh Blake has started nicely, 14 off 26.
Now our producer John has actually gone walkabouts, but he's contacting us from the other side of the ground about the busy 11. He's talking to members, I hear. We've got Jack Russell as a keeper. Gareth Batty, another shout.
Yeah, when producer John goes walkabouts, stay alert in the crowd. Lovely delivery from Stone. Completes the 36th over. Sorry, 1-1-1 for 5.
Yeah, it's been one of the highest quality spells of bowling of this season's championship, I reckon. Been absolutely relentless. Fast, direct, extracting bounce from the surface, and at times, most of the time, has been absolutely unplayable.
No John Surtees.
Got to say, he looks a bit glum in the absence of Surtees.
Send him back. He looks like a man at peace with the world.
He's watched a full day of county championship cricket. What better way is there to spend an August Saturday?
And also, yeah, it's a fair point actually, just how little county championship cricket these days is played at the height of summer.
Here we go.
So this summer, this is one of the very few days you can enjoy a Saturday at the Kia Oval with a game in the balance. Flick round the corner and that'll be 4 more. A little bit too leg side from Liam Patterson-White. Not for the first time today. Pope tickles one round the corner for 4.
I think that point has probably been dismissed slightly this season just because we got so lucky with the weather in April and May, which means we haven't really lost many days of cricket to rain. But ordinarily, pretty wet months, and then you're asking a lot of September to pull through with the weather as well.
Yeah, I've been to a few England internationals that have been held at Bristol in late September, and it's always rained. Always rained. There's a game against Ireland, I think in 2023, Australia in 2024. Talking September 27th sort of territory. It's a nice shot from Blake, behind square on the offside. But Martindale is quick to get round to the ball, so it cuts off the 2.
Yeah, Durham have had a pretty rough go of the scheduling this year. They've got 2 internationals. They had a T20 in June against India, which was rained off after the first innings, I think, which was played through the rain. And their second international is a one-day against Sri Lanka on the 27th of September. Which is asking a lot of the elements.
That single from Blake, by the way, brought up the 50 partnership between this pair. And all of a sudden, things feel a lot calmer for Surrey. Six runs from that over. Surrey 117 for 5. Still requiring a whopping 212 more runs with just 5 wickets in hand. Still another 20 overs remaining in the day. Still catching up the overs we lost to the weather on day 1. And like on days 1 and 2, it looks like we'll get through them. Hardly a cloud above us at the moment. So you'd imagine that we'll be going until at least 7:15 p.m. this evening, as we have on days 1 and 2. Bumper from Stone.
I actually think this is it's a great opportunity for Josh Blake, who was playing second 11 cricket earlier this week, then has been drafted in last minute due to the injury of Ryan Patel. And you probably wouldn't choose to be facing a fired up Ollie Stone who's bowling short at him, but coming in at 67 for 5, there's relatively little pressure. And now he's got the 50 partnership and he's got himself a base, having faced 29 deliveries. It's a great opportunity for him to just bat.
Yeah, an opportunity in more than one way. I actually think he might well relish the opportunity to show what he's capable of against an attack this good, against a bowler of Ollie Stone's calibre. 27 years old, turns 28 before the end of the season. He's done well for Surrey when he's had opportunities in the first team. His record in the One Day Cup is good, averaging in the mid to late 30s, striking around 90. And from his brief county championship career so far, an average of 39 from his first 4 games. And I can't imagine there will be many better batters to bat with in the country than Pope. Such a fast scorer naturally, without ever really feeling like he's taking too many risks, that pressure rarely builds up with him at the crease.
Well, Josh Blake had that innings at the beginning of the One Day Cup this year, away at Lancashire, where he put on over 100 with Adam Thomas. Surrey won by 7 wickets.
Oh God, we put the mockers on him. Another short ball from Ollie Stone. Blake looks to pull it, but just miscues it, top edges it to Ben Martindale at square leg, who takes the simplest of catches. Stone has his 9th of the game, and Surrey, well, they're 6 down and Notts just 4 wickets away from sealing what could be an all-important Division 1 victory.
I was just going to talk about how at ease he looked in that Lancashire innings, but just the extra pace of Stone. He looked like he was almost caught in 2 minds there at the end. He was going to pull it and then just tried to back out the shot, but it was too late.
Yeah, I think it was the bounce as much as anything. when bowlers go to the short ball ploy, they have to get the height right, and that was head height bouncer just outside the off stump that Blake was looking to pull towards the leg side, and that's a much, much harder height to pull, and so he falls.
Ollie Stone joins Matt Fisher as taking his 200th wicket in this game. Matt Fisher having taken his earlier, so 200 first class wickets for Ollie Stone, an average of 27.
Would you be able to tell us his first class wicket?
Jordan Clark, the new man in the middle. Surrey in danger of losing this tonight. Just 4 wickets remaining. Stone bowling with his tail up. Clark are more than capable. Number 8. He's batted at 7 several times for Surrey over the years, averaging best part of 30 in Division 1 this summer. 3 slips alongside Carl Verena behind the stumps.
Well, even though we talked Blake into a wicket, he looked great whilst he was out there. He looked comfortable at this level. A couple of lovely shots off the back foot.
Stone to the new man, Jordan Clark. Oh, cuts him in half. Again, more movement off the pitch. We've seen seam bowling, seam movement throughout this game. It's another one that jags into a batter. Very, very nearly kisses the inside edge of Jordan Clark's blade. And for what I think would have been the third time in the game rather, Stone taking 2 wickets in an over.
He bowled over 21 overs in the first innings, into his 10th now, and still he's extracting so much from the pitch. So much kick and nip.
Clark's off the mark. He'll retain the strike. 1 run from the over and the wicket of Josh Blake. Sorry, 118 for 6. Samo.
Ollie Stone's first class wicket was way back in 2012. Andrew Gale, Stone playing for Northants against Yorkshire at Leeds. He got him LBW. And his 100th was in 2018, and that was Will Smith. At this point, Stone was playing for Warwickshire. So Will Smith of Durham at Edgbaston, and Will Smith was called Sibley bowled Stone.
That's 6 years to get from 0 to 100, and further 8 years from 100 to 200.
Yeah, that's what having a few injuries will do to you, isn't it?
Patterson White into Clark.
He said quite rightly, as a couple of overs ago, that a theme of today really has been the ball keeping a little bit low. But Stone is just extracting so much from a third day pitch.
Well, it's just been slightly inconsistent today. There's been balls that have flown through and had really good carry, but just the odd delivery that's kept low. You can see it actually in the manner of dismissals across the game. In the first innings, all 10 Nottinghamshire wickets to fall were caught, whereas as the game has gone on, we've had more batters bowled in LBW than we had previously. 5 of the not second innings wickets were bowled or LBW. Pennington bowled both Folkes and Lomraw in the second innings here. It's funny that different bowlers seem to extract or are able to find the inconsistent bounce more than others. Pennington, it feels like he's the one who's had most balls keep a bit low. Oh, that's another one. Through the defences of Jordan Clark. 2 wickets in 2 overs for Nottinghamshire. Surrey now 7 down. And this game does feel like it will be done on the third evening.
Yeah, Surrey really falling away without much of a fight. It was a good stand from Pope and Blake. And having got through that, Notts will now just look to run through this lower order. Clark just pushing at it really. And dragging it on. It's not moved. It's gone on with the arm. And Pope looks as dismayed as anyone does.
Yeah, he's not a prodigious turner of the ball, Ian Patterson-White. Bowls very stump to stump. Subtle changes of pace as much as anything else, but I think that wicket is another illustration of what we were talking about just before that delivery, actually, George, of the slightly uneven bounce at play, the odd ball keeping a bit low.
Yeah, it's hit well below the stickers on the stumps, especially to the spinners. You've just got to get right forward. As soon as you're half forward, half back, a bit tentative, and then it does react off the pitch a little bit, it's too late by that point.
Well, Tom Laws is the new man in the middle. He accompanies Ollie Pope. Surrey were going nicely just for a little period with Blake and Pope in the middle. They put on 50 for the 6th wicket. But in 2 overs, Surrey have lost 2 more wickets. And the end does feel nigh.
Thank you, Yas. Thank you, Samo.
Cheers, George.
Can be
Pleasure
Ali.
having you on board.
Ali Brown to see you through to the end of play.
Epic stint for Ali, this. 18 overs remaining in the day. Had a little bit of an accident in the commentary box. But it's going to be Stone to continue. Bowling to the very well set Ollie Pope with a very well spread out field. 4 men patrolling the boundary. 2 slips in play though. Afternoon, Ali. This session hasn't gone quite to plan for Surrey.
No, no, it hasn't. But notwithstanding, I think Ollie Pope's been brilliant in this session. I think we mentioned earlier his technique had changed a little bit. He's getting on the front foot, which is what you need to do on a wicket that's up and down. I think we talked about hitting the wicket and balls. Some balls would keep low, and I think Notts have really look to get that from the pitch. They're bringing the stumps into the equation. I think Surrey bowled brilliantly, but they did bowl a little bit wider. So those balls, they did go through low, but they didn't affect the stumps. And we saw with Joe Clark getting bowled, and we've seen a couple of times the ball just keeping a fraction low, and then some just a little bit of lift. Nothing untoward. I mean, it's just a really good cricket wicket, but on those sort of wickets, you have to get forward, and I think that's what Ollie Pope's done, and I think he's been the absolute standout.
Do you think with the ball that Notts have an attack that is potentially more suited to a wicket that's a bit up and down? In that Surrey's bowlers immensely skillful, but actually they're quite old school in that they predominantly look to swing the ball, whereas the Notts bowlers are a bit more seam rather than swing, a bit more stump to stump.
Yeah, I think the difference is really only about a foot. It is really, it's a foot and a half. That's about it. And I think in particular Worrell and Fisher bowled brilliantly and missed the stumps by fractions. But having said that, Notts left the ball well. When Patterson-White, as an example for that last wicket, he knows what the wicket's doing, so he's trying to bring the stumps into play all the time. He's just trying to bowl quick. He's not even trying to throw it up there. He's basically saying, look, if you miss one of these, you're going to be LBW or bowled. And so he's read the script. I think Ollie Stone has bowled brilliantly. I think they've rotated the bowlers well. I think they've managed to keep them fresh. There are only really 3 frontline seamers for Notts, and Ollie Stone being the absolute pick of them. But then from a Surrey perspective, you have to see him off. You have to see off his 6 overs and make him come back.
Edge just falls short. Patterson White at first slip. Genuine edge though from Laws. Stone just probably half a yard away from claiming his 4th.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Some balls have kept a little bit low, and that's just one of them on a good length, but didn't quite carry. Ryan Patel probably would have got his fingers to that, I reckon. But look, it's they keep coming in a really good area, making the batsmen play. A little bit of short ball work, which saw the back of Blake, but generally they're pretty full.
Quick signal and Laws is off the mark, and he'll retain the strike for the next over. Sorry, 1-2-2 for 7.
I think it's also a side playing with a bit of confidence as well. You've got a side who are top of the table. They've got a real vision of wanting to win back-to-back championships. They've pretty much done what they did last year. I mean, if you look, we go back 2 days and you see 41 for 5. You don't necessarily expect Surrey to be in this position where they now need 207 to win. So after the first hour and a half of the day's play, it's disappointing to be in a position where you're really trying to hang on. I mean, there's 207 needed. Ollie Pope's going to need probably a double 100 to get this home. It's going to be hard work.
I think we're witnessing a birthday celebration in the crowd. Just had a rendition of Happy Birthday, energetically sung. It's going to be Liam Patterson White again. I was watching quite a lot of the first Bangladesh-Australia test match, and it's really interesting watching the 2 Bangladeshi spinners operate in conditions you wouldn't necessarily associate with spin bowlers having success. And the game plan is pretty straightforward. It's basically just bowl at the stumps every ball and just change your pace a little bit. And Tajul Islam, the left-arm spinner, he bowled Labuschagne with a ball that Labuschagne kind of Yorks himself. And the commentators at the time were quite critical.
They do want Labuschagne out.
They do, that is true. But then there was a package done later on that kind of showed just how much Tajul varied his pace in that over. So the dismissal in itself looks relatively innocuous, but I know as a batter, this must be mentally taxing when you know every single ball is hitting the stumps. And that is pretty much what Patterson White is doing here.
But he knows not to. The most you're going to get out of it is throw it into the surface, and some have reacted slightly differently. They've just, the odd one bit low. Can you trap someone, catch them on the pad or bowled? And really, he's doing his job. He's also making sure they're going to have a lot more seam coming forward with 3 wickets left to play. So making sure that run rate is that bowling, so that you don't get behind on your bowling on your overs, and pick up a wicket or 2 if you can. I would say just on Bangladesh, I did get very little from Colo. He likes to speak about Australia on a regular basis, but he did bring it up a little bit, but he said how good Bangladesh were rather than where Australia are at the moment. Although it looks like they're going to be 1-1, aren't they, in the next couple of days?
Yeah, it looks like it. In Colo's defence, he's actually one of the most two-eyed Australian supporters. He always does give credit to the opposition. Has a very global view on the game. I think we've got a change in the commentary box. So a few more thoughts from Ali Brown before Daniel Norcross will be with you for the next 8 or so overs.
Yes, we're approaching the last hour, or hopefully the last hour, with 16 overs to come. It could potentially, if they call for an extra half an hour, it could be an extra 8. But Ollie Pope holding on well at the moment. If you can get some support from Tom Laws, you never know. But
I keep the faith,
yeah,
Ali.
I know. Well,
and apart from anything else, the opportunity to watch Ollie Pope in late evening sunshine is a beautiful thing. He's got that away nicely. And that's why it's a beautiful thing, as is that beautiful noise that the ball made.
He
It
has looked a
crunched.
class apart, though, hasn't he? And he looks, to me, he looks more compact than he has done, a few months ago. So he looks in a great place, confident, and 72 on this wicket is there's a ball with your name on it somewhere, and he's played very well.
He has. Has unfurled some glorious shots. Stone is searching now for his 10th wicket of the match, but he's in his 6th over of this spell, Andrew. He bowled, was he in the 6th or even the 7th? Because his first spell was 5 overs, wasn't it? I might have misremembered.
They're trying to rotate it, but I think when you've got a new batsman who's 1 off 10, you can just get through that. You've got Fisher and Worrell still to come. I think he'd find a bit of energy for the last 2 if he could just get through one of these 2.
Oh, he's got him. That is his 10th, and it's another absolute beauty from Ollie Stone. He has bowled so well. Shivered the timbers. Laws goes for 1. Late in this spell, you would think, but he took 6 in the first innings, 4 in the second, 10 in the match for Stone. And really, you've just got to take your hats off to him. He's bowled quite superbly in this match.
Yeah, it's another outstanding delivery. He's just targeting the top of off with a little bit of variation and letting the wicket do that. And I just think that's probably the difference, isn't it? They bowled just a fraction straighter, allowed the wicket to take its place, and that is top of off.
We take a look at that again. I mean, there's pace and there's just enough shape beyond the angle. He's played the angle on that, and it's just done enough. You can't get topper of off than that.
That is actually perfect. It's just that little bit of variation from where it's pitched. It hasn't sort of nipped a lot, but it's nipped enough, and that's what you're looking for.
Quite brilliant stuff. And Andrew Samson is about to tell us what company Ollie Stone now keeps.
Well, firstly, this is actually, you're right, it's the 7th over of the spell. It's the second time he's taken 10 wickets in a match. The other time was when he got 11 for 96 for Warwickshire against Durham and Birmingham in 2018, which was the match in which he got his 100th first-class wicket. So he's done it again in the match in which he got his 200th first-class wicket. And the last time any Nottinghamshire bowler took 10 wickets against Surrey at the Oval was 1936, a chap by the name of Harold Larwood.
That is pretty fine company to keep, Ollie Stone. Congratulations. There are just times when you have to take your hat off. It's been the balls he's got wickets with, he's not been gifted, really, and that's what you've got to say. And he's kept an impeccable line and length, and he's troubled the stumps, troubled the outside edge. Matt Fisher's off the mark straight away, but now with 15 overs remaining in the day, Notts will be eyeing up, wrapping this up with a day to spare. Ollie Pope will have different ideas, of course, as the shadows lengthen. But I'm trying to put into context the bowlers we've seen here at the Oval this season. There have been a few who've caught your eye. One of them, Henry Crocombe, signed for Surrey. He bowled very well for Sussex when they were here. Stone is in that category. He's quick, and he looks really back to full fitness, and he's bowling quite superbly.
I would say of all the wickets we've had this year, this is the one that's just done a little bit more throughout, not just in the first hour. I think it's been a brilliant cricket wicket, to be fair. I think it's had everything. If you get forward, as Ollie Pope has shown, you can get your runs on it. You've got to be mindful of that ball that could potentially keep low. You might take a rap on the gloves or a ball that might just pop a little bit, but nothing untoward. It's exactly what you need, I think. Often in 4-day cricket, the wickets can be too good, and then that's not leading to results. But this one is what you'd like to see as a default, really, isn't it?
It's been entertaining cricket, hasn't it? Popel keeps strike with that single. Yep, it's rewarded good bowling as well, hasn't it? I think the difference has been that Stone has just managed to get the ball to move late off the pitch. And when you're bowling consistently, I mean, our speed gun's got him at 83. Sometimes it's felt a little bit quicker even than that, 85, 86 even. But if you're getting the ball to move in that last couple of yards, that's devilishly difficult to play, isn't it?
But 83, 84, what feels quicker is that bit of extra bounce. So it's like, Freddie Flintoff was probably 84, 85 most of the time, but he'd hit the stickers really hard. He'd bowl a heavy ball, and it was the bounce that made it more challenging.
So the reverse has been unfurled. I'm going to take the single. So no thought, Pope, of protecting Matt Fisher. I think that's the right thing to do from so far out. You've got to trust Fisher, who we know has been in pretty good nick with the bat this season.
Yeah.
So Pope 75 of 100 balls. I mean, that's another thing in the context of this match. The scoring rates have been not high, 2.5 or so and over in the first innings. Knott's got up to about 3 and a little bit in their second innings, and Pope's going at 75 per 100 balls.
You'd certainly mark this innings up, wouldn't you? Against a good attack.
Well, you said earlier, I think 70's worth 100.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think he's played really well.
Also, we've got to give credit to other Nottinghamshire bowlers here. I mean, Dylan Pennington's bowled very well. Brett Hutton's been very consistent. And they've attacked the stumps in the first innings. All of Surrey's wickets came from catches, all 10. But the Notts bowlers have just managed to attack those stumps a little bit more. Occasional LBW. They've hit the stumps. How many bowls have we had in this innings and indeed Surrey's first innings, Andrew? I feel like the second innings of both have actually yielded a few bowls. End of the over, a couple of singles from it. Will Stone continue? He's taken 4 for. It looks like he's going to. He looks like he's after a second 5 for the match. And initially an 11th, and he'll probably be eyeing a 12th.
There have been 4 bowls in this innings. There were 3 in Nott's second innings. Just 2 in Surrey's first innings. And of course, they were all caught in Nott's first innings.
Yep. So Stone has got the new batter Fisher to bowl at. He's now into his 8th over of this spell.
You do feel this will be the last one. I think if Ollie Pope had smuggled a single, he might have thought again, but...
Look, again, he's attacking those stumps, isn't he? Attacking the stumps and the pads. You always fear a little bit for Stone because of his injury record, and I dare say, Notts will be very, very well aware of that. But they know how significant this win would be for them, and they probably feel right now that he's on a roll. He's got a bit of momentum. If he can finish it off quickly, he can get back into the changing room earlier than waiting around for somebody else to take them while he lurks in the outfield. Now, was there a bit of inside edge on that? It started by appealing for an LBW, I think, but half wondering if it was going to carry through to the keeper.
Didn't look like it missed the stumps by very much.
Yeah, not by much. Couldn't really tell from that if he got any bat on it. It's nicely played by Fisher, back past the bowler. Chases on for a weary Hutton. He will get there, but they've come back for a third, which is exactly what Surrey wanted. It's got Fisher off strike, got Pope back on strike. It's exactly what Brett Hutton didn't need, isn't it, after bowling?
Yeah, he didn't look like he...
didn't look like he fancied it too much, no. I can't say as I blame him. He's bowled 14 overs in this innings. He's bowled a fair few in the first innings.
Well, he's allowed Stone and Pennington to rotate, isn't he, basically? So he's done very well.
Pope looking to manufacture a bit of width there that wasn't quite on offer. In this situation, if you're Ollie Pope, how do you sort of construct a plan? Can you think of nothing more than really, I've just got to take my score along and hope that in the doing of that, we can change the situation over a long period of time?
Well, I mean, you can't hang on with 2 wickets left in whatever's left of today, and 13 overs today, and all of tomorrow. So. But I think first and foremost, he'll be trying to target 80, 90 and then 100, and then trying to be positive from then, and trying to drag Fisher along with him, who we know can bat. And I think you just got to take it off in little chunks. If you go negative, you just got to keep getting both of you to concentrate, to get forward, and to keep trying to pick up your 1s and 2s, and your boundaries will come. And although it seemed a long way off, you've got another 194 to go. If you can whittle that down to 180, 170, 160, you never know.
Well, that's flown off I know not what, but down for 4. Has it come off the pad? Yes. Leg bias is signalled. I wonder if there's a bit of glove on that, but he's still managing to bowl hostile balls after the 8th over of the spell. 8th. He's bowled 5 in the first. 8 over spell. Well, he's having a chat now with Hasib Hamid, which will be, have you got another one in you? I don't know.
It's probably we've got 5 games left. We're trying to win the championship. Probably hold it there unless Fisher's on strike. Would be
another match next week. Yep.
Yes. I mean, what they don't want is to have that. You'll have obviously Josh Tung will be playing in the tests against Pakistan, so they don't want to lose a strike bowler, and it's still quite tight up at the top. It's not as if a win here would surge them well clear of the pack, so they've got to be careful about that.
And they've also seen how well Dylan Paddington has bowled in this match. There's no reason why he can't winkle out the last 2 himself.
No.
Patterson White's doing a handy job for them at the moment. And it's much easier for Hasib Hamid to keep him on now because the deficit is so huge. There's Dan Worrell with his pads on. Last man. Helmet, no, can't see the gloves yet. Wonder whose bat it is he's got this time. I know he's not overly solicitous of bats. Then neither was Zahir Abbas, as I discovered in his book. He showed no particular interest in bats.
Really?
No. Which I thought was quite unusual for a man with 108 first-class hundreds. He said, if it just felt all right in the hand, didn't mind. If it was, he said, I'd use the Surrey, I'd use the Gunner Moore. All sorts, really.
I didn't go on a weight or anything. I would just go on pick up. So I wouldn't say, give me a
X pounds, X ounces.
210 bat. It would be pick a bat up, and if it feels light for what it is.
Has he got an edge on that? Well, no, says the umpire. Don't know how convincing that appeal was, particularly.
I've seen more convincing appeals.
I have
that
too.
one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a replay of it though, because I think there's a bit of sharp turn. Yes, he said he wanted it to be relatively light because he played with his wrists a lot.
But the bats in those days were sort of 2.4, weren't they? 2.5, something like that.
Well, generally, but then you got your SS Jumbos came in, didn't they? And Fernley bats could be quite heavy. And apparently Clive Lloyd's bat was very heavy. He liked a nice heavy bat. So here we go. Here's a replay of that ball that spun past Fisher's outside edge. Yeah, definitely straightened. Keeper was slightly more flamboyant than in his appeal than anyone else. I've also heard a rather alarming announcement over the tannoy that suggests that I might be interviewing Zahir Abbas later, but news has just come over. To quote David Bowie, we've got 5 years left to die in. No. That I think that might not be happening. For those of you listening. And there may be some listening into the live stream because I know that the BBC feed went down for both the Middlesex game and the Surrey game. Apparently it's football. Football has intervened.
What's your team?
AFC Wimbledon. We fought out a thrilling 0-0 draw with Reading.
Did you?
At home. Could be a precious point. Could be 2 points dropped. Too early in the season to tell. Right, so Pope took that single. As I say, he's taking the runs on offer. He's not protecting Fisher. Might be inclined to get somebody in at short leg.
That's actually a surprise that he's taken that single, I think. Bearing in mind, I think this will be Stone's last over. He's pushing his last over. And I think Ollie Stone would rather bowl at a number 10 or 11 than he would Ollie Pope.
Yeah. But again, a couple of times now, Fisher's fended at those balls. There's a leg slip in place. I think you could afford a forward short leg as well. That's another hostile ball. He's managing to extract life and hostility from the pitch. Wide's been signalled. It went so far over Fisher's head, but
I'm not
sure
Fisher would be happy about that.
No, I think he thought, oh, great, I've negotiated another ball, but no, he's going to have it all over again.
I know, yeah.
Same for Stone in a way, because it's extending his spell. I don't think anyone's happy with that.
Yeah, ultimately he's trying to push him back, isn't he? And then he's going to target the stumps.
Yeah. That's a solid forward defence. A little shimmy to leg and then came forward and pushed him to the offside. It's a gorgeous sight, the Oval, this time of day, as the shadows creep across the pitch, illuminating the SSE Energy Solutions stand away to our left.
It's quite a warm stand, isn't it?
It is very warm stand.
A couple of weeks ago with Mark Elam.
When it was hot.
Well, I'd come up for Graham Kersey Memorial Day, and I've been in the Graham Thorpe box, which is really nice. I saw Ely. He was up here to watch Tommy in the Metrobank.
Aye.
And so I went out to go and see the family. Kirsty was there, his wife, with George. And then I realised how hot it was, and I hadn't actually brought any sun cream for the Graham Thorpe box. So,
well, you'd be very exposed up there.
It's nice.
Yeah, Sylvester Clark Bar as well up there.
Yeah.
Well, he's got an aerial there. He's got it away through deep backward point. Chases on, and he's not quite going to get there. The ball wins. It's a rare short ball outside the off stump from Stone.
It's only 183 to go.
That's the way to look at it.
You do
And
have
that was
to, you do have
so
to be
short.
positive, though. You do have to give something back. So if in an hour's time that was 143 or something like that,
Yeah.
it's still heavily in favour of Notts. But
It's a perfect shot, though, isn't it? 'Cause he made the fielder run all the way to that boundary. Well, that's a sumptuous drive, but it's off the last ball of the over, and it means he's going to keep strike. So a rare, expensive over from Stone, and I wonder if that really is it.
I'd be very surprised if it isn't. I would say that's probably one
Yeah.
too many.
Well, he's had a pat on the back there
Yeah.
from Brett Hutton. He's taken a jumper and he's put it on. What a fantastic shot that is we see of London and its skyscrapers and those strange owl-like flat blocks of flats.
John Major lives up there, doesn't he?
Is that right?
Yeah. He's got a little penthouse up there somewhere.
That's not a bad place to be, is it?
Yeah.
So, in theory, 11 overs to be bowled today. Let me present one spectre. Because I know you like a spectre. Now, sunset's at about 7:40, right? But let us dream. Let us dream that Surrey are still going in 11 overs time. Notts could take an extra half hour. How late can we go? I wonder.
It's a good question as to whether they do that, actually, with Ollie Stone sort of
Yeah, a bit
coming
tired.
to the... Do they want to push him for an extra 4 overs if they were to take that?
I mean, as a player, if you could win and be out of here by 8:15, and you live in the Nottingham area, are you staying here for a night in London, or are you hot-footing it up the motorway to get back and have a full day at home?
I'm trying to think what we did back in the day, actually. I mean, most of the time we would come back. Although we did stay up in Manchester the year we won it. So, I think you'd also look at the weather forecast for tomorrow, which is pretty good.
It's pretty good, yeah. Yeah.
A fresh Stone and Pennington first thing in the morning, if required. Maybe the way to go. Depends how well these two play over the next 6 overs.
Oh, now this could be tight. Oh, he's got him. He's got him. A direct hit. Fisher's got to go. Wasn't really a run there. I think Fisher is a bit slow to set off. Surrey have lost their 9th, perhaps a little needlessly. It's a good bit of fielding. And, of course, it's Ollie Stone with the throw, isn't it? He'd just actually moved up the ball before. He'd come up into that position. Edgy shot from Pope. I don't know if it bounced off the keeper. We'll see it again here. It went in a strange arc. And then in truth, look, I mean, even if it hadn't been a direct hit, Fisher was always going to struggle. But the direct hit meant there was no doubt about it. And Fisher has to go. This will get us a better view. Not sure that run was entirely necessary. I think you can see Pope's frustration there. It would have been Fisher's call because the ball went behind square. But even the dive, I don't think would have saved him if it had gone into the keeper's gloves. But it's been Ollie Stone's day, hasn't it? He's not taking wickets with the ball. He's running people out. 148 for 9, and now Notts need just the 1 wicket. And now you do sort of feel that it's happening today, or at least if they're 9 down and they're still there in 10 overs time, they're probably going to go for it, aren't they?
Well, I think you've got a barrage from Pennington probably coming up.
And the way Dan Worrell plays, I mean, you're going to be quietly confident, I would suggest. Be interested to see, though, if Ollie Pope now farms a strike. It's tricky to farm the strike for 181 runs.
Well, I think he'll try and find 22 from somewhere
Well,
if he can.
that might be his first.
I think
port
he
of
was
call.
looking to manipulate, whereas Fisher wasn't expecting that at all. And to be fair, there wasn't a run there. I mean, he was out by about 4 yards, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's not as if the signs weren't there. Ollie Stone, when he's bowling, it's hardly missed the stumps. He might as well just bowled that in. And direct hit. Always very frustrating, a run out.
Well, Stone is off. Freddie McCann has come on, which is an interesting ploy. I think Fisher was trying to get through because it was the last ball of the over. But of course the irony now is that Ollie Stone's come off, so it's not as if he would have been facing him. Well, is he going to take the run or not? He is going to take the run. He's decided that he can either trust Dan Worrell against the spinner, or he just thinks, well, is there a point to just patting the ball up to long on? Now, fascinatingly enough, because this is Dan Worrell, the field is still going to be relatively spread for the number 11. We've got a deep mid-off that's not a long off. And a deep cover. Got a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. So something tells me they've seen Dan Worrell bat before. And they think the place they're most likely to get him is down at long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square.
It's another turn as well.
Yeah, it's another wonderfully stickerless bat that Dan Worrell's got. If it's his or not, I don't know.
This wasn't necessarily on my bowling bingo.
Wasn't mine. No, I'd kind of assumed Pennington. Pennington's bowled 10 overs, I think. Well, Dan Worrell is going to defend here. Because I think he does keep a tally of the people that he's got through to 100, and he counts those as his own hundreds.
Really?
Mm. Well, that was magnificent stuff from Dan Worrell. Patterson White, I imagine, will continue. I don't think this is some tricksy move to get Patterson White to this end and Pennington to the pavilion end, perhaps. Don't know. Time's going to tell. I wonder what Ollie Pope's saying to Dan Worrell there now. Yeah, they've got a conflab in mid-pitch.
So you stick it out while I get the extra 21, and then I'll try and be really positive after that to get the extra 160 or whatever we need.
Well, they've had a long chat. It is going to be Patterson White to continue. Maybe Hasib Habib just wants another night in London. Not taking that single. So obviously a plan has been hatched here, Alistair. A plan has been hatched.
I don't quite know what that plan is.
Not sure. Not sure, as Jeremy Cody would say, uncertain at this stage. But the single was taken off this ball, so I think it's to give Dan Worrell no more than 4 balls per over. 150 up, though, with that single, and Pope to 80. Moving him up that list that we showed earlier.
So you think he's seen that list and he thought this is a tricky wicket?
I don't really.
Can I just nudge it up a fraction?
So has he gone now above Amla and Ramprakash, was that where we're going?
He is, yeah, but he needs to not get out, to stay there.
Well, he's got, I think, a better than a 50-50 chance of that.
Yep.
I think you'd say. I tell you now, if Surrey were to win this, it would definitely be a bannerman from Pope, wouldn't it? In terms of percentage of runs scored.
You think he could get 250 not out to win the game?
I believe in O Pope. I think Worrell might have to smite the odd 6 here and there. It's the end of the over. Well played by Dan Worrell. Studious in defence. 150 for 9 there are. In theory, 8 overs left in the day. Wonder how many of them it'll take. Or whether we'll need an extra half hour. Who knows? The man to take you through to what could be the end of the match or just the end of the day is Yas Rana.
Trying to work out at the back of the box, Ali. Why is Freddie McCann bowling now?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where the over rate is.
They're fine.
Okay. So if they're way ahead of the rate, I don't know. They just think Dan's going to have a swing. I don't know. I mean, I do know that Ollie Stone has really come to the end of his... he bowled a big spell, didn't he? And I think that was always going to be the case, that they pretty much know the game is done. I'm quite surprised actually that Ollie Pope is taking singles off the first or second ball. He's sort of allowing, Dan Worrell to take a lot of the strike. It's almost like can you find twos? Can he reverse sweep some of this? But yeah, he seems very content to. I obviously think Dan's in a good place to see out the remaining, was it potentially 15 overs.
Yeah, Worrell's studiously defending everything at the moment. He tends to be quite an adventurous number 11.
Yeah. But he's reining it in at the moment.
I suppose there's an element of hanging in there for his mate who's 19 runs away from a ton.
Yeah, but you do feel that Ollie's trying to do it in singles off the first ball of the over at the moment. I think he's. I think he'd want to pick a couple of boundaries to sort of sneak him up there and then rush through the 90s would be my plan. I'm actually surprised if they're going this way, whether they put a silly point in. Just to make him have a bit of a swing or create a bit of pressure.
Defended again from Worrell. He's still yet to get off the mark. 14 balls into his innings. 1 run from the over. Surrey 1-5-1 for 9. 7 overs in theory remaining today, but I think, Samo, if there's not a wicket in the next 7 overs, there'll be an extra half an hour available, light permitting.
There will be.
How long do the trains go on the way back to Epsom on a Saturday?
Don't know. I'll be checking that. I wish it was Epsom. It's Epsom down, and that's a bit less at the weekend. But I think 10:30. I think should be all right.
Should be okay.
Yeah,
should be okay. I remember the last day of the Edgbaston Test match in 2023. It finished basically as late as it could have gone. Can't remember exactly what the time was, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was after 7 when all the post-media stuff happened at the end. I literally caught the last train home
and I think got home something like 2 in the morning. I remember being stuck outside Coventry for about an hour. Ooh, nearly another mix-up. Another over where Pope takes a single off the first ball. They'll need 177 more overs like that one to get the job done. Brings the draw back on. Oh, very nearly chops on. Slightly quicker from Patterson White.
Not sure I got the draw on my radar.
He's doing a good job. Dan Warrelov blunting the spin threat from both ends. Patterson White and Freddie McCann.
Do you think they've got a dinner in London, do you, on tonight? They've got to stay down anyway. That is solid, isn't it?
Oh, speaking to Cam Steele on day 2, and he was saying that Worrell, his previous first-class teams, both in the UK and in Australia, has batted as high as 8 before. End of the over. 1 run from it. Surrey 152 for 9. And actually, just at Surrey, such is the batting depth. He was going to be number 11 on merit. But it means that he doesn't necessarily take securing kit as seriously as most professional cricketers.
Well, we had a very good number 11 in Saqlain Mushtaq. It was quite useful. He did have some kit. And Test Match 100 to boot.
Pretty handy for a number 11 in county
He was
cricket.
a very good batsman.
Well, we do have a change in the Notts attack. Pace back on. Dylan Pennington replaces Freddie McCann. Pennington's been so good in the game. Just taken the 4 wickets, but he's gone at 2s all game. Picked up the wickets of Folkes and Lomraw. That goes all the way. Beautifully picked up from Pope. Over fine leg. And into the Bedstone. It's the shortest side of the ground. But in all the carnage, Pope is playing a fine hand. He's 88 not out.
That was really quite effortless. Do you think he'd take a single? I'd be stunned if he takes a single.
Field's completely spread now for Pope. Drilled to cover point. And no, they don't take a single. So, against the pace of Dylan Pennington, different plan for Pope.
Two more dots and maybe a single.
Club down the ground to long on. Again, Pope declines a single. Why do you think he's willing to take the single against the spinners but not against the pace of Pennington?
Well, he would trust Dan against spin, and he's actually looked really good, isn't he, for his naught of 19 balls. But he's looked very solid, and he's getting forward, and I don't think he wouldn't be getting forward to Pennington. And I think he could see that. He deserves 100, to be honest, the way he's played. I think he's played really well. He'd be thinking maybe a couple of boundaries and some 2s, but if he left it to Dan, he might get a couple of short balls and then a full one. You don't have done the hard work and then come up short. I think to be this close, I think it's something that he deserves.
2 deliveries left in the over. Feels still spread for Pope, so single's there if he wants it. Slower ball, and he does take the single. Moves on to 89 and gives Worrell 1 delivery to defend.
That makes sense, because if you leave it to the last ball, in red ball cricket you can bowl just a high short ball that won't necessarily be called a wide. I know there's some wides earlier on today when Surrey were bowling, but that was because they're bowling round the wicket and down the leg side, so that's sort of negative bowling, and anything down there is a wide. But that's why Ollie would have left this 1 ball. I think that's going forward. He'd like to do that for the next 5 overs.
Quite an interesting field. 3 slips in, but also 4 men out on the boundary, all square or behind square. Down the leg side, and Dan Worrell helps himself. Oh, for a second I thought that was going to go all the way for 4, but fine leg just about cuts it off. So Worrell survives again. He's still on 0. Bit of 20 deliveries, sorry. 159 for 9. Pope on strike, 89 not out.
I was surprised he didn't take the single there, because he is confident against the spin, but there again you've got 11 more runs for Ollie at this end, hopefully, and if he can find a boundary and a single would get him within 1 shot of the target.
Field completely spread for Pope, with the exception of first slip. Calls for 2 immediately. Worrell was on his heels somewhat and would have been running towards the danger end, so from his point of view it was never really on, but it means that, like the previous few overs against spin, Pope takes a single off the first ball of the over and Worrell's got 5 balls to defend.
Would you be nervous at the other end, just in case one skids back through? I think he feels very confident that that Dan can probably keep these 5 out.
I think the most pressure I've ever felt playing cricket was I was in a similar situation to Worrell here, batting at 11, mate at the other end, approaching a milestone, first innings of the game, and he was essentially he's offering me more and more if I got him to the milestone, and I was like, this isn't helping.
What sort of things were on offer?
Initially it was, I'll get you a pint if you get me through to my 50.
What, so you're just
And then the pints
negotiating
kept on
hard?
going up and up, which I wasn't complaining, but the pressure with so much on the line, not just my mate getting to his 50, but essentially a free evening for me. Takes a single, so Pope will be back on strike with just 2 balls remaining in the over. And sarcastic applause for Dan Worrell as he gets off the mark, 23 balls in.
Could we potentially see some Pakistan-esque fielding to keep Dan Worrell at the far end to face Pennington?
So you've got a real bee in your bonnet about how Pakistan fielded.
I just think, I'd have everyone tight on the 1 here. And
Pope gives himself room just over the head of short third. Pennington retrieves the ball. They could have opted to take the 1, but they take 2, which I don't quite understand, because they've been very comfortable with Worrell facing spin, but not so seam.
I mean,
and now
this is the potential Pakistan fielding moment.
That can't be the official term for it.
No, I don't think it is, but just on this week's efforts.
Over the leg side, field completely up, so the shot was there for Pope. He scores 4. He's 4 runs away from a second 100 of the summer, but Dan Worrell is on strike to the seam of Dylan Pennington, something that Surrey up until now have been reluctant to let happen.
Clyde's still on at Edgbaston. 202 for 9, needing 203. Warwickshire.
Don't direct people to another stream, Samo.
No, I'm just busy keeping an eye on it. And another block. They were 202 for 8, which so they'd tied the scores with 8 down, and then Ethan Bamber, having just hit a 4 to tie the scores, got out. And there's been 5 dots since then. Anyway.
Well, the game in front of us, in Pennington. 2 slips and a gully. Taking their time to start this over. Pennington in discussion with Brett Hutton. Looks like they're going to add in another.
It's an interesting thing with the shadows as well. Coming across the ground, you're standing in shadow. There's light in the middle of the pitch and shadows at the end.
Right, Pennington to Worrell. Defended.
So you think Popey's going to go down and say, "Look, if you can get me to 100, I'll have a beer ready for you."
Quite possibly. Or a full 3-course meal. Textbook on drive from Worrell. Hardest shot in the game, don't they say?
That is solid, isn't it? What, the on drive? Yeah. That's very impressive.
Wokes has played out of Maiden with the scores tied, 9 down. So Oliver Hannon Dolby is facing again with 9 down. Facing the soon-to-be Surrey fast bowler, Harry Croken.
A reminder from man of the day, really, producer John Surtees, that Cam Steele told us earlier in the summer that Dan Worrell counts the centuries he gets people to as part of his stats, which I'm sure Samo will say doesn't count, but a sign that Worrell does take his role as a century enabler seriously.
Should count.
Appeal for caught behind, but wasn't the most convincing one. It's one of those where they kind of went up in instalments.
Oh, you'd have been nervous at the non-striker's end.
What do you think he's saying to Worrell here?
How many balls are left?
2.
Just get forward. If he bowls your short ball, just take it on the helmet.
Well played again from Worrell.
Is this the bowlers' union? It's like, I won't bowl you a short ball if you don't bowl me one.
Well, they're not playing each other this season.
There's a healthy respect, isn't there? And he's played the forward defensive really well, like he knows it's going to be there.
There's a bumper there, but he'll have to bowl it again. Can we check what Jake just said about there not being an extra half an hour since 7 o'clock? We're hearing murmurings that there actually might not be an extra half an hour because we're past 7 o'clock. Our production team are beavering away to find out the correct information as soon as possible. Solidly forward, defended into the leg side. Worrell survives the over. Pope will start the next one, 96 not out. One blow away from reaching three figures. Liam Patterson-White again.
So we've probably got 4 balls that will be played nicely, followed by the field up. Patterson-White knows he's going to run down and try and take the boundary option. It's a game cat and mouse, really, isn't it?
What do you think Patterson-White bowls to that one? Tossed up or fired in?
It depends where he's got his field. Can he double bluff and go up?
Oh, appeal for LBW. Oh, not given. Felt a bit leg side. Solidly defended.
Who's got the better forward defence, Worrell or Pope?
Well, we've probably seen Worrell's more than we have from Pope.
One more ball and then action.
Yeah, just a holding pattern at the moment. Pope totally uninterested in looking to find the boundary off the first 4 balls of the over. Change of angle from Patterson-White. Will that change anything? No. Defended into the offside. And now, in the previous overs at this point, the field has come up. And the Notts fielders are doing so again. It looks like Ben Martindale is going to be the sole fielder in the deep, just hanging at deep mid-wicket.
I think he's going to try and force this over Dynamo's cricket.
Gets it through cover, who gets a hand onto it. It's a single, which leaves Dan Worrell with 1 delivery remaining in the over. And now everyone will be in. Martindale under the lid at short leg. Can at first slip. Jack Haynes at leg slip. Raucous cheers around the ground as Worrell defends another one to give his mate Ollie Pope at the other end another chance of reaching his 100. Wide beaming smile from Pope. What was Pope on when Dan Worrell came to the crease?
72, something like that, I think. No, hang on, the partnership's 21, so that's wrong.
As far as I can see from the regulations, you can claim an extra half hour. The regulations say you can, and it doesn't give any exceptions.
Driven through the offside. Oh, they think about 1 and possibly 2, but I think Ollie Pope realised a couple of strides in that the 2 was high risk.
Yeah, back-to-back run-outs wouldn't be the way forward to be left stranded on 98, would it?
Can you say that the umpires asked them?
Another dot ball. We've got some news for you. Light permitting, we are allowed to go ahead with the extra half an hour despite it being after 7 o'clock. There'd be a little bit more jeopardy if this was the final day. 1.4 overs remaining, plus the extra half an hour if they need it.
Cuts into the offside for 4. There it is. He gets there in the end. Ollie Pope. Well, this game will end in defeat for Surrey. But Pope, the England man, is playing the blinder. 101 not out of 131 deliveries. His team 173 for 9. Ali Brown, how good has Pope been today?
That's a hell of a knock on this wicket. Against this attack, he's been the absolute standout and deserves all of that. Again, a little bit of football there from the outfield. We've seen a lot this week, but he deserves that. He's played really well. It's been a very impressive 100.
And in the gap again, that races across the cut strips for 4 more. What a shot from Pope. Perfectly placed between the two fielders. He scored 105 out of Surrey's 177 runs. Samo.
His 26th first class 100, 14 of which have been here at the Oval. That's his second against Notts.
To be fair, he only needs another 38 boundaries and he'd get us home.
Right, Field comes in with 2 balls remaining in the over. How does Pope play it now? Now that one game within a game is done. Goes down the ground. 6. Almost hits the sight screen. What a blow from Pope, who's gone 4-4-6. 146 required. How many sixes are they away from victory? Samo says it's 25.
I think the question is, would you actually take the extra half an hour even if you could? Because you've got Ollie Stone is tired. He's bowled very well. Pennington coming to a place where he's... I'd be tempted not to take it.
It could rain all of tomorrow.
I think I'd have looked on the weather app to find out that actually it's not raining until next week.
I don't recall a side ever doing that, having the option of the extra half an hour but saying, no, we're all right.
Well, I only say that because I'd say their 2 main strike bowlers have bowled a lot. Ollie's in. You know, if he had to come back tomorrow, it's normally it's a given.
In the air, that's gone so high, mid-wickets underneath it, and takes the catch. That is that. The end of a brilliant innings from Ollie Pope, 111 off 134. But in the end, it is an emphatic victory for the top of the table, Nottinghamshire. They started the week top. They will finish the week top. And a brilliant performance. On day 1, they were 104 for 8 before Liam Patterson-White, his counter-attacking 76, got them to a total of 184. Surrey started their response well. They were 84 for 2 before Ollie Stone blew Surrey away. 6 for in the first innings, 4 in the second. He finishes with 10 in the match. Ali, Notts won the title last year, and you'd say on the back of this performance they're well placed to do so again.
They're really well drilled, I think, for a side that were 41 for 5. Not long after the first hour on day 1. I think to be in that position where you win inside 3 days is very impressive. Patterson-White, who backed up last year's performance where he had that 90 partnership on a wicket where, similarly, you know, it was a game-changing innings. He did that in the first innings to give them a base to work from. They then went and bowled Surrey out for less than Notts had got, which you didn't think possible. And, you know, I think the way they've bowled, Ollie Stone in particular, was just sensational in the first innings. They hit a good length on a wicket that offered plenty of assistance. I thought it was an excellent cricket wicket. They just bowled a little bit straighter than Surrey, and I think that was potentially the difference in terms of the bolds that they got, and as the bounce became a little bit more variable on days 2 and 3. But yeah, they are the champions, and they look a really good outfit. They thoroughly deserve the win. I thought Ollie Pope's 100 was sensational in the circumstances. It was a real standout on a wicket worth 150 on any other given day. You can score 111 on a flat wicket, but that's anything but a flat wicket. He's marshalled the late batsman as well. He looks in prime nick. He looks really good. I don't think Mark Walker could have any problems with how he's lining up now. And but for Surrey, there's 5 more games to go. They can really still push the top 3. And on the way they bowled, I was really impressed with Fisher and Worrell. I thought they were outstanding. Unlucky at times, but just think Knott's just bowled a little bit straighter, a fraction fuller, got a little bit more out the surface, and were deserved winners.
Yeah, some positives for Surrey. Pope 100, how well Dan Worrell and Matt Fisher bowled across the 2 innings. Tom Laws with his first innings fifer, but Knott's really showing why they're the team to beat at the moment. 3-man paced attack without their all-rounder Lyndon James, with Josh Tongue playing for England at the moment. They were able to bowl Surrey out in both innings for well under 200, and its a result, as we said earlier, that means that they will go into the next round of games with just 5 remaining, top of the table, and they will next play Warwickshire at Edgbaston, who just a few moments ago sealed an epic 1-wicket victory. So depending on results elsewhere, that will either be first versus second or first versus third in Division 1. Surrey, meanwhile, on August the 27th, head to Chelmsford. That is everything from us on the Surrey live stream. Thank you for everyone who's tuned in with us across the 3 days. Thank you to all the commentators who've been part of the team this week. Ali Brown, Daniel Norcross, Phil Walker, Adam Collins, Cameron Steele. I'll be forgetting some others, I'm sure. Samo as well for everything he does, a production team. Jake, director, producer John, producer George. Thank Timothy Spall as well, who's probably the main man today alongside John. And thank you, viewers, for being with us throughout the game. We'll be back here for Surrey's next fixture, which is against either Yorkshire or Glamorgan. And the one after that is against either Yorkshire or Glamorgan.